Well, hello and welcome to the Budget Planner application. This application will help you plan your budget by monitoring your income and your expenses. Now, for income, you're just going to have one income. You can then specify what kind of income that is, but it will be a income, meaning that it's going to have a positive effect on your budget. Everything else will be an expense, whether it is a home and utilities, insurance and financial, groceries, personal and medical, entertainment and eat out, transportation and auto, or children. You could also have children. These are all going to be expenses. Each time you're going to add, let's say income one, say this is you got some sort of income, also add some commas after this. Now, if we click on add, we're going to add the income. If we specify this income to the income list, if we add a second income to, let's say, a 3,000 something something point something something, then this will also have a sum here for all of the incomes and a total. Now, from the total will be then deducted any kind of expense. So let's say you have home and utilities, and one of them will be rent, and you pay, let's say, 950, and that's basically it. Then this will be deducted from the total. You can see your income is momentarily higher than the total because this rent will be deducted. As you can see, this will now scroll. Also, this little fellow will change the color, and as we move along and add here multiple elements, let's say for example we want to add to children, say child 1, and he costs $350 or euros, whatever, in 1 month, and whoops, we just added to home and utilities the child. Now it still calculates, but this is wrong. So what we can do now is edit. Now when you edit something, you can not only edit where it should be, so that the category, but you could also edit the name, and let's say this costs this much a month, the child, and then you can also edit the amount. And as you can see, the add button will change into an update button. It was also completely removed from home and utilities. As soon as you update it, it will be passed on to child, to children. It's going to have a subtotal, and it's going to be deducted from your total. Obviously, if you want to delete something, then you just click on delete. You're fired. Income number 1, you're fired. And after you confirm, this will be removed from your list and this will be recalculated. Now, there's one more optionality or one more functionality. Now, there are a couple more functionalities to this application. First of all, you can save everything. Now, if I click on save, data saved. Now, where did this data save actually? Let's click on inspect, go to application and local storage, and we can see here budget data, and all of the data will be saved now to local storage. Now let's say, for example, I'm going to clear the entire list. Everything is gone, and I just messed up. I didn't want to clear the list, so if I reload here, it's going to reload the last saved data from local storage. Okay, so pretty nice application, and I'm most certainly sure this is going to help you a lot with your budgeting. Okay, so hope you're excited, and let's get started with our app. Okay, so let's get started with our boilerplate, and also let's talk about the structure a bit. So I'm going to copy the boilerplate, it in here. What am I doing? Not new folder, paste. Okay, let's rename it. It's going to be project number 6. Woo, we're going places, aren't we? It's going to be budget and calculator. Budget planner, sorry. Planner. Okay, let's open up the folder. Got our source here, we got a script file. Now we are going to have only one script file. I'm not going to create any kind of modules. Maybe we'll refactor it down the road, this project, but I'm going to pack everything into one single file because I know what will result if I would do this with modules. It will be an immense project. But again, as I said, I'm going to do a refactoring on it later on. I'm going to update the course and you will be notified. But it's much shorter this way, and it's much compacted. It's also not so, well, how should I say it? For a lack of a better word, not so confusing. So let's open this puppy up, go live. Let's go live. Okay, there's the boilerplate. And to delete these fellows, and H1 could have left it in. I'm going to have here also, I'm going to give this a class of H1 class of app-title, and you should be budget and planner. Now within our app container, I'm going to change this. No, you know what? Not for now. Let's just rename this also to budget and planner. And let's talk about the budget planner a bit. So we're going to have up here a header section. Down there, we're going to have a couple of inputs. And to the right side, we're going to have our actions. Now, the first two actions would be to reload. I'm going to press on the load. Going to alert me that we just loaded. Going to press on save. Going to alert that we saved the project. Not only that we saved the information, we also sent it to local storage, that is. Now we can add stuff. It's going to alert in, we didn't add anything in here, so our validation is working. Now this upper part here is pretty much different from the bottom part. The bottom part will be just a little title here, button. We're going to clear the list. No, we're not going to clear it. And then we're going to have here a UL with, the list container, or the, what did I call it? I called it the budget list container. This is going to be the budget list container. So we're going to have basically two main HTML sections. And in the next video, we're going to work on, or next up, we're going to work on this particular portion down here. We're also going to pretty much style everything before we get into scripting. Okay, so before we make any kind of actions here. So this will be the plan. Also, we are going to use here, we are going to spread out our HTML and create components for each and every one. We're going to create a lot of button components and also a lot of alert components are going to be extremely useful. And we are going to use a kind of different technique this time, but I'm going to go into that just in a couple of minutes. So hope you're excited and let's get coding. Now we can continue on by creating our general HTML markup for our header section here. A couple of actions that are input with our add button and our total results here. So let's get started. Oh, by the way, I'm going to add a ID of app to my general app container. I'm going to show you later on. You could either do it this way. You're going to add the alerts to the app, to the specific ID, or you could add it to the body later on. But we're going to get there when we're going to get to alerts. So here we are. We have our title. And from here, we're just going to create a div with a class of header-container. And this will contain basically this label with the select tags in a separate div. And then to the right side, we're going to have our actions, which is going to be the load button and the save button. So we're basically on our little fellow right here. We don't see anything. Now moving into our header container, as I said, we're going to create just one div. And within this div, we're going to create a label tag for categories. And we're going to also type in here select category. Okay. After our label, we're going to have our select with our options. So select tag. I'm not going to give it any kind of name. I don't need that property for now, but I do have to give it a ID. I'm going to have the same ID as our for select up here. And we're going to pass in here now a couple of options. They're going to be 6 in number. So let's go ahead and just create option. I'm going to multiply it with 6. Oops, that's 9. Take care. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to click once here. And let's pass in the first one. Is going to be income. I'm going to do it this way. Capital income, and then move back. Change it to lowercase. Then move here. Hold on option or alt on your PC. Click here. This next one is going to be home. And it's going to be lowercase or underscore and utilities. To utilities. I'm going to delete from here. Change home, capital letter, and utilities. Sorry, but you do have to type this out. I know typing out stuff like this is pretty annoying, but get used to it. Also, I'm going to close up the left part so we have more real estate to work with. Now, the next one will be insurance and financial. So insurance, wait, I also want to type it in here. Insurance underscore financials. And I'm going to change this. I'm going to head it here with an and sign. So let me change it back. You should then also be N% and change this to financials. Okay, let me change you to capital I. Perfect. So we should already see it here. Next up, we have groceries. And this time I'm just going to copy it, paste it in here, change this to G. Then we have personal and medical. Personal and medical is to capital P. You can leave it with lower cases if you wish and without the N% here, but I like to have it aesthetically pleasing. And then the last one will be, actually that's not the last one. What am I doing? We have a couple of more. But the next one will be entertainment and eat out. So entertainment underscore eat underscore out. And I'm going to copy you, paste you in here, enter E. then you get ampersand and capital letter eat out with a dash. So I'm going to copy this one more time and then again one more time. But for now, let's just replace here this with transport underscore auto. And the same thing will be down here, but replace it with capital letters. So transport and auto. You know what I mean when you're spending either on Uber or you're spending it on your own vehicle. And the last one will be children. And also, oops, well, I'm going to change it back. Children and lowercase c. Okay, so this is the part for options. Now, right after this little div right here, I'm going to go one level down and then create a section tag. Section. I'm going to give this the class of actions. Okay, within here, I'm going to create two buttons. So button with a class of btn. Also, I'm going to give it a ID of capital button. I'm going to change it just in a couple of seconds. And then I'm going to include a I tag with a class of fa-solid and then dot fa- I'm going to leave it. Am I allowed to leave it this way? Yeah, let's just try it out. Now we need to multiply this times 2. So I'm going to wrap this little fellow completely into parentheses and then times 2. Okay, let's see what we got. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Okay, now back to the IDs. Click in your first ID and add load to it. So load, and then in the bottom ID, you're going to have save. Now for the icons down here, or for the, we're going to have a couple of icons. We're going to have here FA rotate dash right. And you should get your rotate right icon here. And the next one will be, well, simply a save, basically a floppy disk. So floppy and disk. Okay, there we go. Those are icons. Okay, now we're going to move outside of our very last, wait, we have this div. We're going to move outside of this div. Wait, is this the section? That is the header. And we're going to create, after the header, a section that we're going to call the input container or inputs. So section tag dot inputs dash container. And within our inputs containers, where we're going to have these two inputs. After that, we're going to have, and also our add button. Not only our inputs, but also the action for the inputs, which is going to be the add button. So let's go ahead, go back to our fellow here. And the first two inputs will be put into a div with a class of input dash values. And this is going to contain two input tags. The first one will have so I'm not going to give them any kind of type. They're going to be assigned automatically. But the second one, so the first one is going to have a type of text, and the second one is going to have the type of number. So I'm going to leave them as they are, but I'm going to add to them a ID, and also let me wrap this already into parentheses because I have to multiply it times 2. Everything I do here. So the ID will be, I'll just leave it as ID, and I'm going to replace it just in a couple of seconds. And well, let's hit enter. Let's hit enter. Let's see what we got. We got ourselves, well, I should have multiplied this times 2, so 1 times back, and I should get now 2 input tags. Okay, let's move down here. As I said, the second one should be number, and the ID of the first one will be name, and the second one will be amount. Okay, now let's also add a placeholder to blow both of them. So I'm going to go click here, placeholder, and the first one will be income / I know that I'm typing it in both of them, but I'm going to change it / expense. And I could go down to the second one and say amount. And I'm typing in income or expense because as soon as we change this from a income to anything else, it's actually going to be a expense. Okay, so let's move after our div, still remaining within our section of inputs container, and let's add the add button. So we're going to create a button tag with the ID of add button and a class of btn. And also let's add a text of add. You also add it as capital add if you want, if not, then you're going to use a text transform later on it, as you wish. Okay, and the last thing that we need to add here is right after our section is the total amount here, where our total amount will be displayed. So I'm just going to create here a div with the ID of total. I'm going to have it in here, the text of total, comma, column, and $. And oh yeah, it's going to result in 1. Haha. So $, and within here, I'm also going to add a span tag with ID of total dash or actually total, no, total amount. And I'm going to automatically add here a 0. So there we go. We have our total amount here. I know this is displayed wrong, but we're going to fix it just in a couple of minutes. So we're pretty much done with this part. We can now actually go ahead and style it, because that's what we're going to do next up. We're going to style these two fellows, and also we're going to start styling our main container. We're going to create a couple of variables first of all, then style our app container, and then these two fellows. Okay, so let's go ahead and start styling them. Now let's go ahead and move to CSS and start creating first of all a variables file. So variables.css. Let's get the root. And this time I'm not going to use any kind of shadow variables or border radius or something like that. I'm just going to focus on colors. So we're going to create here a main-color. The main color, type into else color. The main color will be this green color. Again, if you don't like it, please change it. This is why I'm using variables, in order for us to easily change then whatever color we want. Okay, so this is the main color. Then I'm going to add a secondary color. It's going to be a really dark blue, as you can see here. This is going to be the secondary color. So hash and 002642 this up. Then we're going to have a white color. Do I even use it? Nah, I'm going to create here a light color, because basically for the white color we just use a hash FFF. But for the light color, it's going to be a hexadecimal of E5 EAED again. Okay, so this right here, this is the light color. Now we're going to have 4 colors, and I'll kind of interchange it. I'm not decided on them. So there's the danger color, there's our warning color, there's danger color again. This is our danger color, this is the validation color. If you save, the green color, success color, and we also have confirm. Now, kind of didn't decide really. Should I have success or confirm? So let me just show you. The confirm color, I'm going to start with the confirm color, will be a blue color. So hash 2196 and F3. Now I like this color, and because we have our greenish background here, I would much rather prefer this instead of this. But you'll be the judge of that. So let's also add our accept color or success. Success color. So this is going to be a green color. Why am I typing color with 2 L's? Mysteries of the universe. So 4CAF50. Then let's create a warning color. Dash color. Going to be a hash FF9800. And then a danger color. Danger dash color. And it's going to be a hash F4433 and 6, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. We're done with our variables. Now let's bring them into our main style. Let's add import, and from here we're going to import here our variables. Okay, I'm going to close up our variables, and now let's go ahead and style our app container. And we're going to create for this a separate file. Call it app-container.css. Let's grab onto the class of app-container. It's already displayed as flex, so I'm going to just change it to flex direction to column. Oh, is it? Oh, import it. So let's add import our dash app container, and there we go. Yes, it is displayed as flex. Okay, now I'm going to change the padding. I'm going to add a padding of 1 rem all around, and let's assign this a viewport height, or a height of 100 viewport heights. The entire app will be happening in this 100 viewport height. I'm going to limit the width of this app to a width of 500 pixels. Now let's add margins. Oops, margin 0 top and bottom, and auto left and right. This is going to center everything. And now let's edit the background color, which, as I said, is going to be that main color. So var and dash main dash color. There we go. We have a green color. Now, in order to emphasize the text, I'm going to add a all-around text shadow to everything of 1 pixel, 1 pixel, and 1 pixel, and then the variable color of secondary color dash color. Okay, you see the text is much more emphasized this way. Now we had our app title here, so let's change a couple of things on our app title. So app dash title, I'm going to change its font size to a 2 rem, and then change is, well, I'm going to do a text transform here to uppercase. Our font weight will be reduced to 600 only, and then I'm going to also take out all of the margins for now from that H1. Now remaining with our app container, we have down here our total. So let's also style this, and then we're pretty much done with this part. So let's grab onto the idea of total. And as you can see in our finished project here, it's going to add a background with a bit of border radius here and then the text in the middle. So there's not much styling happening here, but still, I still much prefer it this way. So let's go to our total. Let's increase the font size, 1.5 rem. Now let's add it to a background color, to a var of secondary color. Let's change its font weight to have the same font weight as the title. And I also prefer it this way because the relevancy of our total is as large, if not larger, as the title. This is the most relevant part of the application. It has to stand out. Okay, let's add a bit of a margin of top and bottom 1 rem and left and right 0. Let's also add a padding of 1 rem. Add padding. Let's trim down the borders with a border radius of 5 pixels. And let's also add a box shadow of 1 pixel, 1 pixel, 1 pixel, and the variable color of secondary color. Okay, now I'm going to assign this the width of 100% of its container, making it as large as the list itself. And also let's add to it a text align center in order to push the text to the center. Perfect. Now we're done with this little fellow. And also we're done with this part, with our main container and so forth and so on. Next up, let's move on and start working on our buttons. To get this out of the way so we won't have any problems with that later on, so we're going to style the buttons of the entire app actually. Now let's create our button file here, CSS, right click, new file, btn.css, and create here our buttons. So main btn class. And first things first, we're going to inherit the font. So font family, we're going to set it to inherit. It is going to inherit the global font. A background color, change it to var, and secondary color. All buttons will be pretty much the same. Let's also import it here. Goes up our app container. At import, let's import our little buttons. Let's move back to the button folder and start taking out borders. First, let's add a color. Color of -fff, so a white color. Then let's take out the border none, outline none. Let's add a bit of a padding of 0.5 rem and then 1 rem left and right. Now let's trim down those borders, border radius of 5 pixels. Let's add a cursor pointer and we're going to work a bit on the font now. So a font size of 1.2 rem and a font weight, because buttons need to stand out, of 600. Perfect. Next, let's add a general, also let's add a capitalize. I want all buttons to be capitalized. So text transform, we're going to not capitalize but uppercase, sorry about that. And I'm also going to add a transition to all of the buttons where we're clicking on them or we're hovering on them of all 0.2 seconds and ease in out. Okay, one last thing, a box shadow, of course. Now this box shadow will be different from the other box shadows. It will be a 0, 2 pixels, 3 pixels, and var of secondary color. There we go. There's a little box shadow. You know what? I could also increase it just a tinge more, adding here a 1 pixel and then adding for the intensity here of 4, and voila, that's much better. It makes the button stand up just a bit more. So as I said, in an active state, the buttons will do something, and I'm going to select now the parent. And then when I click on the button, meaning active, then I'm going to transform it by changing its scale. And I want to reduce the scale to 95% of its initial scale. Not only that, I'm also going to set the box shadow to none in this particular moment, because when you're pressing down a button, it shouldn't show you any kind of shadow. So when I press down the button, and also hold down click, you're going to see it's going to remain, it's going to be smaller. Going to reduce his 100% to only 95% and also take out the shadow. Right, now when we hover our buttons, again, the parent selector, then hover. And I must say that I do love CSS nesting. We sadly had it only in SAS, which will make SAS maybe irrelevant in the future. I don't know, but I do love it that we have it now in CSS and it works perfectly. Okay, so for our hover, we're going to change the background color to var, and going to add here light color dash color, and also going to change the text now, the text color, to the secondary color. So var and secondary color. And now I'm also going to play around with the shadow a bit. So I'm going to change this to 1 pixel, 1 pixel, and 1 pixel. And it's going to be a different type of shadow. Okay, you can already see it also has that nice smooth transition effect. Now we don't have those buttons yet, but we are going to style 3 other buttons that do not exist yet. One would be the clear. See here in a finished project, this little fellow right here is going to have a separate class. It's just going to say clear, and it's going to have a different effect. And then 2 more buttons will be the edit button and the delete button. But I do want to use the opportunity and just style them right now and get them out of our way. So first things first, we're going to work on our clear button, because there's not much to do here. We're just going to select the parent, and if the class of btn also has a second class of clear, then when we hover over the clear class, the background color will change to var of --danger color, and the text color, because momentarily we have it at white and that will not look that good, I believe. We're going to change this, no, actually dark. We're going to select the color to remain also a light color or a white color, whichever you prefer. I would say light. So var and -- light color. Okay, so that would be our clear color, as you can see here. Or not clear color, our clear button. Now for these 2 fellows. You can see here you're going to have a warning background. So I'm going to copy this, paste it down here, and change the clear to edit. And the background color will be warning. And I'm going to leave the color as a primary color. As you can see here in our finished project, our color will be this primary color. I'm going to copy it one more time. And now for our delete button. So when it also has the class of delete, then I'm just going to change the color to danger. So without changing the background, I'm going to leave the background as it is. It's going to be a light color. And then the color of the text will be danger. And that's pretty much it. So we're done with our buttons. Now we could move on to style our header section in our input section here. Okay, let's start working on our header and inputs field here. So let's go ahead first. Let's work on a header. With a new file in our CSS folder. And we're going to call this the header-container.css. Let's select the class of .header-container. And basically what I want to do here, take a look here, is we have 2 different sections. Also, let's take a look at our HTML. This is much easier to explain here. So our header container contains this little div and then this section of actions. So what I'm going to do is display this as grid. I can limit the width of the containers and then work on the content of those 2 containers separately. So let's go ahead and display as grid first of all. This will give me the possibility now to choose my grid template columns, and I'm going to go with 3 fractions and 1 fraction. Okay, let's also here. Oh yeah, and as always, import it at import and stop wondering why it's not working. Header container. Oops, you should be in quotations. Okay, and there we go. We have it displayed as grid. Okay, we're going to justify also the content as center, and we're going to add a gap of 1 rem. Gap 1 rem, and we're going to consistently use this 1 rem. Take a look at the finished project here and also here between these 2 fellows. Now I'm going to set a margin to top and bottom of 1 rem and 0 left and right. Now let's work on the inner side of the containers. First things first, I'm going to select the div. So within our parent selector, there is a div, and this div will be displayed as flex now, which will render our label and input tag to be displayed as column. So flex direction, column, and there we go. Also, I'm going to assign them the height of 100% of the container and then justify the content as space around them. Now for the label and the select within them, because they are in the div. So I'm going to go ahead, parent selector and label, and I'm going to increase the font size now of the label to 1.2 rem and the font weight to 600. Now for our select tag. Again, parent selector, select. Let's add a bit of a padding of 0.5 rem, and now let's trim down the borders by setting the border radius to 5 pixels. And one last thing, I hate those borders, so I'm going to take them out by setting them to none. And hate is such a strong word. I dislike those borders. Okay, so there we go. Now let's move to our actions. Let's step outside of this div and select the class of actions. and we're going to just display them as flex, and then flex direction, we're going to change this to column. Okay, that's pretty much it for now for this part. And before we move on, let's also spread this header across the entire width of the container, meaning that we're going to add here also let's add a height of 120 pixels, but let's also add a width of 100%. Okay, now let's add a bit of space between these two buttons, and we're going to display them. So right here, flex direction column, and justify content with space between the elements. I'm sorry, I meant around. And let's also add a gap to the actions of 1 rem. 10 pixels, 1 rem is enough. Okay, so we're done with this part. Now let's close up our header. And we're going to move now to our inputs here. Again, we're going to create a new file. We're going to call this input and container.css. Let's also import it here. Import quotation marks in this folder and inputs container.css. Go ahead, grab onto the class of inputs-container. And again, we're going to do almost the same thing. We're going to display it as grid. So display grid template column, the same that we had before, 3 times 1fr and 1fr. We're going to justify the content center, align the item center, add a gap of 1 rem and a width of 100% of the container. Now to our inputs. Parent selector, input. This will select both of our inputs. Let's assign them the width of 100% of the container. We're going to add a padding of 0.5 rem, the same padding as we had added to our select table. Let's trim down the borders to a border radius of 5 pixels. Take out the outlines and the borders, so border none and also outline none. Let's add to each of them a margin. Let's add to the first one, so parent selector, first child, a margin bottom of 1 rem, of 0.5 rem. And now what, I'm going to leave the outline in. So when I'm focusing on them, I have to know which one I'm in right now. Okay, now let's increase the font size. So still remain above here in order to just finish this with font size, and let's increase it to 1 rem. Okay, perfect. One last thing, I want to take off from this little fellow, take out the arrows, and we're going to use here WebKit. So again, select the parent, then column dash WebKit, and we need to take out the outer spinner and the inner spin. Okay, so WebKit dash outer spin button, and then copy this and change this to inner. And let's go ahead and just set WebKit appearance to none. WebKit dash appearance, I'm going to set this to none, and there we go. This should take out that little fellow. And also for Mozilla users, add here right after this again parent selector and specify the Moz dash appearance also to text field. And that's basically it. Now, one last thing with the button here. So here, the btn should have a height of 100% of its container, making it the same height as these two buttons. Okay, so we're done with this, and now we can actually move on to creating the budget list and then styling it. So next up, we're going to work on this little fellow. Next up, we're going to create and style our budget list, which we got right here. So we're going to continue on creating, first of all, the markdown for the title here, the button, and also this entire list, which will be an unordered list. Okay, so let's move back to our project and also go back to our HTML. Now we left up with our total here, so we're going to jump underneath our total div and create another section tag, and we're going to give this section tag the class of budget dash list and dash container. Okay, let's hit enter, and within here we're going to have a first section, which will be the budget list header, which is going to contain this title and this clear button. So let's move along, create another section tag. I'm going to give this the class of budget list and not container, but header. And within here, we're just going to type in an h2 that is going to contain an I with the class of fa-solid.fa-file-lines. And then we're going to end here. Actually, we can end here and just type in after, actually before our before our I tag there, a budget and list. Okay, and we should see already, there we go, there's an icon tag. Also, just give this a space, and later on we can fix this using CSS. We can give this little fellow a margin to the left. It's going to push it forward to the right then. Okay, let's continue on. Let's also add this little button here, which is going to clear our list if we wish so. So let's move down underneath our H2 and let's create a button with a class of btn and dot clear. As I already told you, we always style this, but I'm not going to stop here. I'm also going to give this a ID of clear and button. Okay, and we are going to type in here a text of clear, and then we're going to conclude this with a database icon. So I'm going to i.fa-solid and .fa-database. It's going to give me a little database icon. Okay, also leave a space here between the text and the icon tag, and you should be good to go. Next, we're going to create our list tab here. So for this, we're going to create a unordered list, and in that unordered list, we're actually going to create multiple unordered lists. Why is that? Well, just take a look at this little icon, not icon, income here. We're also going to add the income number 2. And you know what? I'm going to change this into income 1. And now let's add a income and 2. Let's say this is going to be 2000 something something. And we're going to add it. As you can see, we just added another item to a list actually. This is why we're going to create a list with multiple lists, because each one of these little fellows will actually contain underneath of them a list. So each category will be its own list. So let's get started with this. Let's go underneath our section of budget list header. And here we're going to create our UL with the class of budget-list-data, because this is where the data will live. And we're also going to give this a ID of budget and list. Okay, let's move into our list. I'm going to scroll up here a bit. I'm just going to close up the last part. And here we're just going to create titles and lists for each one of these fellows. So we're going to start out with our H3 with the text of income, so H3, and I'm just going to copy this income fellow right here, paste it in here. You can also type out income if you wish. And then I'm going to add a $sign. And after this, I'm going to create a span tag. Now the span tag will also have a ID of total and income. So you can end there. Okay, hey, didn't you? Oh, because I have the $sign here, so space, income. Okay, I don't need a space between these two, but you can leave one if you wish. You don't need it. So this is the title, and the value of the income will be displayed within the span tag. This is why I'm going to give this a special ID, because later on in JavaScript, I'm going to target this ID and throw each and every sum. So this will be the total income of each and every income that we have here. I'm going to create here total. This is where this little fellow will live. Now underneath our H3 here, we're going to create the actual list, which will just be a UL with the ID of income. Okay, so that's pretty much it. We're going to multiply or duplicate this a couple of times. So you could do the following. Let's just create an H3. Let's use a bit of Emmet here. We're going to have a, let me think about it. We're going to have a text. Then we're going to include in this H3 a span tag. Okay, you can already see it there with the ID, so hash and then ID. I'm going to replace that ID later on. And let me see, plus, because this is going to be after the H3, we're going to create a UL. This is including, yes, I have to wrap this into parentheses, then plus a UL. Yeah, this is the right one. And then I'm going to go ahead and create an ID with the basically almost the same ID. Okay, so let's wrap this into a parenthesis, and let me just go ahead and calculate this. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Okay, so I'll multiply this times 7, and we should get this little fellow. Okay, so for the text for the very first one, we're going to have home and so on and so on, and we could actually copy them from here. So let me do this smarter. I'm going to close this, not this one. Let's see, I'm going to close up this section. Open up the actions, not actions, div, and here we go. We have here everything that we need. So income, home, and utilities. Copy this, paste it into the second one. Then for the ID, we're going to have home and utilities, this ID, and we're going to paste it in here. But first of all, replace this with total, then paste home and utilities. For this little fellow, we're just going to paste in home and utilities. Simple. Okay, the third one, which is going to be insurance and financials. For the text, financial. Then we're going to copy the insurance and financial ID, we could select both of the IDs, hold down control. That's not a good idea. So let's replace this with total because we're going to select the next ID and paste it here into the UL. Okay, next one, groceries. I just grabbed onto the ID. Well, it doesn't matter. So groceries and text groceries, ID, total groceries, and here groceries with a lowercase g. Then the next one going to be personal and medical. Let's paste it in here as a text. Then grab onto the ID, personal and medical, or underscore medical. Paste it in here, and they should have a total. This should be a capital P. Now let me just check. I think oops, I messed this one up. Insurance. This should be all capital letters here. Perfect. Let's jump to the next one, which would be entertainment and eat out. Let's copy the ID, paste it in here, paste it in here. Here we're going to have total and change this to E. And then for the text, we're going to copy the text. And we're almost done. Copy and paste thing, I really don't like it because you can mess something up and then you're looking for what you messed up. Okay, transport and auto. And let's also copy the ID. Sorry about that, I had to clear my throat. So transport auto, let's paste it here. Transport auto, let's type in total, transport and auto, replace the T and paste in this ID. And the very last one, come on, we can do it. Children, woohoo, children. Where do I have children? Capital C, and also here total, children, capital C, and children for the ID. Perfect. So we got everything that we need. And now we can move on with this and style it. For the budget list, we're going to create a new file into CSS. We're going to call this budget-list.css. Import it in our main CSS here. Add import and budget list. Save it, go back to the budget list. Let's grab onto the budget-list-header. First of all, header. Now, although you can see I'm styling the budget list, I'm not specifically styling the class of budget list. I'm going to have that class to maybe modify later on, but I'm not going to use it to style everything in the budget list. I'm just going to specifically style the header and then the database. So for the header, I'm just going to grab on here to the H1 that we got here. So not done assign, but parent selector H2, and let's text, transform, and uppercase. Go here. Okay. Well, there's only one thing I want to do to the budget list, and that is to add the width. So I do need to get grab onto the budget list. So budget list container, that was, and give this the width of 100% of its container. Okay, so now we're good to go. Let's go back to the budget list header, and that little button here, we're going to grab onto the .btn class within the budget list header. We're going to give this a width of 100%. And we're going to give it a margin to the bottom of 1 rem. I'm going to push this fellow down. And you know what? I'm going to actually give this a margin to top and bottom. I'm going to push the list a bit further up, and I'm going to give it left and right 0. Okay, that's maybe a bit too much, so let's do a 1.5 rem. And I still don't like it, so I'm going to go back to margin bottom. So sorry about that. Really sorry about that. And through that H2, we're going to add a margin also to the bottom of 0.5 rem. Okay, that's more like it. I could also add, for example, a margin top and bottom, 0.5 rem, and add 0 left and right. It's going to differentiate the title here of budget list from the total here. Okay, perfect. So let's continue on with this. Let's start styling now our budget list data. We're going to move out and grab onto the budget-list-data. And first things first, we're going to assign it a max height. So I'm going to limit this to a 400 pixel height, meaning this is going to push everything to the top, and it's going to leave me with this little height here, which will then limit me to have this application, as we just set it at the beginning, to 100 viewport heights. Now, everything that is going to, as you see here, everything that is going to be added and it's outside the container will be then scrolled using this scroll bar. I'm going to show you how we can do this just in a couple of minutes. So let's add a bit of padding, all around padding of 1 rem. Now let's change the background color. We're going to give this a white color, so #FFF. Now the text color of this hrefreeze, we're going to change that separately, but for now we're going to remain here within our main container. Let's trim down the edges. Let's add a border radius of 5 pixels. Let's also add to this a box shadow, that shadow of 1 pixel, 1 pixel, and 2 pixels, and I'm going to give this the variable color of a secondary color again. So secondary and color, making our list stand out a bit more. Okay, so I told you about the scroll part. Now I'm going to add it, but you won't see it until the content will be more than we have here. So for now, I'm just going to do here a overflow on the y-axis. Remember, these are the y-axis. I'm going to set the overflow as scroll. You always see here the bar, but what you won't see is this right here. So I'm going to add a couple of list elements. I'm going to delete them later on. So let's go, or let's see, I want to add multiple list elements. So let's add to the top so we won't get confused. I'm going to add to the top here a couple of list elements, and let's say item 1. I'm going to copy this, item 2, and item 3 and 4 and 4. And let's also add these 4 to the last one. See how we look. And I'm going to add it also to the second one. So home and utilities, also add here 4 items. Okay, perfect. Okay, and now you can see we have this scroll effect. Now let's go back to the budget list. Let's continue styling it. Now we're going to grab onto the age freeze. So parent selector, age freeze. And we're going to set, first of all, the color to the variable color of secondary color. Now, because the shadows are pretty annoying here, I'm going to take out the shadow by typing in text and shadow. I'm going to set this to none. Next, I'm going to create a bit more difference between my items and my title here by adding a border again to the bottom of 0.5 rem. Now let's move to the list items. So let's go in here, parent selector, li, and we have here a bit of styling to do. First, let's set the background color to var and light color. We're going to now add padding to the inner of the elements. So padding, we're going to add a top and bottom of 0.1 rem and a top and bottom of 0.5 rem. Left and right, I mean. Also for the text in here, I'm going to set the text shadow, and you know what? I'm going to take out this text shadow from here. I'm going to move it outside, delete this. And if I do this and hit save, it's going to remove the text shadows from the entire list. So this is going to overwrite everything that is in this container. Now let's increase the font weight to 500. Let's add a border radius. We're actually going to have the same border radius as we have here. We're going to just copy it, paste it in here. We're going to maintain the same aspect. And then let's add to each of them margin bottom of 0.5 rem. And this should be margin bottom. What am I doing here? Also, I messed up the top one. There we go. Margin bottom, 0.5 rem. Perfect. Now the color of the text will be the same color as we have our titles here. So I'm just going to copy it from here, paste it in here. And now comes the fun part, because a item, we're going to just style one item so you can see that. So let's go back here, and also I will need this item later on. So I'm just going to style item number 1, and the rest I'm going to leave the same, but you will see the difference. Also, we're going to use these items or this specific style, the content of the item. We're going to use it later on in our JavaScript. So it's better to create it here in HTML. It's much easier. We're going to have here a div, just a regular div. This is going to contain the item, and I am going to already write this as if I would write it in JavaScript. So here's going to be the item dot. Now you know what? No, I'm not going to do this, but I'm going to type in here name, and then we're going to have here $, and you will be item dot amount. Should be also item. What am I doing? Let's do it. Let's do it exactly like in the JavaScript. Now after this div, we indent this a bit. The one list item will contain a name and amount, because as you see here, this is the name, income, and then the value, amount. There's a dash between them. The second one has a $sign. This is why we have $2. And now we need our buttons. Now these two buttons will live in a separate div. So we're going to create here another div, and this is going to contain two icon tags. So I'm going to type in here icon tag with the class of fa-solid.fa-pan. This is going to be the very first one. pan-2-square. Then dot btn dot edit, because this is going to be the edit one. And within here, I'm going to add a edit right now. Yeah, why not? On click, and this is going to then trigger a function, which is going to be edit item. So edit item. Man, I'm giving away too much here. Edit item, it is going to take in the index of that specific item. Index. Okay, so this is going to be our first button. See it here. What am I doing? This should be up here. I'm going to cut it out. Oh, you know what? I'm going to leave it in here. And then we're going to have a second item. So I'm just going to copy it. And we're going to change, let's see, first of all, the second class is just going to be FAN trash. And then BTN and then delete. And then down here, we're going to have on click, not edit item, but remove items. So I'm going to change edit to remove. Okay, and still depending on the index. There's our two little buttons. And you can see they're already styled because we did style them earlier in our buttons. So there we go. We have clear, which is this one, doesn't do anything. We have edit, which is this one, also doesn't do anything. And we have delete, which is this one, doesn't do anything for now. Okay, now that we have these, I'm going to continue styling them in CSS. I'm going to close a button, budget list, wait a second. Yes, and open a budget list. So let's go back to our list, and now we can set them as be displayed as flex. Because I want to have them in a row, and then there are two items actually that are flexing, this div and this div. So we can use align items center, and then justify the content with space and between the elements. They will pushed one to the left side and the other one to the right side. Okay, now when I'm hovering over one of these elements, as you can see, I'm changing the color. So we're also going to do that. But what I don't like, oh yeah, that's the real size of the item. But what I don't like is the background color. So let's change it. Let's grab onto the parent selector. Let's say hover, and let's change the background color now to variable color of main color and dash main color. Okay, so if I hover now over the item, it's going to change. Now this is happening extremely abruptly. I'm going to add here a transition and all and 0.2 seconds and easing out. Okay. Now let's also change the color of the text when we're hovering over it, because this is too hard to see. We're going to do here color and var and light color. Much better now. And also when I'm over these little fellows, actually I'm going to leave it as it is. I'm going to add a cursor pointer, but it's pointless to add a cursor pointer. Perfect. Next up, I'm going to style the span tags within here. Actually this little fellow. I'm going to increase its font weight, so only that one. So parent selector, the span within here should have a font weight of 600. Okay, this is going to be the span tag, which is in our title. Now I'm seeing that I'm missing here the $sign, so let me just quickly check this. So you and the span thing within you, iPhone $sign. I'm going to add this to all of them. iPhone $sign, column $sign, H3 again. There's another one. There's another one. Did I miss someone? Children. I missed the children. Groceries, home and utilities, income. That's it. Okay, so we should be good to go. And also to move on from here. Oh wait, I'm not done. What am I doing? We still need to change our little scroll bar here. So we're going to step now outside, and we're going to still remain within our budget list data. So a parent selector, let's say WebKit scroll bar. I'm going to change the width here to 5 pixels. Okay, next up, I'm going to change so I'm going to copy this. We're going to need the thumb now. Step too far outside. So here and dash track now, because it changes background. I'm going to add to this the var of, actually not the var, we're just going to add a white color. Then we're going to change the thumb. So I'm going to copy this, paste it down here, change the track to thumb. And let's change the background color from this to var and dash dash secondary color. Then I'm going to add to this a border radius of 15 pixels. And let's also add the hover effect, and there we go. Okay. And also if you want to have it for Mozilla, it will be these settings. You just have to, not WebKit, but Mozilla, scroll, this, then the track, background color, and so on and so on. Okay. So for Firefox would be these settings. Now we're done, and we can now move on to work on our script and start calculating our budget here. Okay, so let's move to our script tag. I'm going to grab into a couple of DOM elements and also create a couple of variables. So we're going to start off here with DOM elements, capital DOM elements. And let's get started with our category section. Let's create a variable const and category and select. And we're going to go to the document dot query selector. I'm going to grab onto the ID of category. Okay, also I'm going to close up the left part. So let's copy this. Let's replace this with specific category and div with name input. We're going to grab on here to the ID of name. Then we're going to need our amount. Replace this with also this with amount. Then the add button. So I'll copy this. Add and button. It's going to call this. I'm going to grab onto the add button. So basically the same ID as the variable. But these are all IDs. If you want, you can change this to get element by ID. But I'm going to use query selector this time. Because why not? Okay, next up, const and the budget list. And list. Document, query selector, and the ID, budget, and list. Perfect. Now let's create a couple of global variables. So let's call it global and variables. I'm going to create here, first of all, a alert component. Although I'm not going to use this until really later on in the course. I'm going to create here document.create element and element. I'm going to create here a div. That's it. Div. Now for our budget data, going to be a comment. We're going to create here let budget and data. And we're going to assign this just to an empty array. And this is where the information will be then pushed in. Also, I'm going to create another variable for the total. I'm going to call it total, and it is equal to total. I'm going to assign this to 0 for now. Okay, so that's it. This is going to be our total. Here, the budget data will live in this little array for now. Then later on, it's going to be pushed to our local session here. Local storage. And then the alert will be assigned to either the app or the entire body, as you wish. I'm going to experiment on that later on. Okay, so that's it for this part. Now we can move on to actually do something with this. And let's manage this add button. Okay, so let's start managing our add button here. We're going to grab onto the add button and we're going to assign an event listener of click on it. So on click. And when we click on this, we want this to perform a specific function. Actually, multiple functionality. That's why I'm doing open and close curly brackets, because if not, then I would just do one function. So first things first, we're going to grab onto the name input here, and we need the value, and we also need the amount. So we're going to create here two different variables. Const name, and it's going to be the name input dot value. This is 1. Then const amount, and we're going to go to amount input and get the value, but I want to have it as a number, so I'm going to use parse and float and get it as amount input dot value. Okay, now the last thing that we need is also from which category this name and value comes from. So let's create another const and call it category. Of course, we're going to go to categories, category, select, and we're going to get from it value, which is whatever option was selected here. Okay, now we're going to do a bit of conditioning here. So let's do a comment here of conditioning. And basically we want to check if the name exists. So if this is not empty, if the amount is a number, and that number must be above 0. So if we add here only 0, not a valid value, because users can trick us. So let's create an if statement. If, curly brackets also, scroll up a bit. If the name that we enter and we're going to use our is not a number function, but we're going to negate it. So is not a number. I'm going to pass in here the amount, and our very last condition, the amount needs to be above 0. If all of these are true, then we're going to create a variable which will be actual a object. So we're going to create a new item, and this item will have 3 things. It's going to have a name, it's going to have a amount, and it is going to have a category. Now this new item, if it passes all of these conditions, then it's going to have here 3 values, and we're going to take this item, and what are we going to do with it? Well, we're going to pass it into this budget list. So we're going to take the budget list, and because this is an array, we can use the push method on it. So dot push, we're going to push the new item into this array, making it part of the array. Now this is not all that this button will do. It will also, I'm going to add here just a comment, calculate the total, and just going to console log here, and let's type in here calculate total, and then it's going to update the list, because if we calculate this, it's not enough that we just have the value, it also needs to update the entire list. So each time we add a new item, it needs to update this list and add that item to it. So let's type in here, update the budget list, and again, I'm going to console log, update budget and list. Okay, now these will be functions later on, that's why I'm typing them in here. so you know where those functions will live. Now, when we're done with entering everything that we need to reset the form if the form was successful. So if the values were successfully added, we need to delete everything from here. So we're just going to take the name input.value. Now, if you were asking yourself, assign it to nothing. If you're asking yourself, why didn't I just grab onto the value directly here? Well, this is why. Because a constant would have been then immutable. I could have also used let, but this is much clearer this way. This is where the variable will be selected. It will be in the global scope, and it's going to be used here once, but with its value as soon as this function will be triggered. At the end of the function, we're also going to reset the name input and the amount input and input and dot value. Okay, so very simple. Now, if we did everything correctly, then we're going to also alert. Let's say item edit. Too many D's. Edit. That's it. Okay, so let's try this out. I'm going to click on this button and nothing will happen because, well, I messed up. I didn't enter here anything. So let's do another verification. We started here our if statement. We're still in our if statement. Let's also do a else statement. When we mess up, then it should alert. Don't have the alert component yet. Or do we? No, we don't. Almost forgot what I typed in until now. So if we mess up, then we're going to prompt the user, please enter a valid name and amount. Okay, so let's try this once again. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to get an alert that I did something wrong. Also, right click, inspect. I want to see the console now. Move the console. Second, I have to move the console down here. So it's once again. So that is wrong. We're going to get an error. So let's enter something here. Income and blah, blah. Now let's enter 0. They should fail. Okay, it failed again. But if I enter here some kind of amount, then I should get item edit, and these two calculations should take place. Okay, so we're done with this part. Now we can move on to actually do something. Make this application actually do something. We're going to calculate the total budget. Okay, so let's start with calculating our total budget. We're going to create a function, so calc total budget, and we're going to create a function. We're going to call it, as we called it up here, calculate total. Open close parentheses, open close curly brackets, and we're just going to take the total now. Total. We already created that little variable and assigned it to 0. Okay, I'm going to reassign it here again to 0. Now the budget data that we created here, the array has now a item. It has the item that we added here. Now that item contains name, amount, and category. So because it is an array, we can actually loop over it using a for each loop. Now for each element, and for each item or element in that array, we call this item, we're going to grab onto that item, and if that item, first of all, let's condition it. If that item, or let me ask the question in a different way. What is the total? Well, the total will be actually the income, the total amount of income minus all of the expenses. That's the simple calculation. There's nothing complex about it. The complexity of the problem lies by defining something, by differentiating between if something is an income and if something is an expense. Now we have up here a bunch of categories, and from where should the program know that home and utilities is an expense if we have only one income? But it's pretty simple. We're going to ask it here if, I'm going to create if and else, if the item, so if the budget data, and in that budget data, the item dot, remember we have categories, the item has now a name, amount, and categories. So if the category in that budget data is equal to income, it's going to end there, then you should take the total and add to it the item dot amount. Very simple. So we're going to add to the total when the item, we're going to add the amount from the item to the total when the category is an income. Now, because everything else is an expense, then you're going to subtract from the total the item dot amount. So simple as that. That's the most logical way you can do this. There's other ways you can do that, but they're a bit more complex, and they're far too complex for the simple application. Now we should also show somewhere that we just did some kind of calculation. So we're going to go to the document dot query selector or get element by ID. I'm going to select the ID of total amount. And we're going to add to its text content. Now remember, the total amount ID is actually this 0 right here. It's not the text, it's just the 0. That's why I added to that span tag a separate ID. And we're going to add to that the total that we just reassigned here the value. Okay, so either we're adding or subtracting from it. And I'm going to limit this by using toFixed and 2. Okay, so it should actually work as soon as we grab onto the function and assign it here. I'm going to console log, comment out now the calculate. So we're going to click on this button. It should change this. So it's an income. We're going to add here income 1, and let's add some kind of an amount. Boom, item added. Let's check out this, and there we go. Now let's change the category. Let's say home and utilities. Add the rent, $1,000. Add it, and this should now be subtracted from here. So 1, 2 should be a 1 then. Or yeah, okay, and woo, it's working. Perfect. So this means our calculations is working. Now, a very last thing that I want to do in my calculation here is before we add here the amount, when we click on calculate, this function should trigger a second function. And that function will be to calculate the total per category. Meaning, I'm just going to console log here, calculate and total and category. And you should be a string. Now, what does this mean? So I'm just going to add here some kind of text and some kind of value and click on it, and calculate total categories was also console logged. Meaning that each time we add, in our finish function, each time I'm going to add here, for example, a new income 1 and sum, add it, it also recalculates this sum right here. So the total for the incomes, the total per category. Let's say home and utilities. Let's say don't have a internet connection. Okay, so home and utilities, internet, and let's say it's $50. Add it, and we have 950, so we should have 1,000. Boom, there we go. Okay, so not only this total will be recalculated, but a subtotal also. So you know what is the total per category, whether it's an expense or an income. You will also have the total for that specific one. Okay, so we're done with this part. Now let's move on. Now let's calculate the total per category. Go back to our budget list here. Type in calc total. Do it this way. Calculate total per category function. Done. So let's create here a function. We're going to call this calculate total per category, or calculate total category. And this is going to be a big one. We're going to use here not only a bunch of variables, but we're also going to use here switch statement, because this will depend on what kind of category we have. So let's get started first of all by creating a couple of variables. We're going to create a variable for each and every one of, let me just show you, for each and every one of these little fellows. So total income, total personal, medical, so far and so on. So for each of them, we're going to create a variable. I'm going to use here the let keyword because they will change. So total income will be the first one. It's going to be 0. And I do want to give this a 0 value because later on when we're going to assign them to the DOM, I want here to appear 0 without me typing in there 0. You could also just define them like this and type in a 0 in HTML. I much rather have it at this way, so it's not undefined. Undefined means it exists. Yep, exactly. Almost messed this up. So undefined means that the variable, so this is a variable with a defined value. This is a variable with a undefined value. The variable exists, but the value is not defined. So when you're going to get an error, it's not total income is missing, but total income is undefined instead of this. Okay, so this is why I'm going to define it as, or assign it the value 0. Next one will be let total home and utilities. Let me do this smarter. I'm going to grab you here. Yeah, this is much better. So we're total home and utilities. Copy paste, baby. 0. Next one. Let. We need total insurance financials is 0. The next one. Let is equal to 0. And what is equal to 0? Our total groceries. Boom. Copy it in there. Next, you know what? I'm going to type in here let is equal to 0. I'm going to copy this. Let me think about it. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. 1, 2, 3. Is that it? 4 more times? Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I can still count. Okay, so total personal and medical. We get the L, because L is for love. And total entertainment. Where we go? There we have it. Total entertainment and eat out. Then we have total transportation or transport and auto. And the last one, total children. Well, okay, we got everything that we need. Now I'm going to close up this little HTML, move this back here. Remain within the function. Now we're going to loop over the budget data again. So budget data, because we need something from here, for each. And please remember, for each is executed one single time when it is run. So each time you're going to run this function, for each will be executed. If you have a for each outside in a global scope and you run the program, for each will be executed without you doing anything. So it's going to be automatically executed like an ify. So for each item that we have here, we're going to loop over that item. And now we're going to create a switch statement. So type in here switch. Now you could also create a bunch of ifs. Else if, and so on and so on. It's more elegant in this case to create an if, to create a switch statement, because we're going to ask here the question if the item.category, and we're going to now go over multiple cases. The first case will be that the income, oh wait, I don't need the columns. So case 1 is that income is the category. And if income is the category, then we are going to get the total income that we created up here, this variable, and we're going to add to it plus item and amount. Okay, and then we're going to break. That's it. You can stop here. Now we're going to do this for each and every category, meaning I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to search for if the case is home and utilities. Then I'm going to paste this in here and delete this total and paste this in here and add it to that one. So each time we're going to, remember, I said that when we're going to click here on add, it is going to take these values, add it to the budget list, trigger the calculate total function, and whether it is an income or expense, going to add or subtract from the total. But not only that, it's also going to trigger my calculate categories function. And then is going to calculate, depending of what kind of category it is, a total for these values. Okay, so let's move along and copy this one more time. We need to copy it a bunch more times. The next one, wait, why do I have it here as a uppercase? No, it should be a lowercase. So please take care of this, because we're now looking for these IDs. Okay, so from here, and these IDs are from here. So there's a difference. Okay, then we need insurance. Replace this with insurance, replace here this, and you should be a lowercase I. And at the end, it's best practice to also have a default value. Just going to say that default, and the default value will be the total and plus equal item amount, and then break again. Okay, now let's continue on with this. We're not done. We need to go for each and every category. So next one will be groceries. Replace it here and replace this with G. Then let's copy it, create our next case, which will be the personal and medical. Replace groceries, replace you here, replace this with a P, lowercase p. Next case, when it's entertainment eat out, replace you and replace you, lowercase e. Okay, next one, copy transportation and auto, lowercase t, and press B again. And the last one will be children. So let's copy this little fellow, paste it in here, and grab on to total children, paste them in there, and children. Okay, so if these cases are true, then, well, we now need to update the DOM. So we're going to get elements. So we're going to get our elements from the DOM from our UL list. Now let's get started with document.query selector. I'm going to pass in here the ID of total income and .text content. And we're going to replace the text content now with the total income .toFixed with 2 values. Simple? Yes. So let's get started and let's get copying. Copy paste. The next one, will be home and utilities. Copy home and utilities. Sorry about that. The total. So home and utilities, and replace it wherever you have total income. So hold down Control D, place it here, and this should already work. So if I would create here total income, income 1, some kind of an amount, add it. It should have been added here. So let me just check total income, the text content, total income to fixed. What just happened here? I think that this is now messing up my, I'm going to comment this out, 1li. It could be that this is messing everything up now. Income 1000, add. This should have been added now to income here. Oh, wait, the function. What am I doing? So we need to trigger the function. There we go. Comment out this. Income 1000, edit, and there we go. There's a total income, and here in utilities, 0 was added. Now, why did this happen? Well, it will update each and every one of them, and that's also the idea here. So let's add something to income, to home and utilities now. Rent, let's say, and this is going to be home and utilities, and it's 500. So this should subtract from here and add it to here. Okay, so let's add, and there we go. We have 500 here because subtracted from 1000. We have a total here. If we add here internet and 220 at 257, so some kind of number, 0.32. So we also see that the commas there, and home and utilities. Okay, so don't forget this to be correct. There we go. We have a higher total here and a lower total here because this was again subtracted. So this is pretty much what we need to do now, to copy and paste this and replace with each and every one of these. So next one will be insurance. Hold down Control D, paste it in, copy, paste. After insurance comes groceries. Again, copy, paste, save. Then we're going to have after groceries, personal and medical. Bam, bam. Copy, paste. Oops, not you. Entire thing here. And I think I'm going to create here a function. Okay. So we got total personal and medical, and we're going to replace this with entertainment and eat out. Cannot find what? Total? Yeah. Oh, that's why. Okay, so personal, medical, entertainment, eat out, total, then total transportation. Let's copy this little fellow. Total transportation. Let's replace it here. Copy it one more time. And then we have children, total children, and we're done. Okay, so this should already work. Let's just try out children, and we know did everything correctly. We should get here minus. So child 1 costing us blah blah blah, point blah blah, and add it, and there we go. We have a huge minus, and it should be down here. Perfect. Okay, so we're done with this part. We can now move on and start creating a couple of alert components. Okay, so that's what we're going to do next up. Okay, so next I want to add a bit more validation to our application. So we're going to go ahead and create a couple of alert components, and we're also going to style them. So let's see, budget list, I can close this one up. I'm going to close out the HTML. And now within a script tag, I'm going to go down here and create alert component and function. Because creating the component and creating the function are two different things. So when the application runs, I'm going to alert component. Remember, we already had it up here initiated. Okay, so I'm going to take that alert component and I'm going to add to its class list. So class list.add, I'm going to add a class of alert and comma and hidden. Okay, so let's check out our alert component. It's not added to the DOM yet. So we're going to document.create selector. I'm going to select the created alert component. Sorry, not the alert component. Now, here's the possibilities that I told you. You can either select the app and it's going to strictly add it to the app, or select the body. We're going to go ahead and select the app for now. And then append child, append child, and we're going to append the alert component to it. Okay, now nothing happened because the component wasn't triggered and it's also not styled. So it's somewhere in the application. I'm going to make this app a bit larger. Right click, inspect, and I'm going to drag this one up. Let's take a look in the body. Here's the app. And when you're adding something, let's quick refresh here. When you're adding something to the DOM and you're not specifying where exactly you're adding it, it's always going to be added to the end. So there we are. We have alert and hidden, a little alert component. Now we want to trigger this component whenever something happens, but before that I also want to add a message to this component. So in here, in the div, we're also going to add a message. Make this smaller, make this larger again. So wait, what was the, okay, this was the width. So let me close up the left part. So before adding it to the DOM, I'm also going to alert component dot inner HTML, and I'm going to add to this a template literal of, I'm just going to create a div here with the class of div, and this is going to have the class of alert message. Okay, and we should now see it alert hidden, and this should be now in here. Okay, another div with the alert message. So this is the alert, it will be hidden, and the message will be added then later on using JavaScript in here. Okay, so let's create now alert function, and we're just going to create a function, call it show alert, and when this function will be triggered, first of all, a message needs to be passed in here, and then the second thing, the type. So what will be the message? Well, the message, first of all, needs to be passed into the alert message. So we're going to grab on when this function is triggered, we're going to take this message, and we're going to go ahead, go to the DOM, and create a variable, const, call it message, or alert message, and we're going to select from the DOM, because remember, here it is added to the DOM. By triggering this function, and functions are hoisted to the top if we want them. So if I will add the function later on here in this alert, then it's going to be triggered, no problem. The program already ran, it added this alert to the DOM, and now I can add to or take from that alert component, take the message div, class of message, so document selector and the class of alert that dash message, and I could just add to it. So I don't even need this. I could just directly add to its inner HTML the message. So is equal to the message that is going to be passed down here as an argument to this component. So let's just say I'm going to trigger this up here instead of this. I'm going to comment that one out. I'm going to, the type is, it doesn't matter. And I'm just going to take this message and pass it in here. Show alert. So theoretically, if I'm going to click here, now I'm going to get a div of please enter valid name and amount. Perfect. So this is working. We didn't style it. That's why it looks so awful. But now if you take a look in our DOM, this is the alert message and it contains this please enter valid name and amount. Okay, so we know that the alert is working. Now we're not done with our alert because we also want to be able within this function to determine what kind of alert it is, and depending on what type of alert it is, it's going to display well in the different color. So let's continue on and take the alert component. Remember now this is defined in the global scope, so we have access to it within this function also. And also it is defined up here at the start. So when I'm going to take this alert component and trigger it within this function, it will already have access to it. So the alert component dot class list, and we're going to remove the class of hide from it. So remove hide or hidden, sorry, hidden. So when this function will be triggered, it's going to remove the message of hidden, which will be done by CSS, going to be automatically triggered. When this is removed, then the message will be shown. Now again, what kind of alert will this be? Now I'm going to create a couple of if statements. If you want, you can create switch statements. But after each of these ifs, the function will stop and then trigger another function. I'm going to show you this just in a couple of seconds. So we're going to ask if the type of the message is a success message. And I'm going to type in here multiple. Also, if you don't use all of them, just remember you have them. You can interchange them as you wish. Because as I said at the beginning of the project, I was unsure if I should use here for a successful submit, or for example, for this little fella, a green one or a blue one or a yellow one. I was not sure. And mainly it's because of the background, honestly. The background messed up all of my alerts. No worries. Let's go back here. I'm also going to stop the console. Don't need it anymore. We are certain that what we're doing is correct. So if the type of the message is going to pass in here will be success, then the alert component dot class list dot add, and we're going to add to this the class of alert and success. Okay. Now the alert function or the alert component will be triggered And within here, we also need to trigger a second function that is going to hide the message after a short timeout. So let's say hide alert. And when it's hiding the alert, it needs to hide the exact alert that we just created. So if we have created a alert of success, then it needs to hide that alert, not any other kind of alert. Okay, let's also create a function of function. I'm going to create it with very quick info. This function will only live within the show alert function. So function hide alert, and this is going to now taking the type here, type of alert that we're hiding, and this is now going to trigger a set timeout. So set timeout, I'm going to trigger here after a 300 milliseconds. You will also change it to 5,000, 2,000, whatever speed you wish to change it to. Now this is going to do two things now. It will always alert component dot class list dot remove. And what should it remove? Well, yes, of course, the type, but it must also remove, or let me say it another way. So it should remove it should remove the type, but it should also add something, and that something will be the class of hidden again. Now we're removing the type because if we leave the type in there, each time a new message, remember we have one single component. The component is created at the start of the application. If we add to it a class, it is going to have that class forever and ever and ever until we remove it. And we were going to remove it after 3 seconds after it is created. And then we're going to add, so I'm just going to copy this, add the hide or hidden class again. And then the alert will be hidden again. So pretty simple. Now we're going to do this for each and every type of alert we wish to create. So if someone passes in a different type, for example, the type of, I'm going to just command D here of confirm, then that type of alert will be triggered. If we're going to have an select all of them, error, then that type of alert will be triggered. And if we have a update, then, well, for an update, actually we're not going to have, and also for the errors, update, we're not going to have update, we're going to have warning, and for error, we're going to have danger. Perfect. Now we got our alerts. Let's style them now. So let's go ahead, open up a CSS file, call it alert.css. Let's also import it at import./alerts. And now I'm going to create a general alert style. So alert, we said that it should be hidden. So when this is also going to have the class of .hidden, not hidden, but hidden, the class of hidden, then it should be displayed as none. But if not, well, then we're going to position it absolute, and we're going to position absolute at the top, so top 0. And also going to move them here at the top. I'm going to comment this out so you can see our alert. So it's positioned to the top with a font size of 20 pixels. Playing here. We're going to give it, first of all, a generic background color. So background color of, let's say RGBA, so really transparent, dark, 0.5. Okay, now let's give it a height and a width in order to see something. Height of 80 pixels and a width or a min width or 450 pixels. And there we go. There's our alert message. Now let's go ahead and also increase the font weight here to 600. We're going to set the Z index to, let's say 100. So it's going to be above everything. We're going to give it a box shadow now. So box shadow. Because each time we're going to change the color of this message, you will see it's a bit different. The box shadow, and we're going to go with 0.5 pixels, again 5 pixels, and then I'm going to select this RGBA and just copy it in here. Oh, you know what? Let me go with something different this time. I'm going to go here with a bar of primary color, no, secondary color. Secondary, because the primary color is that greenish color, secondary and color. Okay, so there's our alert message. It is above everything. I'm going to trim now down the border radius, but I'm only going to trim down these two borders. Everything else, I'm going to leave it as rectangular. So start with the top left, and we're going to go clockwise. Border radius, we're going to say 0, then 5 pixels and 5 pixels, and there we go. Trim down borders. I can't see that much. Let's increase this for 15 and 15 pixels. Okay, that's much better. Now I'm going to position the message in the center, or whatever we're going to insert here later on should be in the center, and we do have a div with the message, so I'm going to use here display flex. We're going to justify the content center and align items to the center. Just going to dead center it. Also, I would like to take out the text shadow, so text shadow none. And let's now give it the animation when it comes in. So animation, and let's also create our animation out here. Add keyframes. We call this alert anime, and we're going to just translate it from the top to the bottom. So we're going to go from and to. We're going to go from, first of all, transform, translate. On the x-axis, we're going to come from the top to the bottom. Sorry, y-axis. What am I doing? On the y-axis top, from minus 100% and a opacity of 0. And we're going to go down to 0, to its position of 0. Go down to 0. Okay. Now let's add the animation here. We're going to take 0.3 seconds and ease in out. Okay, so it's going to come in from the top. And whoops, this should be 1. Okay, there we go. Maybe a bit smaller. So I'm going to do here 5 seconds. Okay, there's our alert. Perfect. So next up, let's also have our different alerts. So we said we had a alert success, confirm, danger, and so far and so on. We also have here the variable colors for them. So let's go ahead, go into our alerts, and let's just set here a couple of classes. So alert dash warning. Well, let's start with success. Success. I'm going to have a background color of var and success color, and the text color should be white. So color and hash FFF. Okay, I'm going to start copying this a couple of times, 4 more times. So alert danger. Here. Let's replace the color. No, I'm going to leave it white. For success, for the next one, info. And then we're also going to have, wait, I have danger, info. Oh yeah, warning. And warning. And this time I'm going to replace this color with the var of primary color. Primary. Okay, so let's try them out. First, we need to hide this. Let's comment this back in. And our trigger was this add. Okay, so add, and this should now, we only had at our ads. Let's go up here at the button. We had the text, so I'm going to start typing in the types. So warning, let's start with warning. No, success. Let's start with the string of success. Okay, this is working. Next, we're going to have warning. Click on it. This one is not working. Let me check why. Error success. Oh yeah, update should be, because I considered that the warning color should become on up when we're updating it. So that's why I used the trigger word update for the type of warning that we're using. So I type in here update. It should work now. So boom, and there we go. Now I think this text should be, whoa, wait. Did I add it as a dark color? So warning, primary color, primary color. What? Why isn't this warning working? The primary color is this color. So alert warning, range. Warning color, the color, and oh, bean. I also don't have primary. I have main color. It should be the secondary color. Sorry about that. So secondary color. Okay, this is working. Now let's try out danger. We should be then error, and you're not working because error, then alert dangers. What is dangers? Just danger. Okay, this one is working. And I believe confirm was the one that we didn't have. And again, I was thinking about adding it to save and loading. So this is why I left it as confirm, because when you save or load, one of them should appear. But I'm just going to pass it now in here as confirm. So let's see on, and I didn't add the right color because confirm is not in here. It should be, oh yeah, confirm, alert, info, not info, confirm, dude. Confirm. So perfect. This is also working. So you be the judge of the colors. Again, the background messed up for me, everything, but I love this teal color. Just look at it, how beautiful it is. So we're done for now with our errors. From this step on, I'm going to already include the errors when they're needed. So this would be error, or include the alerts. So if we mess something up here, they should already work as alert and warning. Okay, so this is pretty much it for this part. I think we can move on now, and let's continue on with our next step, which will be to update the budget list itself. Okay, next up, we're going to update our budget list, meaning we're going to start adding items to our list. So what I'm going to do, go here, update budget list. We're going to create this function first of all. Let's move outside here. And you know what? Because these are the calculate total and calculate total, I'm going to actually start adding them here. It really doesn't matter. They're going to be hoisted to the top, so I can add them either at the start or at the end. Now, take the decision to add them before create alerts. And because alert is, or the creation of the alert is pretty much outside the main functionality of the project, I'm going to start and build from here up. Meaning that I'm going to here, function to update. Okay, so function, update our budget list, open and close parentheses, open and close curly brackets, and let's get started by first of all grabbing onto our budget list. So budget list dot query selector all. Remember that we created a bunch of ULs. Now I'm going to grab all of them, grab onto all of them and loop over them for each. And for each unordered list, I'm going to go ahead and add to that unordered list HTML. First of all, I'm going to add a blank, nothing. So when this function will be triggered, also let's add the function now. Let's go up, add button. Instead of console log, I'm going to comment this fellow out. So when we're going to add something, click on add. This should, okay, also something here, of text and this, and add it. It is going to clean up your list. Now, why do I want to first of all clean up my list? Well, because the calculation here will always update the list and recalculate everything. So we're kind of destroying the list and recreating the list each time we're adding something to it. Okay, now let's move back to the function. I'm going to go down to the function, and now I'm going to loop over the budget data. So budget data dot for each. Now we have items in there, but we also have for each item we have an index. So if I would just, let me do here first of all console log. And console log budget data. So let's type in something, also inspect console, and now let's add. Okay, item was added. Take a look at our console. So we're going to have an array with objects in there. And there's only one object because we only added one object. And this is the object that has a name, a amount, and a category. You can see that it also has an index. It has the index of 0. Now we do need this index because we are going to reference it each time we're going to change something or we're going to update something in this list. I told you that we will have the possibilities to edit an item or to remove an item from the list. And we're going to reference the index in order to help us because we don't have specific IDs. I could have used, actually I can't use here, the UUID ID generator because I don't have a node running in the background. This is only front end. So I could have done some kind of random string creation and create a unique ID for each element, but that is overkill for this kind of simple application. Okay, so we got the ID, so we got the idea. I'm going to leave this in here. Let's comment this back out. So for each of those items that we just saw there, item, we're also going to grab onto the index. Then let's do here arrow function, and we're going to create now a li element. So document.create element, and we're going to create a list item. Now we're going to grab onto that list item and we're going to add to its inner HTML. Well, using tableros, what should we add here? Well, exactly what we created in our index. So see here, list item, and these are the div. This is the div that we created. I'm going to copy it, not going to cut it out or delete it so you can have it. I'm going to go back to JavaScript and paste it in here, and voila. This is what we actually need. So let's try this out. I'm going to add to our income. Oh, we didn't push it. Okay. Okay, so wait. There's the li. It ends here. And after that, we're going to create a function that we're going to call add to category. Because when we're adding the item, where the heck should the function know where that item should go to? And we're going to create a function that is going to look for a category first of all. So add to category, and it should add the item dot, and we have now access to everything that is in the item, and we're going to add a category, and we're going to add the li. So let's go ahead and create the add category function. Let's go down here, function, add category. as I said, is going to take in two arguments, the item category, and it's going to take in the li. Now, first, we're going to loop over a categories array. So we need to create it called const categories. And we're going to assign it to an array of the categories that we, well, have here. Where do you have them? A switch statement. These categories right here. Home, bam, 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 bam. So it's much easier if you just take or just create here a array and start copying here everything in. So create a let array a whatever and start adding these fellows in here. A home and utilities, copy it, add it in here. Insurance, copy it, comma, then groceries. Also, please maintain the same order. And personal medical, well, we had a comma. Entertainment, eat out, paste it in there. Transport and auto, paste it in there. And children. Okay. Now I'm going to take this, cut it out, Command X, go back here, and well, paste it in here, but I'm going to delete this bracket and this bracket. Okay, so there's our array of categories. It would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 categories. And we're going to go underneath the array and we're going to loop over them. So categories, we're going to loop over them using now the find method, because we need to find in which category we're actually locating ourselves in. So find the category, and if the category that you just find, so item.category is equal to the category, then take the budget list, query selector, and now we're going to look for the category ID. So we're going to use here template string, enter the ID, because you're using query selector, so hash, and then we're going to pass in as a variable the category. Then we're going to use append child, and we're going to append that li to that category. Okay, so hope you understood this. I'm going to loop over these categories and search for the category item that was added within this function. Because remember, when we update in the list, we're going to take all of the ULs on that list. We're going to go over them. Then we're going to create a list item, and that item will then be consistent out of the item name, item amount, and so on and so on. But in here is also the item.category property. And we're going to pass down this item.category property into a function that is going to look for the categories. And we're also going to pass down the item itself. And when we find the category that it matches from out of this list, then we're going to select a specific item from our DOM or a specific UL, and then we're going to add the li to that UL. So we're almost done. We could try this out, and we're going to pass it now into incomes. And remember, this is going to be completely destroyed as soon as we do this. So let's say income 1 and $1,000, and let's add it, and this should be now added here. Perfect. Okay, you can always see that the item is styled correctly, excepting that I'm missing here a div, not a closing div. Here, little fellow. So let's say test and 1000 and add. Okay. Oh no, that was the wrong one. There's one and there's the second div. This and this. They're both pushed into the li. Okay, so that's the way we're going to add items to this list. Now I'm going to go to our index.html and going to start commenting out all of these li's. So we're going to have a blanco list, because next up we're going to learn how to remove items from the list. Okay, so let's move on. So let's go ahead and create a function that is going to remove items from the list, and that will be remove items. You can see here, on click on this button, which you can see now, will remove items from the list. So let's go ahead, create this function. Going to go right underneath all this, called, let's say, remove items. Create a function called remove item, and this item will take in the index. This is why I said that the index is important, because you need to focus on exactly the specific item from the array of the budget list. So let's take this index and pass it down here into an item name, and we're going to go to item name. We're going to assign this to the budget list or budget data. From the budget data, we're going to take the index and dot name. So when we have access to the index from the budget list, we have access to all three properties: name, amount, and category. And we're going to use those to, well, first of all, let's do a validation here. Because this is a delete button, we always need to confirm that the user didn't click on it accidentally and automatically delete that item. So we want to Windows alert or Windows confirm, and we're going to negate this. So if Windows confirm this is not, if not Windows confirm the message of, and I'm going to pass this not as a string, but I'm going to pass it in as a temporary literal because I'm going to specifically ask him if he meant that item with that name. So are you sure you want to delete this? And now I'm going to pass in the name, item name. Okay. And if it says don't, so if this little if statement ends with not, then we're going to return and stop the function there. But if he chooses to click on OK, well, then we need to execute his wishes. So we're going to go to the budget list or budget data and then splice the index and then comma and 1. And simple as that, we're going to remove the item. After we remove that item, we need to recalculate everything that we have here. So we need to calculate total and then update the list, the budget list. Okay. And if we successfully delete this little fellow, then we're going to show an alert. Now on negation, nothing happens, just confirm. But if we delete that item, then we're going to show the alert that the item name that the user chose was deleted, comma, what kind of alert is this? Well, a update alert. Okay, so let's try this out. Let's add something to the list. Let's say we're going to add an income. So income, you know what? I'm going to type in here a specific name now. Your income or Anna's income, which is we're going to add it. Item was added. There we go. We now have access to these little fellows. This ain't going to do anything, but the delete button is not going to prompt us with, are you sure you want to delete this? If I click on cancel, then nothing will happen. But if I click on OK, then the item will be gone and I'm going to get that alert of Anna's. I hope that, Anna's income was deleted. Okay, now that we got this working, let's also work on our edit our list items, because there could be some kind of mistakes and we want to change them. So let's do this. So let's move down after our remove item. Let's say we're going to edit item and we're going to just create here the function for editing that, the function edit item. And again, we need to pass in here the index. Now, this is going to be a bit back and forwards because first of all, in order to edit an item, we need to click on that item button. So when we click on that button, then this function will be triggered. That button will be created here. Edit item will be pushed in there. And when this function is called, then the index will be pushed down and the function will start working with it. So let's get the item from the list. And for this, I'm going to create here const, call it item, go to the budget data, grab onto the index again. Then I'm going to use the name input and dot value and assign it to the item dot name. We're going to do the same thing from the amount and for the category. Copy this one more time and this should be select. Now we're going to remove that item from the list first of all, and then we're going to add it back by updating the list. So I'm going to grab onto the budget data. We're going to remove it. So splice, we're going to take in the index and then 1. And again, we're going to rerun the functions. Which functions? Well, we need to recalculate the total and update the budget list. So let's try this out. So Anna's income and 1000. Let's add it. Okay, there's Anna's income. I'm going to click now on edit. Anna's income was removed from here, was added here. I'm going to change this now to 500. And now this little button I don't like. It should state actually update. So I'm going to click on this for now. This should add it back to the list and also recalculate my income. It's going to recalculate the total and the, well, this little file right here. Now let me change this button. And this is pretty easily done. I'm going to come up here in the function, say add button dot inner HTML will be now update. Okay. So as soon as this function will be triggered, it's going to take the button here and change it. Now we're going to go back to the add button. So go up to the top. I'm going to create a condition right So we're going to remain within our first condition and create in this if statement another if statement. So right here where we say added item, I'm going to delete this function and I'm going to create an if statement. Now if the add button dot inner HTML is triple equal to the string of update, then the add button will be changed. So I'm going to change this inner HTML back to the add button. Okay. Now we're also going to show alert here. Show alert. I'm going to pass in here the item updated, and we're going to pass in here the update string. Okay. Now, if it's not the case, the button's inner HTML is not update, but it's add. So else, we're going to have here another show alert, but this time item added. And this is going to be a, well, confirm, let's say. Now, after we add an item, I want the cursor to refocus on the income input here. So I'm going to go down here and end it with name input dot focus. Okay. Now this is a pretty good user experience. After we add an item, we can add automatically another item without clicking here. So we're removing one step from the user. Okay, so let's try this out. I'm going to add two items now. Let's say Norbert's income. And it's going to be, say, 500. Let's use some odd numbers here, and 25. Let's add it. Then Anna's income. Okay, so item added. We saw that was blue for confirm. You can also add success if you want. Then Anna's income, lowercase income. Let's say it's thousands, something. Add. Again, item was added. And I'm also going to add now a expense of rent, 700 and that. Okay, this is changing. This is changing. This is changing. And next I'm going to add another income, another expense. Let's say internet. And it's going to be 75.60 something and add. Okay. So let's say we want to change Norbert's income. Let's say he had a boost to his salary. So we're going to go up there. Now change it to 2000. Update and take a look at the alert there. Okay. This is now item updated. Norbert is here with his different income. This is larger. And this also is larger. The amount is here also larger because we just changed it. Now let's say that the rent, we just grow our rent to 800. You know what? Let's make it a round number. Let's make it 1,000. So 1,000. Take a look at the alert. Item updated. 1,000. This was recalculated. Also, this one was recalculated. Okay, so pretty cool. Now everything is fine and dandy until we lose everything that we have here after a little refresh. So next up, I'm going to add save and load possibilities from and to local storage. So let's work on that next up. So let's start saving and loading our data. I'm going to go up, completely up here before our button even. I'm going to create a function. I'm going to call it save data, and another function that we're going to call load data. So function and load data. So the save data function is pretty simple. We're just going to grab into local storage, set item, because we want to save something, so we want to set an item. Let's give the item a name, budget data, comma, and we need to set it as JSON. So JSON.stringify, and we're going to pass in now here, this little budget data array that we created. The budget data will be passed down here. Now, when we're loading the data, we need to go to local storage. First, we're going to create a const of data. We're going to assign it to local storage. And now we need to get item from local storage. So get item. And what do we want to get? We want to get our budget data, of course, because this is the name in local storage that it's going to be saved underneath. Now, if this data exists, then the budget data will be equal to JSON dot parse, because we need to parse now that data. And the parse function needs now the data that it needs to parse. Now, when this load will happen, it needs to update the list. So we're going to use now our update, stay within the if statement, update the budget list and initiate the function here. Okay, now let's start using these two functions. First, we're going to use our load data, and we want to load the data as soon as the application loads. So we're going to grab onto the document dot add event listener, and we're going to listen for a DOM content load. Then we're going to trigger a function. Actually, we're going to trigger two functions. So arrow function, and then we're going to trigger the load data function. But when the data loads, it's just when the data loads, it's going to update the list. When the list updates, let me show you something. Where do I have it? Update budget list. So update budget list, and where's our update budget list function? Here's the update budget list function. Now, what does this function do? It just adds information to the list, as you can see. It doesn't calculate anything. So that's why we need to run here not only the update budget list function, or not only the load function, which will run the update budget list function, but we also need to, run the calculate total function, because this also includes the calculate categories function. Okay. Now, how to save data? Well, let's go down here. We're going to save the data in two ways. And actually, we're not done with loading our data. The second way we want to load our data is by clicking on this little button. So we're going to grab onto that button, document.query selector, and we're going to select the ID of load button. Then we're going to add a onClick to it, arrow function. And again, we're going to trigger these two functionalities. And the last one, which will be to inform us that the data was loaded. So we're also going to show alert with this, with the information of data loaded, and then a success message. Let's go with a success message because it was successfully loaded. Okay, so even now, if I would click on this, data loaded, and it did run all of these functions. Well, we didn't see anything, so we need to start adding a save possibility. Now we're going to add two save possibilities. First, when we click on the save button, and then when the page closes or unloads. So first we're going to do a document.query selector. We're going to save our select our save button there. So ID of save button, and again on click, arrow function, and then save the data, initiate the function, and of course show alert that we saved the data. So show alert, data saved, and then the type of the alert will be success. So let's try this out. Click on this, data saved. And now let's also add on when we actually close the window, or we intendedly close the window. So this is pretty simple. We're just going to go ahead and say window.on before re-unload, then trigger the arrow function of save data. And don't need any curly brackets because we only have one function here. So let's try this out. Let's say Norbert income and 2000, edit. Say Anna's income and 3000, edit. So a couple of expenses, rent 780 point something, edit. Internet 68 point something, edit. You see it jumps back here. Let's say they have kids, so changes to children now. Child 1 costs $350 at him. Let's say personal eat out, whatever. Okay, now we are going to save this. So click on save. Data was saved. So I'm going to close now. We're going to refresh, just a refresh. Boom. You see, it's exactly the same data. Now, if I would edit this, let's say Anna has a 3500 update. Now, if I would reload this, then it's going to reload to its initial value of 3000. Because I didn't save, or I didn't close up, or I didn't refresh. Now, if I would now edit 3500, update, and do a refresh here, it's going to stay the same, okay, without me saving it. Also, if I do a reload, it's still going to stay the same. Now, let's say I'm going to delete here. Let's do it. Let's add something else. Entertainment. So under entertainment, we're going to add Netflix, $15. Let's say edit. Now I'm going to save Netflix. Now I'm going to edit Netflix. Let's say it's 17.31. Update. Netflix is in there. Now I'm going to I'm going to save. I'm going to delete this. Okay, Netflix was deleted. Entertainment is now 0. I'm going to say, damn, I didn't want to delete it, and reload. And there we go, it's back. But you still need to save it, okay? Or just reload this page. It's still going to stay there, okay? So one last thing that we need to do is to clear the list. We want to delete everything. So that's what we're going to do next up. Okay, now let's clear the budget list. Pretty simply done. But I'm going to go to before alerts again. So before alerts, and down here we're going to clear list. Now I'm going to create a function. I'm going to call it clear budget list. And within this function, we first of all need a confirmation, because this little button is extremely sensitive. And if we clear everything, then we could lose everything that we have. So let's ask here the question, not Windows. We're negating again the confirmations, Windows confirm, but with the exclamation mark before that. And are you sure you want to clear the budget list? Question mark. And if the user is clear, and if the user is not sure, then return. But if he is, well, then we're going to take the budget list and we're going to reassign it to an empty array. Okay. Now, again, we need to run some calculations because this is just aesthetically. So we're going to calculate total and we need to update the budget list. The same two functions. And last but not least, we're going to show the alert that all closed is clear. Budget list cleared. Okay, and well, a success message or update. I don't know. We're actually updating. You see, I'm so confused. I don't know. Let's say update. Why not? All right. So we need to trigger this somehow. I'm going to go to the document, create a selector, grab onto the ID of the hash, clear button, and I'm going to give this a success message. Oh, what am I doing? Clear button. Whoa. I was gone for a moment. I'm back. Everything is okay. So for that button, unclick and trigger our favorite function, which is to clear the budget list and initiate it. Okay, so let's try this out. First of all, I'm going to save. The data saved, and if we click on this, I'm going to have a confirmation. Wait, so clear, confirmation, confirm, budget list cleared. Now, it didn't recalculate, so why didn't it do that? Oh, because the update happens after that. So let's clear the list and do it this way. So let's reload. Oh, that's unfortunate. I have to start from the beginning. Data loaded, but there's nothing in there. So let's try this out. Income, something, edit. Just going to clear the list. So save, clear the list. Okay. Yeah, it seems that I specifically need to trigger it here. So let's do a income, something, edit, save, clear, and there we go. The list is cleared. So hope you enjoyed this project and see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Well, hello everyone and welcome back to a update to the Budget Planner application. As promised, I'm going back with new updates. And in this update, we're going to implement autosave, save as JSON file, save as CSV files, meaning we're going to save as Excel elements, and we're also going to load from the database new JSON files. As you can just see, autosave just kicked in, meaning the list was automatically saved. If I'm going to, for example, delete something here, this income, delete it. If I load it back from the database, it's going to come back just as expected. Let's add here a fourth income. So income 4, say $500, save, edit. And now I'm going to delete the first two incomes. So this one and this one, and save it as a different file. Let's say budget. Okay. Now the list was updated, is automatically saved. Now, for example, if I were to add another expense, for example, in utility, in home, let's add an expense in home. Let's say water, and it's costing $10. Add it. And now I'm going to load the file that we just saved from our JSON file, data 3. You see it's gone. And also the two incomes are also still gone. Okay. So we can load new data and now save. For example, you're going to create here a list. Then you're going to create another list, save that list as another name and implement the second list. We can now also save as Excel, implement this. So budget, let me just overwrite it, open this up, and there we go. There's your little budget list. You also add here sum quickly, sum, boom, and it should be the same sum. Okay, so hope you're excited for the updates. So let's get started. So hope you have your project reopened. We were going to navigate now to Budget Planner, the 6th project. And first things first, we're going to manipulate, or not manipulate, but add those buttons in our HTML. So first we're going to work on save. This means auto save and saving as Excel. So let's open up our HTML. I'm going to set here word wrap really quickly. There we go. Close up the left part. We have enough real estate. And navigate down to actions. Now within here, we're going to create 2 new divs with a class of action and then load. I'm going to just copy this and replace it with save. Move the load button from here. Move it up in our load. And hey, you should have moved. Our save button, I'm just going to leave it down here. So move the load button up in our load and our save button down in the save actions. Now we want to be able to save as a Excel file. So I'm going to copy this button and replace it. First of all, I'm going to change its ID to save to CSV btn. And instead of FA floppy disk, I'm going to have here FA file and Excel. Perfect. Now this should already appear here. Now we need to change a couple of things in our CSS. So let's open up our CSS file. We're going to go in our CSS folder, go into our header container, open it up. And down here where we have our actions, I'm going to add now those 2 classes. So using nesting action and save, comma, dot action load. Now both of them will be displayed as flex. We're going to flex direction row, and we're going to add a column gap this time of 0.5 rem. Okay, let's hit save. Let's remove the gap of 1, and I have a mistype here, typo. Okay, there we go. So we have a normal save and save as Excel. And now we can implement save as Excel and implement autosave. Now we can close up our CSS file. And because we're here in our HTML, let's add also the 2 buttons, which will be to load from a different file and also save as JSON. So let's add here, I'm going to just copy this button. We're in our save now, and let's add here save to, and this should be JSON btn. And we're going to change this just to a file. So not Excel, but just FA file. Okay, we got this. Now our load button, let's copy a load button up here in our load actions container. We're going to change the ID to load file btn, and we're going to change the font icon, font awesome icon, to network and wired. There we go. Oh yeah, and also let's go back to CSS because I don't know why I deleted this gap. 0.1 rem. That's much better. Okay. So we got this out of the way. Close up our CSS, and we can also close up our HTML. We don't need it anymore. Just remember these IDs, but I'm going to type them out, so don't worry about it. Okay, now let's open up our script and close up the Explorer. Now, right underneath of save data, you're going to add here a couple of to-dos. So to-do, we need to auto save. Then we need another to-do save as JSON, and to-do save as CSV. Okay, and down in our load, we're going to have to-do load JSON, or new JSON file. Okay, so we're going to take care now of saving as SCV and autosave. So let's implement the autosave first of all. This is pretty easy. We're just going to set an interval. So set interval. We're going to implement here an arrow function, and then just call upon the save data function. And also let's alert the user that we just saved the data. So show alert. And we're going to now add here backticks because I want to add a couple of font awesome icons, or one font awesome icon, which will be AI class of open and close quotation marks, FA solid, then FA hourglass, and start. Then I'm going to close it up here and close up the icon tag. Now for the text, we're going to just type in auto save to local storage. Okay, and then comma, and the type, don't forget we also have, that was the message. Now for the type of the alert, we're going to add a confirm. Okay, there we go. It's working, and it's working too fast because we now need to implement some time constraint. Let's implement 600 for now. Okay, this is working. It's working really quickly. And now let's add another 0 for every 6 seconds. Okay, now let's also add something here, income and something, add it. And now let's also take a look in our database. So application, storage, local storage, and there we go. There we have our database. Let me make this just a bit larger with my typo and amount of 54. Okay, so this is working. Now I'm going to reduce, close this up. Let's reduce now the interval to whatever you want. I would suggest 1 minute. If you want to add more, then please do so. Next, let's do our save as a CSV file. Now let's grab onto the button first of all. So document.query selector. We're going to select our ID of save to CSV PTN. We're going to add an event listed of on click to it. So on click, and let's trigger now an arrow function, which will then, first of all, let's tell it what it should save. And this is a bit different to when we're saving as a JSON file, because we need to grab for the columns, we need to grab onto the name, amount, and category from the item that we're trying to save. So we're going to create a const. Let's call it data. We're going to assign it to the budget data, and we're going to loop over our budget data. We're going to select from it each item and send it into an array where the item dot name will be destructured, then the item dot amount, and the item dot category. So we got our data points. Now let's use our data. Let's create first of all a custom table. So the data, we're going to unshift, and we're going to take each of these elements and send them here as a string of name. Then the next one will be amount, and the next stop will be category. Perfect. So these will be our 3 columns. Next, let's create the CSV file. So let's create a variable for it. Let's call it CSV. We're going to take the data, loop over it using map method. Let's take each and every row and assign it a row dot join at the comma, and then dot join again. And we're going to escape now. So double quotation marks, backward slash, and n. Okay. Now we need to create a blob. So const blob. This is going to be assigned to a new blob object. This is going to take in as an array the CSV, and then we need to specify what type of file this is. So type column, opening close quotation marks, text / and the type of CSV file. Great. Next up, let's create a linkage between this and a anchor tag. So first of all, we're going to create a const for a URL. We're going to call it URL, the object that is, and create object URL. And we're going to send in here the blob that we just created. Next, we're going to create our anchor tag. So const a for anchor tag document dot create element, and we're going to create here a anchor tag. For close quotation marks, a. From this anchor tag, we're going to assign, or to this anchor tag, we're going to assign an href. The href will be the URL that we just created. And now on download, so a.download. And now we're just going to specify what the default name of that file should be. And I'm just going to type in budget data dot CSV. Okay. Last but not least, we need to add a click event to it and also trigger it. So a dot click, in close parenthesis, so trigger the click on it, and URL object dot revoke object URL and pass in that URL. Okay, very simple. Let's test it out now. Let's click on our Excel button, and this should now open up the database. And let's just save this as number 2. Open it up, and we should see only income, amount, and oops, let's zoom in here. Okay, so simple as that. Add new items and so forth and so on. Okay, that's it for this part. Next up, let's implement saving as JSON and loading new files. Now, in order to save as JSON, it's pretty much the same as we did here. So I'm going to copy the most of this part, paste it in. The data variable will now no longer be budget.data, but it's going to be a JSON.stringify, and we're going to pass in here the budget data. Also, let's change the selector. We're going to select here the JSON button, JSON. The rest will remain the same. We don't need this on shift because we're not creating columns. Then the CSS file, we also don't need that one. But we do need the blob. This is going to pass in here the data, and we're going to create not a text. The type will be a application and /JSON. JSON. This will remain the same. URL, create object URL, pass in the blob here, create an anchor tag, trigger or assign the href to the URL to the href. Other way around, we're going to create a budget data.json now. On click will be triggered, and this is also going to be the same. Okay, so let's add a bit of space here. Let's try it out. I'm going to click on JSON file, and something went wrong. So to save JSON button, this was triggered. Let's inspect the console very quickly. Refuse to apply style. This is another different error. Let me try this out again. Save, happening. So a quick reload, save. Okay, now it's working. So for some reason, not blocked. Okay, so I'm going to now unblock it. Oh, it's trying to unblock. Perfect, that's okay. And now let's save as JSON. And this should be number 4. Try this out. Look at our JSON file. And there we go. There's our string. This just opened it up in Visual Studio, not Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio, the big daddy of Visual Studio Code. Okay, but it's working. Now let's load a new file. So let's go ahead, scroll down underneath of load and load new JSON file. First of all, let's grab onto our button. So document dot create selector. We need our button now. So the ID of load file btn, add the event listener on click, assign it to an arrow function. Now, usually when you upload files, you would need a file selector. You could either create it in HTML. I prefer to create it here and hide it, meaning it should be an input tag with a type of file. Oh, I believe that you already saw how something like that looks. If not, then quickly look it up. But I'm going to create it here. So I'm going to do a const input and create a document, create element, and create an input tag. Now to this input tag, we need to assign the type. So input.type will be file. So it's not text, it's not submit, it's file or checkbox. None of them. Do the type of file. Now if you also assign to this the input.accept, and it should only accept files of the type of .json, then this is also only what you will see when you're selecting this file. Now also going to hide it, so input.style.display, I'm going to automatically set this to none, so we don't see it. Because all I want to do is click this button. This is going to create an input and automatically select or give me the possibility of selecting a new file. Meaning that within this click, I'm creating this,
and also input dot on change. So I'm automatically adding an event listener to it. Within the click, so this click would not only create the input tag, but it will also trigger a event on it. So if the event, not if, but take that event, yeah, I can also use E, I know. I just wanted to be more explicit with it. So take that event, now create me a file variable by taking that event dot target and dot file and selecting from the array the very first value, 0. Next, create a reader for me. So const reader. This is now going to create a new file reader as an object. Scroll down a bit. Then the reader dot onload. Again, add the event to it. I'm going to use E just now. The event will be now to take the budget data dot and create a JSON file. So JSON dot parse, because we need to parse the data that we're going to receive. Event dot, not event, E dot target dot result. Okay. Next, we're going to trigger the update budget data list, because the new data that we're receiving will be now implemented here. So update budget data list with the new data that we're receiving, then calculate the total amount, and also show me an alert with the string of data loaded, and this should be a success. Now we're not quite done yet. Within the all input dot on change, we need to also trigger now reader dot read as text and pass in here the file. Okay, and last but not least, input and trigger here a click. Okay, we're done. So let's add here a couple of changes. Let's add another income free with no amount. Add it. Let's add a home and utilities. Let's say rent 300. Add it. And now I'm going to not load from the database, but I'm going to load a new file, which was data4. So let's try this out and load. Wait just a second. I messed something up here. Oh yeah, this should be files. Okay, now let's try this out. Load and load data2. And there we go. So the different database. Now I can still reload, and as long as it's not saving, reload it from my local storage, as long as it wasn't automatically saved. And also I can now go back, load this data. Let's save it as an Excel file. Let's say it's budget 3 now. Open up that file. They have different data here. Make a summary, auto sum, and there we go. Okay, so that's it for the updates. Hope you enjoyed them. Let me hear it. If you have any kind of questions, then please contact me. And until next time, catch you later. Happy coding. Norbert PM out. Bye-bye. Okay, so the very last thing we're going to work on is our validation, because let me go back to the finished project. If the user wants to jump or does not enter here anything, then it's going to be yelled at. Okay, so let's take care of this. It will be a pretty simple one. You can close up all of your styles. You can also close up your index. Only the main file should be opened. And we're going to go to our modules. We're going to create here validation.js. Okay, export function validation, we're going to call it. And it's not going to accept or have any kind of arguments. The only thing we're going to do here is, first of all, grab on to all of the form groups. So document, and we're going to use your query selector all. We're going to grab onto all of the classes of form-group. So all form groups. And as I said, we need to find out which form group is actually affected. So we're going to use here a for each loop. We're going to, for each loop. We're going to loop over each and every form group. And then we're going to assign to each and every form group a on-click event. Now, when that event will be triggered, we first of all going to ask the question if that form group, the query selector, so if that form group, let me just explain. So if that form group contains a input tag which is disabled. So how can we find this out?
Well, we have a form group, and within the form group, we actually search for other elements. So I'm going to use here the form group.query selector. I'm going to search for the input within the form group that we just clicked on. And we're going to see if this little fellow is disabled. Then we're going to form group dot select a small tag within it. So query selector, small tag. And we're going to add to the text content, add to its text content, the text of previous input is required, an exclamation mark. Okay. And then we want to get rid of this, and then we're going to use a set timeout. So set timeout function, and we're going to set the timeout of 3000 milliseconds. And within here, we're going to form group dot query selector, the same small tag again, and we're going to set its text content to nothing, to an empty string. Okay, now let's go back to our main. That's basically it for the formula, for the function. Let's go back to our main tag and import our validation function from /and validation.js. And I'm just going to, well, initiate it here, all. So let's try this out. I'm going to click here on the input tag. Obviously nothing happens, so I'm going to stressfully click around, and there we go. I'm going to get an alert there. Also here and here and here and all over the place. So pretty simple. Now, hope you enjoyed this project. And if you did, then see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome to the Savings Goal Tracker. This application will track the set amount of savings you wish to achieve. This app will then tell you, depending on the goal, the current savings, and the monthly contributions to that saving goal, in how much time you can reach your goal. Let's just give a quick example. Let's say you want to save up to 56,000 whatever. The application will then graphically display the savings goal down here. It will also display your current savings if you have any. For example, until now we saved our $7,560, which then represents a roughly 15.29% out of the 100%, and you still have to go 84.71% to reach your goal, meaning you still need to accumulate $47,440. Now let's say you can add a monthly contribution of $350 to that savings goal. $350 will represent a 0.64% out of your leftover amount to be accumulated, and this will result in a time period of 136 months. Now, if you could add to this an interest rate of, let's say, 5%, then this would reduce your time to 108 months. Of course, you can save, if you can save more, this will drastically reduce the time you need to 87 months, and adding the interest rate of 5% to 74 months. Now, a bit about the application. As you saw at the beginning, we couldn't add here any kind of inputs as long as the preceding input wasn't completed. Also, we're going to have this little alert here that's going to tell us exactly that. This is again UI UX design. You will guide the user using disabled fields in order for the user to complete each step at a time. So let's say if I enter here a sum and press enter, only then will the next field be enabled, and also the input will focus on this input field. Again, I cannot complete the next one until I'm not done with this. I could also add 0 and I could be done with it, basically having 0 current savings, and then the next field will appear. Now also this interest rate, deposit with interest, will only then be activated. You can only then activate it if you add here some kind of monthly contribution. Not only then, this is going to be white, no longer gray, and if we hover over it, it's going to be blue. Mean then we can click it, and if we click on it, then we can access our interest rate. For example, if you type in here 5, and this is going to recalculate. Now, at any given moment, let's say you remember that you're going to get a tax return of $1,360, hit enter, this is going to be recalculated. At any given moment, this is completely going to recalculate everything. Also, if I increase this to 700, it's going to recalculate the entire process. Okay, so hope you will enjoy this project, and let's get started by setting up our little project. Okay, so let's start creating our setup here, our boilerplate. Copy our boilerplate now. paste it in here. Click copy. Come on, copy and paste. There we go. Let's change the name because this is going to be project 7 and it's going to be the savings dash goal dash tracker. Okay, now a bit about the setup here. Also, don't forget to work on your about. Okay, in the index, I'm going to change the script to, no, wait, let's start off here. So CSS is going to remain the same. We're going to add here a couple of components and we're going to change the script now to modules because we're going to use modules in this project. I'm going to change this to main module file. Go down here. This is going to be modules. And from here, going to select the main module. And don't forget to add to this the type of module. Now, don't add here modules, just module. Okay, let's open it up. Right click, open with live server, give it a name of savings tracker, and also here the title savings tracker or savings goal tracker goal. Okay, there's an app. Let's right click, inspect. Let's see if the module is working. Console and module, console log, typing module. Perfect. Everything is working just fine. Okay, so I'm going to drag it to the left side and let's talk a bit about the application. So we're going to have here again a main app container, a title, then a form. It's going to be an actual form. Oh, by the way, I added a bit of a margins here to the form groups. The 1 pixel margin. It's more fun this way. I really think it adds to the design. It really focuses on these specific groups of containers. And I'm also thinking about adding a different color to the border when we're in here, when we focus on some. So taking out the outline, we're going to do this. We're going to take out the outline and we're going to add the outline or change the border color of the form group. Okay, now, once again, this is a form. It has a couple of form groups with labels and input tags. The last one here, this is a label, and then somewhere here is a checkbox hidden. And when we click on this label, it's going to actually activate. Let me type in a couple of things here. The checkbox, and then the label will be active. When we click on the label, it's going to activate the checkbox, and the checkbox will then activate the input. So, boom. Okay, but this down here is just a UL, and we're going to take care of this an ordered list with some list items, some IDs, and there will be styled using CSS and JavaScript. Okay, so I think we're good to go here. Let's delete this little fellow. So we can start working on our app. So let's get started. So let's get started with our form. We're going to go into the app container, right? And then underneath the title, we're going to create a form with a class of parameters dash form. And then we're going to create inside the form a div with a class of form dash group. And within this form group, we're going to have a label and an input tag. So let's include here within open and close parentheses, a label and plus input. And this is going to be the type of number, the input tag that is. Okay, let me see, form, and I'm going to grab this, pass it into parentheses and multiply it times 4. And there we go. It should be, no, I messed up. So form group, and this should, the multiply was inside. So step outside and here 4 times. Okay, there we go. So form group, you can delete these 4. So I'm going to select this and delete it. Then you can also delete the names from the inputs. You don't need those. What you do need, so I'm going to go over here and type in placeholder and a step outside the placeholder and a value. And it's also going to be an empty string. Okay, so we're good to go. Let's start adding some descriptions. First label will be the goal amount. Then let's go down to the input. Again, type number, and the ID will be then goal dash amount. For the placeholder, we're going to type in here, enter your savings goal amount. Enter your savings goal amount, ... And the value we're going to leave open. Okay, let's move on to the next form group. This is going to be in the label, the current savings. If the user has any kind of savings, then he can enter them here. The ID will be current savings with the dash. The placeholder will be enter your current savings. So I'm just going to copy this, place it down here, enter your current savings. I'm going to delete goal amount. Next one will be our monthly contribution. So the label will have the text of monthly and contribution. Okay, and now the type will be number. The ID will be monthly and dash contribution. And for the placeholder, I'm going to copy the above one, paste it down here, and just replace this with monthly contribution and remove the dash. Now, the very last one. For the label, we are going to need the form property. The form property will then indicate for what this label is for. And it's going to be for the interest dash rate. We're going to type in the label deposit with interest rate, or just interest. Then we have of our input. We are going to give this the ID of interest rate and dash interest rate and dash input. So the label is actually not for the input, it is for something else. Let's finish the placeholder. Let's enter here enter your annual interest and rate. Now we're going to move one step outside of the input and we're going to create another input. And this, oh, by the way, the value will be here, nothing. I'm going to leave the value property, we're going to replace it with nothing. Also here, the value property will be nothing. And just the very first one will have a value property of an empty string. Now, let's move down to the variables form group. Here we're going to add another input, but this time, so let's type in input, but this time we're going to use here a checkbox. So the type, check, and box for the type of input that we're going to use. And it's also going to have the ID of interest dash rate. And in this specific case, we're also going to add for this the name, the same name as the ID. Now this label here, just take a look at the label. If I'm going to click the label, it's going to click the checkbox or check the checkbox. Also I can check and uncheck the checkbox, but this is what the label will actually do. It's going to trigger that checkbox. Now this checkbox will be later on hidden using CSS. Okay, we're still not done. We're going to add to each input the disabled property. So I'm going to go into here, input, then go to the next one, input, next one, and going to type in here property of hit enter and disabled. Okay, so all of these inputs will be disabled. We're still not done. At the very end of every input, I'm also going to create a small text. So click once here, the end, then to the next one, hold on option, hold on here option, and that's it. For the first one, we don't need it. Hit enter and type in a small tag. And that's basically it, okay? So we're done with our inputs. Actually, we're done with our form. Now I'm going to go ahead and style the form. Okay, before we style the form, I actually want to set up here a couple of variables and set up our CSS. So let's create a variables file. Variables. We're going to use now different variables.css. Let's target the root. Let's create a main color. It's going to be this time hash DDD. So it's a white color, but it's a more darker color. Then it's going to copy this, the main color and dash light. It's going to be our FFF. Then we're going to have a dark color. So we're just going to copy these two, paste them down here. So main color, then dash dark, going to be a freeze here. And the main color darker. Okay, and it's going to be 000. Perfect. Now for these colors, okay, as you can see down here, we have a blue, green, bonbon, a pink, and a orange, and a yellowish color. So let's also create those. But this one is going to be the derivative of this color. So I'm not going to create it here. I'm going to use a little trick there. So the gold color will be hash 2196 and F3. Then the savings dash color. This one is going to be hash 4CA F50, the green color. Yeah. Okay, the next one will be the left to save color, hash E8608 and B. Man, these decimal colors are killing me. And the last one is the monthly contribution. I want to write it really short, but that's not a good idea. Contribution, maybe you guessed it why. And color. Still have to laugh it out. Okay, so hash FF. So if you wanted a serious instructor, not me at all. Okay, now shadows. I type in here comment, shadows, and up here colors. Main colors, and then result colors. Now, why am I commenting this out? Because if this would be a large project, you have no idea how many comments I have in a large project. Please be consistent with your comments. Okay? Each time you're going to come back to a project, believe me, you won't even know how you started the project. So leave breadcrumbs, and there are comments. Okay, now let's do a shadow, and I'm going to have here 0, 0, 10 pixels, and a variable color then of dash dash main and dark color, and then a second shadow. Why am I using two variables? Sorry about that. A second shadow, I'm going to copy this, a shadow light, which we're going to use down here as a dark, main color and light. Good. So let's move. Oh, wait, I want to add here 2 pixels, and reduce this to 5 and 5 because I don't like how this looks. Don't like it at all. Okay, now we're done with our variables. Let's also bring them in our styles. So add import and dash variables. And now let's jump to our app container, which we're going to create here. So right click in CSS, app dash container dot CSS, grab onto the app dash container, and we don't have too much to style here. First, I'm going to change here. I'm going to change the background color to a #15172B color. Okay, I'm going to reduce the. Also, let's import this and import the app container. There we go. There's the bluish color. By the way, this means same directory, or choose directory. This means same directory. Okay, let's limit the width of this little fellow to 450 pixels. Let's set our margins. I'm going to add a margin top and bottom of 1 rem and auto left and right. It's going to center everything. And then I'm going to add a bit of padding, 1 rem, and a height of 100 viewport heights. Because it's an app, I always wanted to keep it nice and tight. Wait, margin 1. No, actually I didn't want to add 1. I'm going to leave everything as auto. Perfect. So we got this out of the way. All we need now is to select our H1, and you can center the text, align center, and margin. From the top, I'm going to give it 50 pixels. By the way, you should also change the flex direction to column. Oops, flex direction and column. Okay, there we go. So the app will be created in here. Now, a very short thing about the disabled property. You saw that we added, so here, actually you can close out the app, you can close up the variables, leave out, open the style, and a very short explanation. Maybe I didn't explain here everything. So the form group, this is really important. The form group is created with a specific intent here. We're going to shortly go back to the finished application. I'm going to hit the refresh here. Remember that I told you that we're going to guide the user. So basically, if the user wants to add something in here, then he won't be able to add anything. Now, take a look. If I click on the input field, nothing happens. When you set something as disabled, it disables all functionality, including the click event. So you cannot add an event list of click to this input in order to trigger this little alert here. Okay. What you can do is add a event listener to the form group that is going to trigger the small tag. This is why the small tag is here. And this is going to trigger then the alert. Okay. Now it doesn't matter if I click in here, if I click here or here, it's going to trigger the same alert. Now, when users get frustrated and they can't click in here, they're going to, wait a second, they're going to start clicking in here. It won't work. Then they're going to 100% do this. Oh, okay. They're going to click outside of that input tag, annoyed that it doesn't work. And that is where the alert will then be triggered. I was going to tell them, hey, you should first of all fill out this one, and then you can move on. Okay. So I think I didn't explain it in a previous video, and I really wanted you to know why we packed everything nice and tightly up like this. Okay, now let's start and design our form group and add some style to it. So let's work on our parameters form here. Back to our project. Let's create a new CSS file. We're going to call it just form.css. Okay, let's import it and import form. And let's grab onto the parameters dash form. Okay, first things first, I'm going to add a margin to the top and bottom of 50 pixels and left and right auto. So I have this center. So margin 50 pixels and left and right auto. Now I'm going to limit its width to 400 pixels, making it smaller as the application itself. Let's add to it a background color of the main bar and main color darker. I'm going to copy and paste this in here. Let's add a bit of padding. Oh, let's change also the text. So the color will be then going to go with this color right here with the main color. So var and main color for the text. Let's add padding of 20 pixels all around. And let's trim down the border radius. Border radius to 10 pixels. Okay, now let's add a box shadow. And we had here our different box shadows. So I'm going to go with the very first one. So just shadow. And that's pretty much it for this. Now for the form groups within here. So let's go ahead, dot and form dash groups or group, sorry. So let's start out by adding to them a couple of borders. So border 1 pixel solid, and I'm going to go ahead and add a really light gray, a hexadecimal 66 border to them. Okay, let's push them down a bit, make a bit of space between them, add a margin to the bottom of 0.5 rem. And then let's trim down the borders with the same border radius as we have within the rest of the application. So 10 pixels would be enough then. Let's add a padding. Going to add an all-around padding of 10 pixels. Pretty much remaining within these multiples, as you can see. And let's add a box shadow of var. I'm going to do the same box shadow. So shadow. Oh, not box sizing, box shadow. There we go. Okay, so just a light shadow added here. Now let's go ahead and target our labels. So parent selector, label. And I'm going to display them first of all as block. Okay. Then I'm going to add a margin to the bottom of 10 pixels and increase the font weight to, let's say, 600 enough. Perfect. Now let's grab onto our input tags. So parent selector input. Now because our checkbox is also an input, I'm going to specifically only style the inputs that have the type of number. So we're going to open and close here, square parentheses, and type equals string of number, and only those inputs will be styled now. So let's display block. Let's add a width of 100% of their container. Let's give them the same padding of 10 pixels. Scroll up a bit. Border radius of 10 pixels. We're going to take out the borders now. Border none. And that's pretty much it for now. Now let's move along to the small text. So I'm going to grab on the small text, parent selector small. I'm going to display them also as block, because remember, small texts are inline styled. I'm going to increase the font weight to 600, and we're going to give them the color of var and choose this left to save color, because that was that pinkish color. In order to see something, let's just add a text to it, and there we go. Yes, that's our small tag. I'm going to remove the small text, and it should be gone. Now, two things remain to be changed, to be styled here, and that is a input with a type of checkbox. I'm going to style this separately, and the label that is linked to this checkbox. So first things first, you know what? No, I'm going to style the input of checkbox after this. First, let's grab onto the label. Now let's still remain within our form group. So parent selector, label, and the label with the for attribute of interest and rate. So as you can see, we can also style labels depending on a specific attribute. Just like here, the attribute was number. We can now add, choose the for attribute. So the attribute was type, and we can now choose the for attribute of the label. Only that label will be styled. For example, if I will add here now a cursor and pointer, hit save, then when I'm going to hover over this label, as you can see, the cursor is pointer. Now I'm going to take out the pointer event. And as you can see here, depending on what you choose, when you choose none, the given element does not receive pointer events. So why am I doing this? Well, you can no longer click on it. You can't do anything on it. Also, the cursor pointer, as you can see, is no longer working. Now we're going to change this back using JavaScript later on. Okay, let's also set the color to, not columns, color. Set it to gray. Okay, it's going to be grayed out, just like the input fields. And then I'm going to set a transition all 0.2 seconds and ease in out, because I want to add to this first of all, let's select the parent element, which is the label, then active. And we're going to change the color when we click on it to #DDD. Oops, I'll wrap this into, sorry about that. So there we go. And then when it's active and we hover over it, then the color will be well, it's going to be the blue color of, where do we have it? This gold color. So var and paste in the gold color. So we can't see this right now, but if I would take out the pointer event, I would hover. Oh wait, it needs to be active. This won't work right now. We need to change it using JavaScript. That it is so. Okay, so I'm going to comment this back in, go after the label, and now select from the parent, again, input. And this time we're going to select the input with the type of checkbox. So again, type, and the type will be this time checkbox. And close this up. Now to our little checkbox down here. What do we want to do with it? Well, we just want to hide it. So I'm going to display none, and that's it. Let me deselect this. Let me deselect the pointer event or comment out, and still remember when I'm going to click on this, I'm going to check the checkbox. So although you cannot see it anymore, it's still checking the checkbox. Let me just demonstrate this. Right click, inspect, scroll down, open this up, open form up, less form group. Take a look at the input of checkbox. You should see, actually it doesn't show here, but it's actually being checked. Okay, now let's close this up and we can now move on to our list down here, which will be this little fella. Now let's go to our goal list. Let's click on form. We're going to close it up. We're going to close this up. Let's go to HTML. Right after the form, we're going to create here an UL with the class of goal-list. This is going to include, open and close parenthesis, LIs with AID, and just going to type in the text of ID and some sort of text. And I'm going to multiply this times 4. Boom, there we go. Now the first ID will be the goal amount range. So I'm going to type in here the text of financial goal. The next one, as you can see here, so financial goal, current savings, monthly contribution, no interest rate added. So prompting us that you need to click this if everything is completed. So these 4 fields will be added here. You can see we already have them here now. The next one will be the current savings and range. And for the text, we're just going to type in current savings. The next ID will be the monthly contributions range. So monthly contribution range. Now, why am I calling that range? Because as you can see here, if I turn something in, well, it ranges, has a range, okay? It will grow to a specific distance. So let's add here the text of monthly and contribution. And now for the last one, which will be interest rate range. So interest rate and range. And we're going to have here the text of no interest rate added, exclamation mark. Perfect. So we got this. Now let's style it. We're going to create a new file here. We're going to call it goal-list.css. Import it at import goal-list.css. And now let's start working on our goal list. So let's grab onto the class of goal-list. And again, as you can see here, we're going to trim down the borders. We're going to give it a specific width, the same width as the above container. We're going to change the background color, border radius, and so forth and so on. And then we're going to add only one color here, and that would be for this little fellow. Everything else will be added using CSS, JavaScript, sorry. So let's go ahead and add here a border radius, and I'm also going to go back here. Oh, we can see the border radius. Let me first add the background color. So background color, and it's going to be the variable color of main darker color. I keep forgetting what I named my colors. This one. This is going to be the text color. Remember, Norbert. Okay, and then the color. What am I doing? Close it up. Color of the text will be the var and the main color. Okay, now for the border radius, as I said, 10 pixels. And now let's give it a width of 400 pixels. Let's increase the padding to 1 rem. We're going to display our elements as flex and change the flex direction column. Now, you would say, yes, they were a list item. They already were in a column. Yes, but it's better to do it this way. Now, we can also manipulate the gap between them. I'm going to add 1 rem as a gap. And I'm going to, well, leave it pretty much here because the only thing that we need to add now is a goal amount bar, which is going to have the background color of our goal amount color, like this. So var and goal amount. Okay. And I'm also going to add to this the text shadow now as var of shadow. Now you can't see anything because everything else will be done using JavaScript. So that's pretty much it for now for styling. we are done with our styles. One last thing we still need to do, but I'm going to do that. I'm going to take care of that after we're done with JavaScript here, because we need to see something. And that something will be the bars. The bars will be styled using JavaScript. It will be styled using CSS, and we have a bit of work there to do. So first things first, we're going to grab onto the DOM elements and do a little scripting here. And then we're going to come back and work on CSS when we have actually something to work with. Okay, so let's move on. Alrighty then, it's time to do some JavaScript. Now remember, we are using modules. So please remember to always to import them. And we're going to go ahead in our modules folder, create our very first module, which is going to be the dom-elements.js file. And we're going to export here a function that we're going to call DOM elements. Now again, I'm going to use the method of creating only one const and getting elements by their IDs, and then using commas to separate them. So the first one is going to be the check interest rate. Let's go to the document.getElementById. Again, you can also use query selectors as you wish. We're going to get here the interest-rate ID, and we're going to not end here with a semicolon, but we're going to end here with a comma. Next one will be the interest and rate and input. Again, document getElementById, and we're going to grab onto the interest-rate-input. Next up, we're going to have our goal amount document, missing here an N, amount, document getElementById. We're going to get here the ID of goal-amount. Next, we're going to have the current savings. So current savings, we're going to select the current savings ID, current-savings, and then we're going to have two more, which will be the monthly contribution. So monthly contribution, again, document getElementById. I know this is boring, but hey, need to select elements, and monthly-contribution. Okay, and last but not least, the interest rate label, not input, but the label. Again, document.getElementById. I'm going to select the, this time we're not going to use an ID, we're going to use the query selector. You also do it this way, and we're going to select here, and really important, you need to use first of all backticks, because you're going to select the label, then square brackets with the for property, and now you're going to add your double quotation marks and interest-rate. Okay, now we have everything that we want, we just need to return it now, each and every element within square brackets. So we're going to return our check interest rate, our interest rate input, the goal amount, the current savings, the monthly contributions, and the interest rate label. And there we go. We returned everything. Now let's go to our main goal here. And I'm going to comment out this console log and start import our DOM elements. And remember to add here at the end .js, because without that, this file will not work. And now let's destructure from our DOM elements each and every element and bring them into our global scope. So we're going to go ahead, create a const here, open and close curly brackets, assign it to the DOM elements and initiate the function. And let's bring out, I'm just going to go back here, DOM elements, copy this and bring it all, let me just this here, so, and bring it all in here. Okay, now let's try it out, console log, and I'm going to select everything, pass it into the console log, open up, inspect, also hit save, and you should now see here everything selected. Okay, so we just selected everything from the DOM. Okay, so we're going to move on now to calculate the goal amount. So let's calculate the goal amount now. We're going to go into modules, CSS, close up this, new file, I'm going to call this calc-goal.js. I'm going to export here a function that we're going to call calc-goal and also the function keyword, function, open and close parentheses. And the goal calculator will take in two arguments. One will be the goal amount and the other one will be the current savings. So current savings. Okay. In order to know that the function is working, I'm just going to console log here, goal amount calculated. You can have something there, and basically I'm going to leave it here for now. Now let's go back, let's save. First of all, let's go back to main, Actually, I want to call this app. I'm going to leave it at main. Doesn't matter for now. Going to import here. Now, I would suggest that as a best practice to import everything at the top. I'm going to bring everything then back to the top at the end of this project. But for now, I just want you to differentiate where we're doing what. Okay, so I'm going to import here the calc goal amount from calc goal, and we're going to pass it down into a function. Well, not into a function, but we're going to initiate this function, and we're going to actually not initiate it, but trigger it on a specific change. And that change will be when the user types in here any kind of number. So in order to do that, we already grabbed onto the goal amount here. Where do we have it? Goal amount. Okay. So goal amount, and we want when the user changes something here. So on change, we're going to trigger a arrow function here, and this function will then take the calc goal and we're going to pass in here the two arguments of goal amount and the current savings. So current savings, and let me just see, this should now also check if this is working. Console log, why do I have that console log more? Oh, okay, there we go. Comment this one out. I'm also going to close up the left part. So if I change something in goal amount, then there we go. Enter. So this is not on key up, but on change. So you have to finalize your change with either enter or just clicking somewhere else. You can see this initiated again. So the information will be sent then down to this function. Now let's go back to our calc goal. Within here, we're going to initiate a variable called let and called goal amount value. Obviously, we're going to take now the value. We're going to reassign the goal amount of value to it. And now that we have the value, we could go ahead and do just a simple calculation, because the goal amount is whatever is going to be passed in here needs to be displayed here. So we need our financial goal. For this, we're going to go to the document and we're going to get element by ID, and we're going to select our ID of goal amount, and we call this one range. Okay, we're going to add to this. It's in a HTML, and now I'm going to use here template errors because we're going to have a div. So down here, I have a bit more real estate. We're going to add a div, and this div, as I said previously, we didn't style these yet, but we're going to start styling them just in a couple of moments. Is going to have a class of bar. These are the classes that I was talking about. So bar and the goal dash amount dash bar. Okay, now within here, I'm going to create within the div, I'm going to create a bold tag. So open and close, and bold tag. And within here, we're going to pass in a $sign, another $sign, and then the goal amount value variable. So goal amount value. Whatever we're going to type in here should be displayed down here. As you can always see, is blue because we displayed it as blue. Now, honestly, I don't like this. I want to add a little bit more space between the letters. So I'm going to go to the CSS goal list, and let's add here a letter spacing of 1 pixel. Yeah, that's much better. You also go ahead and do a 100. But 1 pixel or 1.5 pixels should be enough. Let's see, 1.2. Yeah, that's roughly enough. Now, one last thing that we want to do with our goal amount, as soon as we're done, we hit here enter. This now should enable this little fellow right here. So let's go back to the goal amount and jump out of here, and we're going to say that current savings, this is why we added our current savings variable here. Current savings dot, now the property of disabled, so select the property of disabled, and we're going to set this to false now. Okay, so as soon as we are done here doing our stuff, this should enable the next fellow here. Okay, now let's move back. We could also close this one up. That's all that we need for this function. Let's go back to our main, and after we're done typing in whatever we want to have here, we want the cursor to jump to the next enabled field, and we're going to use here current savings dot focus for this. Okay, so let's try this out again. If I type in something, hit enter, it's going to jump to the next input field. Pretty simple, isn't it? Okay, so that's it for this step. Next up, we're going to calculate the current savings. So the next step would be to calculate the current savings. So this little fellow right here, and we're going to go down here right after our goal amount or calculate goal. And here's where we're going to import the next function. But for that, we still need to create it first of all. So let's go into modules, new file. I'm going to call this calculate dash current savings.js. And I'm going to export here the function of calculate current savings. Okay, and let's also import it. Let's go back. I didn't hit save. Go back. Let's import. As I said, I'm going to move everything to the top, but for now, I'm going to leave this as this. Module name, import here, calculate current savings. I'm going to import it from calculate current savings.js. Okay, now this will happen when we change here the current savings. So current savings dot on change, open close parenthesis, arrow function. This is going to trigger our calculate current savings function. After we're done calculating this, we're going to also jump to the next one. So we're going to jump to monthly contributions dot focus. And now let's go back to our function and start working with it. So in order to calculate the current savings, we need the value from the current savings. So we're going to pass in here a couple of arguments. Current savings, then we need our goal amount, and we can start working with them. So let's create here a variable for the value of our current savings value. We're going to get our current savings and the value from it. Then we're going to take our current savings value and figure out the percentage. So we're going to create here a variable using const with percentage savings. So the percentage savings formula is as following. Opening close parenthesis, we're going to get our, again, open close parenthesis, our current savings dot value, and we're going to divide it by the goal amount dot value. Then, in order to get it in percentages, we're going to multiply it by 100. And because we want a rounded down value with 2 decimals, we're going to use our to fix again. So dot to fixed, we're going to fix it with 2 decimals. Now let's calculate how much is left from what we need to save. For this, we're going to create another variable called amount left, and we're going to assign it to goal amount dot value minus the current savings value. Okay, we have 2 of the most important values here, so we can now continue on to calculate the percentage for the rest of the value that needs to be saved. So I'm going to call this variable const percentage, and not savings, but percentage rest. In order to calculate this, it's basically the same function as we have up here, or the same calculation, but instead of current savings, we're going to have here our goal amount value, from which we are going to, so I'm going to delete this, our goal amount value, we're going to subtract from our goal amount value, well, the current savings, because we already have some money and value. And then I'm going to divide this, I'm going to wrap this into another parenthesis and divide this value to the goal amount dot value. Then multiply with 100 and to fix 2. Now let's export our findings to the current savings. So it's going to look as following. We're going to get, first of all, from the document, using getElement by ID, we're going to get our current savings and range. To this, we're going to add, using inner HTML, open close backticks, and here I'm going to pass in a div, which will then, let me show you in the finished project, which will then divide these 2 fields. So it's going to be a grid using grid template columns, and the template columns, will be percentages depending on how much do we need them to be. In other words, the width of the column will be determined of the percentage of the value. So I think this is a pretty cool idea that I had. Okay, let's pass this in. Let's create our div. We're going to give this the class of bar again, then savings dash amount dash bar. Then I'm going to use here an inline style. So I'm going to use a style property. I'm going to style this with grid template and dash columns. And to these, I'm going to add now the variable of percentage savings. After that, we're going to have also the percentage sign here. And after this, I'm going to add the percentage for the second value. I'm going to add the percentage of the rest. So we're going to have 2 columns, and the width of those columns, also this should be percentage. Don't forget to add the percentage here. And the width of those columns will depend on the percentages from our 2 calculations here. Now for the content, I'm going to open up the div. First, I'm going to create a span tag. Then within it, I'm going to create a bold tag. And after the bold tag, I'm going to create a small tag. Okay, now let me copy this once, because we're going to reuse it here. You know what? No, don't copy it yet. Let's complete everything that we have here. So in the bold tag, dollar sign, open close curly brackets. Let's pass in the current savings value. And then for the small tag, we're going to pass in the percentage. So as you saw here in our finished project, here's the value, and underneath of it will be the percentage. And this percentage will be passed into a open and close parenthesis. So dollar sign and the percentage savings value, and then I have curly brackets, also the percentage sign. Now I'm going to copy this because we just need to replace here the amount left, and so current savings will be replaced with amount left, and percentage savings will be replaced with percentage rest. So the rest of the percentage that has been left. Okay, so let's jump out of this backticks, out of the templates literal, and now enable the monthly contributions. And we need to be on our project. So enable this field after we're done with our little friend here. So monthly, oh, I didn't add it as as the argument here. So after this, our monthly contribution, going to go down here. And now we can just take monthly contribution dot disabled, and we're going to set this to false. Okay, so let's try this out. Let's add something to the goal amount. Jump to the next one, current savings. Oh, we didn't pass in the arguments. Well, whoop-de-doo. So go back, copy the arguments, and pass them now into the function. Perfect. So this should work now. Something like this, and there we go. Okay, now they're not styled. We're going to work on styling, but a bit later on. But we do have our results. So let's try something easy. 100, and let's do 30, and it's $30, which is 30% from 100, and the rest is 70%, which is $70. Also, these two will then, the first one will take up 70% of the grid, and this one will only take up, actually, already inspected. As you can see here, there's the grid. One is taking up 30%, the other one is taking up 70%. If I would change this to 50, then we should get 50-50. So if I check this, oh, I didn't style it yet. Yes, we need to go in there to style. When we're going to come back to our bars, we're going to style our main bar class, and to the current savings class, to this bar, we're going to add then display grid, and only then it will display it as grid. Okay, now let's wait. Can I move on? No, because if we change here something, as you can see, this should change this, meaning it has to recalculate current savings display. Now, in order to do this, we're going to take our current savings function here, copy it, and go up here after focus and type in recalculate current savings on initial value change or on initial goal change. So let's pass in the function. And now if we have here, let's say 100 or 1000, whatever, and we have 100 saved, then it's 10%. And let's say I'm going to reduce this to 500. As you can see here, it's 20%, and this is 80% now. Okay, so it did a recalculation. If I increase this to 20, it's going to be 40 and 60%. Also, if I change here something, 5,000, then there we go, 4% and 96%. Okay, now we can move on to work on our monthly contributions. Okay, so we calculated here everything, but we still need to activate our little interest rate by clicking on this little fellow right here. So for this, we're going to remain in our main and going to create a function that we're going to call the function toggle interest rate, interest and rate. Open and close parentheses, open and close curly brackets. And let's start out that with a condition that if the check interest rate dot checked is true, so if you don't type in here anything, that means that you're asking the question is if this exists. So if it is true, then the interest rate input dot disabled will be set to false. Simple as that. Now else, we're going to, of course, set it to true. Now let's grab onto this label. And I think we defined it as check interest rate. So if we're going to take this check interest rate, if we click on it, on click, then we're going to trigger the function of toggle interest rate. Okay, add in here comment toggle interest rate. So let's click on it, and obviously it's not working. Why? Because pointer area is disabled. So let's start typing in here a couple of things. Pum pum pum, enter, pum pum pum, enter, and pum pum pum, enter. And now we can click on it, and if I click on it, then it's going to enable here this little fellow. Now also going to not only enable it, but interest rate dot input focus on it then. So let's try this once again. And if I click on this little fellow, then it's going to focus down here. Already start typing in here something. So this was a really short one, but I wanted to keep it separate from the other functionalities because it is a completely different function. Toggle interest rate input. Yeah, it's much better. Now next up we have a couple of interesting things. We're going to toggle, no, not toggle, but we're going to calculate the interest rate. And after we calculate the interest rate, we're going to go back to the top and re-add it to each and every of the functions, because the interest rate will influence each and every recalculation. So if you would change your goal, then it's going to recalculate everything. Okay, so let's start working on our interest rate calculator. So let's go ahead and create our interest rate calculator function. We're going to go to modules, new file. We're going to call this calc-interest-rate.js. Let's export function calc interest rate and close parentheses. And let's bring in here a couple of arguments. So we're going to need our interest rate input, our goal amount we wish to achieve, our current savings, of course, and our monthly contribution. Okay, let's move into the function. And we're going to return here a interest rate, not return, but create here a interest rate, not input, but value, which will be the interest rate input dot value. There we go. Okay, I'm going to show you a couple of formulas. So in order to calculate the interest rate, let me just show you a couple of formulas. So don't freak out on me, but this is the way you calculate the interest rate. Okay, here are also a couple of explanations. So the FE, as you can see, is the future value or goal amount. This would be if we want to reach a goal. So if this would be the other way around. But what we want to do is reach our N here, which is the number of months that we want to find out. So in order to calculate N, we need to find out what the future goal amount is. We have this, for example, if it would be 50,000, then we need our monthly payments. We will also have this. G is the financial goal that we want to achieve. We will also have this, and then we need our savings, our monthly savings amount. So we have everything that we need in order to start to calculate our interest rate. Now we're going to create here, let's just say, I'm going to precisely use the formula. First of all, let's create a let with savings. And savings will be simply the current savings dot value. If this is not an empty string, then the savings will be the current savings dot value. If it is an empty string, then it's going to be 0. Okay, it's pretty simple. I'm going to just assign to savings whatever the value is, and if there is no value added, then savings are 0. So we can still continue with our calculation. Now I'm going to create a couple of variables. So FV will be the goal amount dot value minus the savings. Then our let PMT, which stands for monthly payments, will be, well, the monthly payments. or the monthly contributions. And this is also dot value. Then we have our interest rate that we will add here. So let R is equal to the interest rate value that we're going to input here. And we're going to divide this by 100 and divide this by 12. Why? Well, because first of all, divided by 100 because we need a percentage, and divided by 12 because this is the interest rate for 1 year. And when you calculate your months, you need it for each and every month. And 1 year has 12 months, so this is why we're going to divide it by 12. Now the n will be 0. So the formula is n is equal to math, you see the math method, dot logarithm out of fv times r, then divided by pmt. So it's basically this formula right here, plus 1. Then this will be divided by this again, math dot logarithm. But this time we're just going to have here 1 plus r. Okay, and don't need u. So this is the formula. Now this should calculate and return to us a const of months to goal, which would be now the math dot seal, because I want a round number, and we're going to pass in here n. Woo! Though it looks hard, it isn't, believe me. Okay, now let's export this. So document get element by ID. We're going to get our interest rate range, interest rate and range. And we're going to pass into its inner HTML a template string of width and bold tags. We're going to pass in here the interest rate value, and then we're going to give it a percentage sign. And then type in the interest. So just as we have it here at the end, so add here 2% interest, hit enter, we're going to recalculate. So 2% interest is what we're typing in here, and you will reach your goal in and the months. So we still need this part, comma, you will reach your goal in, and bold tag again. I'm still in the bold tag. Oh, geez. Should have exited the bold tag after. But nevertheless, you should be here, and then I'm going to copy you, paste you in here. So just copy it and open and close it. In, and months. The goal months here. And that's it. Oh yeah, the word month. So let's see if this works. Let's say we're going to have 50,000 and we have 2,300, something like that. Enter. We get 4.76%. We're going to save each and every month. 1,500. Hard to do. And okay, so we're going to reach our goal in 32 months. Now, if I add here, we can now activate the interest rate, a 5% interest rate, then nothing happens because I didn't initiate the function. So we're going to go here, calculate monthly rate, and copy this part. Then we're going to go outside and we're going to calc interest. So let's import our calculate interest rate. Yes. Now we're going to watch for our interest rate input, and if something changes here, so on change, then trigger the function that is going to calculate for us the interest rate. So this little fellow right here. And now we can try it out again. So we said we wanted 50,000. We had 4,875, let's say. So we had roughly 9.75%, and we can save 1,500. We're going to reach in 31 months. Now we're going to click on this, add 5%, and 5% interest rate. With 5% interest rate, you will reach your goal in 29 months, meaning it's shaved down 3 months from our 3 months that we have to wait to reach our goal. Yay! Problem. If I change something here, say 40,000, then take a look here. So we got 9.75, 90, and 3%, 31, and 29. Okay, so let's change this to 4. Now everything changed, 12%, 87%, 3.75%, but this didn't change, didn't reduce the months. So this means we need to go back, and add our interest rate calculator. I'm going to start from the top and work on ourselves downwards and add the interest rate to each and every calculation. So first things first, we're going to add it to the goal. Basically, you could just copy and paste this in. Calculate interest rate. This should also be calculated when, wait, I just jump out. So current savings need to be goal amount. Okay, we're calculating here savings, the monthly contributions, and now here again, if interest rate input dot value is not empty, then, and what, I'm going to close up the left part, then do me some calculations. Okay, but we're still not done. So this will be recalculate the month on left on initial goal change, but we're not done. We also need to take the function here of calculate interest rate, pass it in here, and calculate monthly contributions, add here comma sign. Now let's go into this function, into calculate monthly contributions, go down here to the end of the function and create here a recalc or recalc months to save. And again, I'm just going to go into main, copy this if statement and pass it in here. Okay, they should also recalculate if you change something here. Now we're still not done. Also, you need to bring in the function up here as an argument. Don't forget to bring in the function. Well, wait. Bring it in and delete this. Now we can close up our calculate monthly contribution. This will work now perfectly. In our main, let's go one level up right here to calculate current savings. Add here at the end, comma, interest rate input. Go into the calculate current, what am I doing? Calculate current savings function. Again, down here, we're going to pass in the same question again. So, just going to copy it from here. Also the comment, boom. Okay. And also bring in the function. So we brought in interest rate input and the function. And also we need to pass it in here then. Now, this just took care of only the goal amount. We still need to recalculate it when we change something in current savings. So go back to main, go down on change on current savings. Also within here, we need to add our, so this is here, monthly contribution. If this change, then calculate monthly contributions and pass in here now. So both functions, because I'm just going to do it this way. Going to copy from here the first function and just pass it in here. Leave a bit of space and then recalculate the monthly contribution. Now the function already has the calculate interest rate function in it. So I'm just going to pass in the function as an argument within this on change on current savings. Okay, now let's move down to calculate monthly contributions. Also here we're going to pass in our calculate interest rate. And then we should be pretty much done. So let's try this out. 50,000, 8,000 savings, 16%. So we're going to add here savings of 1,500 each and every month. Okay, click on this. Let's see, 28, 3%, 35% savings rate. We have 27. So let's play around. Let's change this to 4,000. This should change everything. So okay, everything changed. Now let's change the 8,000 to only 5,000. This should again change absolutely everything. So 22 and 21, 24 and 23. Okay, because we decreased it. And let's increase this now to 2,000. This should again change both of them. Perfect. Okay, now one last thing. Also the interest rate. This is changed. This should do a recalculation. Let's say 8%. Okay, it changes this, but it doesn't affect this meaningfully. So let's do a 27%. And now it's affecting it meaningfully. Okay, so this was the interest rate. Next up, let's add some color to this, fellows. Let's style this. Okay, let's start our bars. I'm going to close up modules here. The main one I'm going to leave open. We still need to add validations to this. So let's go back. Let's create here in our CSS folder a file called bars.css. Okay, let's also bring it in at import and bars.css. And we can close up the style because we won't need it anymore. Let's grab onto the class of bar. And if you have something already added, then please leave it as it is. So don't make any kind of changes to a JavaScript. This will then not refresh the page here. If you do refreshes in CSS, it's not going to change the content, only the style. Don't forget this. So let's add a width of 100% to each and every bar. Then we're going to add a padding to the left of 1 rem, a font size of just 0.9 rem. And then I'm going to create here an animation. We're going to call it bar. So animation is going to animate in the bar. So animation bar 1 second and easing out. Okay, let me also create quickly this keyframe bar. And this is just going to go from a width of 0 to a width of 100%. That's it. That's the animation. Okay, as you can see, whoop, I'm going to do that little animation. Now let's go back into our bar here, and we're going to set the border radius to 0, 5 pixel upper right corner, 5 pixel bottom right corner, and 0 bottom left corner, which is going to give us this little nice rounded bar here. Now the height of the bars, so height, we're going to set it fixed to 40 pixels. We're going to display the content as flex, and now we can center it by using justify content center and align the items also to the center, making them appear here. Okay, we had a couple of span tags within here, so let's style them span. We're going to display them as inline block, give them a height of the same height as the input text, so 40 pixels. We're going to give them a padding to the left of 1 rem, and then we're going to justify content center again. Okay, let's change and also align item center. Let's also change their font weight. I'm going to leave it as it is, perfect this way. But I am going to add a border radius also to these as this. So let's now move to the specific bars here. So one of the bars was, the first one was savings dash amount dash bar. Okay, I'm going to change the color here to a darker color, so 222. Then I'm going to display it as grid. Remember, as I said, I'm going to display grid. And remember that we added specific percentages to grid, dude. Specific percentages. So you can already see that these are those percentages. Now let me reduce the padding from this to the left to 0. And I'm going to justify the content as center. Now let me grab onto the span here. So parent selector, the span tag within this. I'm going to display it as flex. I'm going to change the flex direction now to a column. And I'm going to grab onto the first child. So parent selector, first child. And I'm going to change this little fella to have a background color of, I got to go back to the variables. Savings color, background color, var, and savings color. So this is the very first one. Now the text is not the most perfect, so I'm just going to change the color here to FF, white. And because this little fella has a border radius, I'm going to reduce the border radius by setting it to 0. Now I don't like the text shadow in here, so I'm going to text shadow, pretty much irrelevant. I'm going to set it to not 0, but none. Okay. Now for the last child, for the second element, still remaining within here, pen selector and last child. Let's change its background color to the variable color of, I forgot it again, left to save. There we go. And also the text color from here should be white. So I'm going to pretty much change the color. And what's the main color or light color? Main color, var and main color. You know what? I'm going to move out this text shadow. Move out this text shadow to all of the spans because I actually don't need it here. Much better this way. And actually I'm going to move it completely out. So there we go. Text shadow none. Now for the next bar, the monthly contribution bar. It's going to copy pretty much everything that we have here. Change this to monthly and then contribution. The background color now, background color of the entire bar will be monthly contributions. So var and monthly contributions. I'm going to change the color here to var. It's going to be the dark color, but I still want to have it as a variable and dark color. And we're not going to have here padding 0 and justify content, so far and so on. And the spans, the span will, don't need any kind of settings here. What I do need here is the background color of the first element should be inherit. Okay, so I'm going to inherit the background color of the parent element. And then the last child will have, let's take this out, a dark text, but a much lighter orange color. So let's change the background color to a hexadecimal of F8BD64. There we go. Okay, and last but not least, the interest rate. So I'm going to step outside here and just going to select the ID of interest and rate and range and set it as following. Parent selector and the bold element within here will have the color of var and monthly contribution color. And as you wish. You can change the last one to a different color. And you know what? I'm going to change it to a green color. So within here, parent element and last child, I'm going to change this to the color of var, and I believe it was savings goal. Boom. Yeah, it looks okay. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this part. Now what we need to do is to add here alerts. Okay, so I'm going to refresh this, and we're going to do this next up. Welcome to the loan calculator application. You're going to create this web application using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And with the help of this application, you can provide users with a simple and effective way to track their savings and reach their financial goals while calculating depending on the loan amount. So let's enter here 250,000 loan, and depending on the interest rate we're going to have, let's say 5.7%, and depending on the duration of the loan, let's say 10 years, they can get results for monthly payments, total amount paid, total interest paid within that total amount, and how much percentage the total interest represents out of that total amount. You're also going to give the users the possibility to visually see this using a pie chart. This pie chart will be one of the highlights of the application because we're going to use a special API in order to get this chart, so we're not going to create it from scratch. Pie chart will again visually tell the users the total interest that they're going to pay. Is also going to represent 23.91% of the loan amount, which is 250,000. So if you, for example, want to change these values, you can also use the sliders. This is slider sensitive, so this will communicate with your input. You can drag it to the left, you can drag it to the right, everything will recalculate. So pretty cool application. Hope you will enjoy it. Let's change this. And let's get started by creating our folder structure. Okay, let's work on our folder structure. We're going to copy the boilerplate, then paste it within our main folder. And let's edit the name. This is going to be project number 8, and it's loan calculator. Now let's talk a bit about the project. This is again going to be module based. So I'm going to change this to module or modules, and going to change this to app.js. Okay, let's also go into our index, change this to module. The main app will be, or the main JS file will be the app.js, and this will be the type of module. Let's give this a name, just a title name. I'm going to disregard for this time this H1. So delete this fellow, and just give it a document name up here to loan and calculator. Hit save, and let's open it up with live server. Okay, we got nothing here. So let me just take you through a quick tour of what we're going to do here. So next up, we're going to create then a form, which will have a couple of inputs and a couple of inputs of type number. And you can see I can type in here any kind of text. And also a couple of inputs type range. This will help us with these sliders. So this is the form. Then we're going to have here some results. They are going to be generated using JavaScript. Also, we're going to style the form using CSS, so forth and so on. And this will be a different module. And then the last module will be the chart, where we're going to link up the results that we're getting here, that we're getting actually here, but from here, we're going to link them up to the chart. The chart has only 2 values, the loan amount and the total interest. You can add multiple values if you wish. But for this type of application, I would suggest you have a chart with 2 values. Again, the CSS files will be modules, so we're going to be importing each and every one of them. And that's basically it. Okay, so let's move on and let's create our HTML markup for the app container and everything that's in this form. Okay, so let's get started. Let's get started working on our form here. So we're going to create a form. I'm not going to give it any kind of class or ID. We don't need it. This will include a H2 with a text of loan, capital L, loan conditions. And plus we're going to have here, I'm going to open and close parentheses. We're going to have here multiple elements. And first up, we're going to have a div with a class of form group dash group. This will include 2 inputs. So input, one with the type of number, plus another input. This one will have the type of range. So both of them will have IDs. So I'm going to go here, type in ID, go back to this one, type in also a ID. And then I'm going to multiply this times 3. Let's hit enter. Let's see what we got. So one input. Oh, damn it. No, there's another input. Okay, I didn't mess this up. Woohoo! Range, just going to rearrange them a bit. Perfect. Now, there are a couple of things we need to do to this. So let's get started. Let's get started with our very top one. This will be this little input. So you should already see something like this. Next, we're going to work on our loan amount. So let's go to the first input. The type is number. We're going to remove all of the names. So let's go Control D or Command D. Remove them. Go to the very first ID. This is going to be the loan dash amount dash input. Okay, and for the placeholder, just going to type in here loan amount. Okay, so you should already see your very first one. Now for the next input. So we have our input type range. Now range inputs have two specific things. First of all, they can have a min and a max range, and we're going to set the min range for this, let's say 0, and then we're going to set the max range to whatever we want. I would suggest 10 million. Yeah. Well, someone wants to take a loan larger than 10 million, then please tell them to talk to me. And next, we're going to give it a specific value in order for this little fellow to jump here to 0. That is, the value will be 0. And you assign the value to 0, then you're going to have your starting point for the range value at 0. Now, one last thing, I also want to be able to, when I move this slider, to only impact my value later on here, as you can see. So when I move this slider, it impacts it with 0.5, let's say. Let's just say. Now, if I don't want 0.5, then I can impact it using 100s or tens or decimals or whatever you want. So you can do it as you wish. For example, if you would change this to, but the main thing is here to show you how you can do this. So if you type in a step property and then 0.5, then it's going to impact you with 0.5. If you type in here 100, then it's going to impact you with every 100th decimal. So you know what? Let's try it with 100. We're going to see later on how this works. Okay, let's leave this as it is. Now let's give it the ID of loan amount and not input, but slider. Okay, now the next one. The next one will be, let me do a refresh, it will be the interest rate. So let's go ahead, give this the ID of interest dash rate and dash input. Or we could leave it just at interest rate. Oh, let's use input. Input. I'm going to also give this the placeholder interest and rate. And now let's move down to its input. So the range slider will have the ID of interest dash rate dash slider. Then again, a min max and a value. So let's start with the value. I'm going to add to this the value of 0. So this should also now jump to the start. If we get the value of 70, then it's going to go to 70. Okay, meaning this is 70%. Always think about this as 100 value. So let's leave the value here at 0. I'm going to jump back to 0. Then a min of, now this is the interest rate. So you can start off with 0 interest rate. It's awful. And why is it awful? Well, it's going to lead to inflation. That's why. And let's go to 30. Now everything above 30, just say thank you, sir, and walk away. Okay, let's also give it a step of 0.1 because interest rates, well, they can vary from 2.1% to 7.8% and stuff like that. So they can vary with each and every decimal. Okay, we're done with this part. Next up will be the loan terms. So let's go to the next form group. Change the ID here to loan dash term dash input. Give it a placeholder, loan term, and then open and close parenthesis in years. Remember, we are telling it we want to have our loan terms in years. So when the user enters here a value, it will always be years. And we're going to limit this value. This is where the input gets really interesting. I don't want the user to add in commas or something like that. So he needs to add in exact numbers. So let's first go to the ID. It's going to be loan terms input, and it's going to be range or slider. I'm going to copy from here everything, paste it in here. Value will be 0. Again, the min value will be 0. The years, I don't think that anybody gives you above 30 years, maybe 35. If I'm go to 35, but the steps here will be 0. Okay, so each time I'm going to move this, going to move by one value. So it's going to move from one year to another. Okay, now I'm going to actually finish this completely. There's not much HTML we need to type in here. Next up, we're going to have a div. Actually, let's start with an ID. ID of result and also a class of result. And this is going to contain, close parenthesis, a h2 with the text of please and add hyphen. And then we're going to add here plus free h3s with some text. Grab this, back into parenthesis, multiply it by 3, type in text, and delete this back again. Whoa, come on. Parenthesis, plus div. Let's add here plus div. I'm going to delete it later on. So there we go, plus the div. I'm going to delete the div. Don't need actually the div. The last thing that we need is a div with a class of chart container. I know why I typed in div. You don't have to remember that. Then an h2 of chart, and this is also going to chart, and this is also going to contain a canvas, and this canvas will have an ID of chart. Or my chart, why not? My chart. It's your chart, not my chart. Okay, so this is where this little chart will live. So we're going to have our results here. They are going to be replaced with the actual results. As you can see here, this only moves in years, in 1 steps, and this is going to move in 0.1 steps when we change the slider. All of the values are automatically or real time are updated in real time. Okay, so we're done with our form. Actually, we're done with the entire HTML markup here. You can either close it up or leave it out for reference. I'm going to close it up because I know each and every class and ID that we created. So let's move on to style the form. No, actually, we're first of all going to create a couple of variables and style our main container as always. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a couple of variables and then import them into our style. So let's create a file here, variables.css. Go ahead, root, and we're going to start off with our main color, dash color. Going to be a hexadecimal of 38, sorry about that. 866. There we go, there's our very first color. Then we're going to have a main dash color dash light. Would be a hash ff7e5f. This is going to be the orange color. This color right here. And the background color is that blue color. Then we're going to create a couple of more colors. Let's say main and color and dash dark hash 6d0000. And the very last one, which is going to be darken. Now, these are only the main colors. We're also going to have 2 more colors. So this main color darker. Okay, hash 3f and 000. Perfect. Now we're going to have a background color. So bg color going to be the main color. So var, I'm going to include here already the main. Oh yeah. So dash main color. Then we're going to have a lone color. Lone dash color. Going to be hash 7ece. It's going to be really blue color, a light blue. F9. And then we're going to have a interest rate colors. Interest dash color hash ff6384. Okay, last but not least, a box shadow. So box shadow and 0.5 pixels, 7 pixels, and RGBA 0.00 and 0.50.5. That's enough. Okay, so there we go. We have everything that we need. Let's now go ahead and import this. So add import and quotations, variables, boom, we got this. And now we need our main container app. So app container, I'm going to already import it. Import app dash this will be between quotations. So app dash container.css. Let's copy this fellow, create a new file, paste it in, and let's start working on our app container. So app container dash container. And first thing first, I'm going to change the display here to grid. So grid, not grid, but display grid. Then I'm going to use here grid template columns of repeat, and I'm going to repeat 3 times 1fr. So 3, comma, and 1fr. Perfect. Now let's add a gap to this. So gap and to rem. And let me very quickly check here something. I'll start with variable CSS. Oh, sorry about that. I actually pasted or typed the rest of the HTML outside of the app container. So please, if you had the same mistake, I'm terribly sorry, but you have to put everything back in your main container. Okay, so this should fix it. Close it up, close up the variables, app container, Okay, now let's align everything to the center. I don't like how this is to the left side. So align items, center, and they should push this to the center of the page. Now also going to tackle, so add media, screen, and a max width, dash width of 1025 pixels. I'm going to change everything so the app.container will be displayed with grid template columns and just one FR. It's going to also work only in this direction, which is max width, something in right here. App container, why isn't, okay, oh, and by the way, we need to set this as important. Okay, so now it's the center. And also let's now add margin auto down here, and let's go up the container, and we're going to add to this the margin of 4 rem and auto left and right. Okay, I'm also going to give this a max width of 1200 pixels, then a padding of 1 rem. And now let's work a bit around the colors. So background color will be the var and main color, or bg color, a variable. So var bg color, and let's add a border radius now to it of 5 pixels. And also going to add a box shadow, although we won't be able to see the box shadow only in a regular width, but when someone is going to work in this specific range, then we're going to change this fellow to have a little bit of box shadow as we have it here in a finished project. So let's give this a box shadow of the variable of box shadow. So var and box and shadow. Okay. Okay, we're done with our container, we're done with our variables, we're done with our basic styling, so we can now move on and work on our little form here. In order to style it, we're going to add a couple of things now. Okay, so let's work on our form. So for the form, we're going to change this inputs with a type of range. You can see here, this is a different style than this one. We're going to change the backgrounds, the way they are displayed, and we're also going to change a couple of colors here. So let's go ahead. In CSS, let's create a form.css. Let's grab onto the form tag. We didn't add any kind of IDs to it or something like that. I usually do add IDs, but in this case, actually don't need them. Let's display this as flex. Change the, let's also go back to our color here. Flex direction to column, and padding 1 rem. We also include our form here at import and the form.css. Now for the form groups, so form dash group, I'm just going to copy this. Perfect. And let's just add a margin bottom of 1 rem. Now to our inputs, so parent selector, input. Each input will have the width of 100% of its container. Then let's change the border radius with a 5 pixel border radius. Obviously, I'm going to change every margin here. So margin, every border none. And now we're going to set our border to only 1 pixel, solid, and the variable color of main color, but the darker color. So darker. Now let's add a bit of padding of 0.5 rem. And now let's increase the font size to just 1.2 rem. Now in order to have the text in the center as we have it here, we're going to do here a text align and center. We're going to push everything in the center. Okay, now I'm going to target the input with the ID of loan amount. So let's go ahead, let's select parent, which is the input, and the input that has the loan dash amount dash input will now have a background color of var and dash loan dash color. Now let's change the color of the placeholder. I need to select the parent element and dash paste placeholder. Okay, so his color should be now say hash 333. Now let's mess around with its slider a bit. So I'm going to go here again, parent selector, then the ID of loan dash amount dash slider now, and let's go ahead, select the WebKit dash slider and dash thumb, and we're going to set this to WebKit dash appearance and set this to none. Okay, and also we're going to set appearance to none. Then we're going to set its width to 25 pixels and its height to also 25 pixels. Now, actually, before we do this, let's go up here and let's set from the parent everything that has the type of range. So all of the inputs that have the type of range, we're going to set their WebKit appearance, this right here, set this to none. Okay, there we go. So this wasn't working because I forgot to set it from here. And here we're just going to specifically style the very first one. And to this, I wanted to add a background color of var and go with whatever color you want. I'm going to go with the lone color. It's going to have here the same appearance. Okay, now the width, let's go back to our type of range. The width should be 100% and the cursor should be pointer. And now we're going to set a height of just 2 pixels. There we go. That's the background slider there. Now to each and every one of these types of sliders, let's also add I'm going to add it up here. You can either add here a margin to the top or go where the form group is and add a gap of 10 pixels. Add a gap between the input with the type of number and the input with the type of slider. Now, I just showed you how you can mess around with the sliders. You can then change each and every one of them. Let's say you want to change this one to is the interest rate. So you could do something like parent and interest rate and slider. Okay, and you could make this, for example, the variable. Go ahead here, interest rate. Okay, so let's just copy color instead of this, something like this, and this is going to change this. But this is starting to look kind of loony, so I'm just going to comment this out and leave it in for you to change. And you can also change it for the loan terms. So I'm going to leave this up to you, and we can now move on actually to add some functionalities to this little fellow. So let's go ahead and work on our JavaScript. All right, so we have here in our modules our main app. Now we're going to work a bit on this, meaning I'm going to create here I'm going to get on here to the DOM elements. We're going to need 2 elements, and also I'm going to work a bit on the structure. So let's go ahead and create a const with the name of inputs, and I'm going to document, grab onto all of the inputs, but with a specific type. So inputs, and we're going to use here query selector all, and we're going to select all of the input tags with a specific type. So open and close square brackets, input type of is equal to, and you need to use now single quotes, and let's say the first one will be number. Okay, and by the way, you should use here double quotes. Okay, so this is the very first one. So I'm going to close up the Explorer here. Then I'm going to copy this. The second one will be range. So range, and I'm going to replace this type with range. So let me just demonstrate this, console log, and we should have both the inputs, comma, and inputs with the type of number and inputs with the type of range. So let's right click, inspect, and you should see 2 node lists. So what's the idea here? We need to be able to listen to when something changes here, not only on typing in here a value, but also when the range changes here. So I'm going to add event listeners to both of them. We're going to take our inputs and dot loop over them. First of all, I'm going to use a for each loop, and for each input, I'm going to take that input and I'm going to loop over it and add to each of these inputs a event listener of input. And then I'm going to trigger a function, and that function will be to update. And what should be update? Well, the range and the value. Now, why am I updating here the range value when I'm listening to an input? So in the finished project, so refresh here. Remember that this goes from 1 to 30. So if I type in here 15, this should be in the middle. If I type in here 30, then this should be at the end. Okay, so I'm updating the range depending on the value. Now I need to update the value here depending on the range value. The value of the input depending on the range of the value of the range input. Okay? So let's go ahead and select range. I'm going to loop through over each and every one of those inputs that have the type of range. We're going to grab onto each and every input. We're going to add to them again a event listener of input, and then we're going to trigger again a function that will update now the input value, input and value. So I hope this makes it clear. Each time I'm manipulating the value from the input with the type of number, it should manipulate the value from the input with the type of range. Now, in order to make them do this, let's also create these 2 functions. So update the range value. First, I'm going to type in here function keyword, then paste in the update, the name of the function, and now we are going to use the this keyword. So const, first I'm going to, in the input with the type of range values, we need the ranges. So const range, and the range, so let me just say it in a different way. Let's grab on to this input. When I'm changing something here, I want the value from here to influence the value from here. The way I can do this is referring, but I'm creating only one function. Now, from where does the function know what I'm referring to? Well, you could use event listener. So e.target. Blah, blah, blah. Events. The event would be here, input, not key up, not unchange, but input. Each time something is happening. A unchange would mean that I have to finalize this, so change it completely. But only when I'm changing the input, then I could grab onto the range by saying that this values, using this keyword, wherever I'm using this function on, the next element sibling will be triggered. So once again, I'm triggering this function here when I'm changing a value on an input. So when I'm changing the value on this input, this function will be triggered. This function will then create a variable with the name of range, and this to the variable with the name of range, the value will be added on whatever it is triggered to the next element sibling. So now I can take from that range that I just created its value, and this is going to be this dot value. Simple as that. Let's go to our function here, and if I type in here something, then wait a second. I know the other one is not defined, so we're going to do the same thing for the other one, and update input is going to be input. There we go. So whenever this is changed, this little fellow should also change. Now, because this fellow, the range, is now the previous element sibling, we need to change this to previous. And now this is going to change the value of the input, as you can see. If I'm going to change here something, then this is going to change the value of the slider, and so far and so on. Bam, 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 10 million. So if I would add here 5 million, it's going to go to the middle. 25,000 would be just 25%. Okay? So we just created the possibility to manipulate our range values depending on the input values and our input values depending on the range value. Okay, so we're going to stop now here. And next up, we're going to actually calculate the loan. So let's start working on our loan here. Display some results then. I'm going to close up the console. We don't need it anymore, or for now at least. Let's create a new file. I'll call it calculate-loan.js. And let's export calculate loan. And you are a function, sir. So function keyword and open and close curly brackets. And let's get started. First of all, by grabbing onto the loan amount. So const loan amount. We're going to go to the document. Query selector. We're going to select the ID of loan dash amount dash. This is very important. We're going to select the input. And from this, we're going to select the value. Next, we're going to grab onto the interest rate range. So this little fellow. So const interest rate. And we're going to go ahead, document, query selector. We can use get element by ID. The ID of interest dash rate dash input. From here, we're going to grab onto the value. And then we're going to right here divided by 100 and divided by 12. Remember, interest rates are per year. So when I'm adding here a 3%, then I'm actually adding here a 3% for the entire year. Now, for a monthly calculation, you would need to divide this by 12. And also here, we're dividing it by 100 in order to get it in percentages. Next up, we need the loan term. So const, I'm going to call this loan and term. Again, document dot query selector, the ID of loan term and input. Again, we're getting here the value and times 12. And now we also want to displace everything somewhere. So we're going to go ahead and create a const for our result. Okay, so document, query selector, and the ID of result. I'm going to close up the left part. Now let's calculate the monthly payment. The monthly payment is the loan amount times a calculation between the interest rate and the loan term, which we're going to call X, and then times the interest rate and so on and so on and so on. I'm going to create a much simpler formula of const X, and this is equal to a math.pow, which means to the power of, And we're going to pass in here 1 plus interest rate, and then comma to the power of what? Well, we're going to have it to the power of the loan term. Okay. Now we're going to take this value and pass it into the monthly payment. So the monthly payment will be equal to, open and close parentheses, the loan amount times X and times the interest rate. Now we're going to divide everything to that X minus 1. Okay, so this is going to be the monthly payments. I know it looks strange, but just believe me. Trust me, bro. That's the way that it's calculated. Also look it up on the internet if you want. Now let's calculate the total amount of payment, which is going to be const total payment. And this is going to be the monthly payment times the loan term. Next, we're going to have a total interest. The const total interest is going to be the total payment minus the loan amount. And now we need to calculate the difference. Well, for this, we're going to have a total interest. And for this, we're going to create a variable with the keyword const and then difference. And this is going to be simply, in close parentheses, the total interest divided by the total payments times 100. And we need to have it in a 2 fixed and 2. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Now for the results. We're going to export here everything in a template literals. So we're going to use here, first of all, the results. We need to grab onto the results variable, and then we need to display everything here. So results.innerHTML, I'm going to assign this to template string of a h2, open and close, a h2 with a title of results. Scroll up here. So we're going to have here 3 h3s, and each one of them is going to have a different value in them. And here we're also going to use a couple of ternary operators. You could also use if statements, but ternary operators really look much better here. So let's start out with the very first one. Let's say create 3 h3s, h3. I'm going to copy this 1, 2, 3 2 times. And then the first one is going to have the class of monthly dash payment, and also the text of monthly payment. And within here, now we're going to use $sign, open and close curly brackets. And we're going to use our is not a number function. So is NaN, monthly payment. And if it is not a number, then please display me just 0.00. And if it's not, then you're going to display me the real value. And the real value will be monthly payment dot to fixed and 2. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Now we should start adding this to our app. Let's go up here. Let's first of all import it. So you should import always everything at the very top. So import, not at import, not in CSS. Import, I'm going to import calculate loan. And don't forget to add here .js file, otherwise it won't work. I'm going to take our calculate loan, and it's going to calculate both on update value, open and close parentheses here because you need to initiate it, and once more in update input value. So update range value and update input value, meaning each time we're going to do something here, it's going to calculate and display our results down here. Now we're not finished with our loan calculator. We still need to add a couple of things, and also still need to add one more, h3. Next up, we need to add the total payment. So down here, type in total payment, which again, I'm going to use this little fellow right here. If the total payment, so total payment, not a number, then give me 0. If total payment is a number, then give me the total payment. Okay, the next one will be the total interest. So first of all, I'm going to add to this a class, a ID of total, what am I doing? ID is equal to, open and close, double quotation marks, total interest. And for the total interest, I'm also going to add a class, which is just going to be is equal to interest. Now for the text in here, I'm going to type in total interest and paid. Now we already calculated the total interest up there, so I'm just going to copy this again, paste it down here, and change these two fellows to, so click on one of them, double click, Command D or Control D, and type in total interest. Now for our next step, we're going to have our interest. So I'm going to copy this class of interest, add it to our very last h3, type in here as a text of interest and paid. And we're going to pass in here, again, the same formula, and change this to difference. Okay, and we don't need here to fix because it is already in percentages. So let's try this out. I'm going to move this, this, and this. And this didn't calculate anything here because Why? Let me just check the console change. Okay, so cannot read property of null with value. So let's see. 7 value. So it seems that the loan term is giving me problems. Let's go back to our HTML. And we had here loan term input. So why aren't you working? Once more. Okay, that was a problem. Okay, so we're getting here the values. I added a bit of white space, and you shouldn't have white space when you're defining something or naming something. In our case, naming the ID. Okay, let's close this up. So we can always see that this is working. Now, what I don't like is you cannot differentiate here easily the amount. So we're going to use here a different function. I think you already created multiple times this function that is going to calculate or numbers with commas. So let's go down here. Let's create a function that is going to give us numbers with commas. This is going to take in whatever number, and this is going to then return that number to string, and we're going to here replace, and we're going to replace this with a regular expression. I'm just going to copy in the regular expression. You can find this also on the internet. I'm not going too deep into regular expressions now. So escape, blah, blah, b. You can look this up, what each and every one of them means, but this is basically in order to add commas at a specific term, at every third term of a letter. Okay, so now let's take this function, and we're going to wrap each and every result, basically monthly payment, and also wrapping the to fixed into a parenthesis, and then add this to it. So let's do this to each and let's add a function to it. So let's do this to each and every one of them. User wrap you into parenthesis, pass in the number with commas, and also you, and also no, the last one we don't need it. So 3 times. So let's try this out. Bum, bum, and bum, and there we go. It's adding commas at every third letter, or in our case number actually. The last one down here, this should be percentage. So change the $sign to percentage, please, and you should be good to go. Okay, you can also add it to the end here. So bum, bum, and bum. Okay, now let's start styling our results. So let's go ahead, go into our CSS file, a folder, let's create a results.css, import it, import double quotations, results. Let's go to our results file. Let's grab onto the class of results. And let me check, is it result or results? It's, oh God. Let's add here S. There are multiple results, come on. Okay, so let's give this a height of 300 pixels. Then let's give it a width of 100% of its container. We're going to display here, display everything as flex, and we're going to flex everything into a column direction. Okay, now let's justify the content space between. Sorry about that, the space around. And let me also close up the console so we can see what we're doing. Let's add a margin to the bottom of 2 rem, pushing everything up a bit. And now let's grab onto all of those h3s within here. So parent selector and the h3s. First things first, I'm going to add a bit of border to every one of them. So border 1 pixel solid, and I'm going to use here the variable color of the main color and light. Okay, there's the border. Now let's add a border radius, and let's add a padding. We're going to add padding to the top and bottom of 0.5 rem and 1 rem left and right. Now we're going to add a box shadow to make them stand out of the variable of box shadow, and we're good to go. So let's try this out a bit. Boom, 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 and boom. Okay, a couple of things. I want to change the background color of these little fellows to look something like this. So the monthly payment will have a different color than the rest of them. So I'm going to go ahead and now say that parent selector dot class of monthly dash payment, and this fellow should have the background color of #222. Okay, and it should also have then the text color of var and loan amount, loan color, and there we go. So we got a blue color there and a black background color. Now again, parent selector, but this time the interest rate, this is going to have the color of var and dash dash interest color. Okay, now for the rest of the backgrounds, I would say that we're going to choose here. So we could actually do it up here. Do it up here, and then these are going to change because it's cascading. So the background regular background color, I would say we're going to go with a hash of EEE. See how this looks, because I don't like the first one. So try DDD. Sorry, DDD. That's much better. We still need to change one more color here. Color, and this should be. Wait, which color did I have here? From variables. I think it was. Oh yeah, the main light color. So let's add it here. Bar and main light color. Perfect. Now you'll be the judge of this if you like this or not. You could also add a bit of shadow, text shadow if you want. So text and shadow at this is also okay. Now you'll be the judge of this. Do you like this coloring or not? Of course, you can change it. Let's see again. I think this is better. Okay, now let's go to our chart. This is going to be pretty cool. So we're going to close here everything up and we're going to move to our chart. You only need your index and your app open. So the chart, this little fellow right here, this chart is created using a API. It's using the chart.js. In order to get the chart.js, we're going to go down here on our HTML, and before our script, we're going to add a different script. Now, if you would go to chartjs.org, you would land on this little page. And from here, get started. And well, it's going to give you different possibilities, a couple of explanation. But again, click on get started with chart.js. And it's going to give you here an example. So this is the example we're going to use. We're going to create a regular chart, not this kind of chart. We're going to create a pie chart. But just a couple of things. This script right here is the script you need to copy. So I'm going to copy this and then go in here, paste it in here, and we already have access to chart.js. Next up, we're going to create here in modules a new file. We're going to call it chart. Because, wait, I'm going to call it pie chart. Pie chart. Pie and chart.js. We're going to export function pie chart. And now we need to grab onto three values. The first value will be, of course, the total interest. So let's create a const, call it total interest. And now we're going to go to the document dot get element by ID or query selector, however we want, just mixing it up here. Total dash interest dash input. From this, we're going to grab onto its inner text. Now, what I'm trying to do here is grab onto this. Wait, sorry, not the input. We are trying to grab on from the calculate loan the result of total interest. Okay, so this fellow right here, because this is what is showing here, total interest, the same value. So we need to grab onto this value and we need to grab onto the loan amount to this value. Okay, so pie chart, total interest dot inner text. Let me calculate here some kind of interest. So we're trying to grab onto this value. So we're going to grab onto its inner text now. From the inner text, because it's returning in a string and it's also returning this $sign, we're going to now dot split, and we're going to split it from where? Well, we're going to split it from the $sign. And then we're going to grab onto the first element and we're going to replace, again, we're going to use here regular expressions because we want to eliminate now our little comma that we just created. So we're going to use here / comma / g, comma, empty string. Simple as that. Okay, the next step will be to create another variable for the loan amount. The loan amount will now be from the document dot get element by ID, and we're going to grab on the loan dash amount dash input. And from this, again, the value. Now remember, the value is now, as soon as we start calculating, we have access to the value. Now these two are the values that we need to add to our pie chart. The next thing that we need is our pie chart. So we're going to grab onto our pie chart. We're going to close out the left part by creating here const. We're going to call it ctx. And this is going to be the pie chart from the document dot get element by ID. And we're going to grab onto the ID of, what do we call our pie chart again? My pie chart, my pie chart, my chart. Copy my chart and paste this in here. So first things first, we're going to check if there is a pie chart here. So if chart dot get chart, chart dot get chart, I'm going to pass in here now the chart that we just grabbed on from here. If this exists, then destroy it. So chart dot get chart, pass in the chart, ctx, and dot destroy. Why? Well, because each time I'm recalculating here everything, it needs to destroy the chart first of all. Okay, that's the first condition. If not, then create a new chart, a new chart, and you're going to pass in here the CTX, comma, and now within curly brackets, we first need to tell it what kind of chart do we need. So we're going to pass in the type of the chart, which will be a donut. Okay, next we need the next property, will be the data. Now the data will come, which will be again an object with a key value pairs. The data will come as following. The data will come with, as you can see here, labels, and then data stats, which I'm going to show you just in a couple of minutes, but first of all, the labels. Now these two will be the labels. So let's say labels, and we're going to pass in here an array of 2 strings. If we have multiple labels or multiple values, you can pass them in here. So loan, then amount, then comma, open and close double quotation marks, and total interest. Now for the data. Again, remaining within the data object, we have our data sets. Data sets, again, in an array, we're going to have here only one data set, and then it's going to be for label. We're going to leave this as an empty string, and then we're going to have the data itself, which will be an array of these 2 variables. So first one is going to be the loan amount, comma, the total interest. And now you can also set the border width here. I'm going to go the border width of, let's say, 2. That's enough. Now you could pass in multiple options further on, but I'm going to leave it here. So let's import our pie chart into the app. So import the pie chart from PyChart.js. And when should this pie chart be triggered? Well, each time something happens, either we update our range or update our input. So pie chart, after the calculation happens, the loan calculation, then we're going to also display our pie chart. So let's try this out. Loan, interest, and made some kind of error. Let's inspect quickly. Console cannot read value pie chart 7. Pie chart 7 cannot read because I'm a dum-dum. Input. Let's try this out again. And we should now see down here the pie chart. There we go. Okay, so let's also style it now quickly. The style is pretty simple. We're going to go here, create a new file, call it pychart.css. Grab onto the .chart-container. I do believe I named it chart container. And we're just going to, first of all, limit its width to 400 pixels. We're going to make it much smaller. Then we're going to add margins, 1 top and bottom, and outer left and right. Next, we're going to add a padding of 1 rem, then a box shadow of just a simple box shadow, var box dash shadow. Then let me just refresh here. A border radius of 5 pixels to the container itself. Let's also include our pie chart in our style at import and pie chart CSS. And there we go. There's our pie chart. So let's now go back to a regular display, and there's our little application. Now I'm going to also limit the height of this. So let's go back into app container, and up here I'm going to limit the height to 500 pixels, meaning that when we're in our format here, oops, that's too much. I also set it as important. So let us remain in this format, and let's add here a couple of years, and there we go. There's our application working nicely. Now I also need to change this to the height of 100 viewport heights when we are in a form format. Okay, so there's our finished application. Let's see if we take 250,000 something. And I think I changed this to only move with 100. Yeah, you see it's only move with 100 positions there. See 7.5% interest over 35 years. And you would pay more than half of your money back in interest. Damn. Well, let's do something. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the sum is. You still pay with a 7.5 interest and 35 years run. More than half of the money would be the interest. Jesus. Well, the moral of the of the story is make loans that you can afford, not financial advice. Okay. Hope you enjoyed the project. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome to the investment portfolio. This application is a web application created using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The application will allow you to not only add, but also track your investment, your stock options, and then a complete analysis of it. So let me just give you an example. Let's say you added $2,000 on the 1st of January 2023. Click on add, you're going to get an alert. Now in your investment list, the investment with the date you invested it will appear. Next up, let's add another $1,500, let's say. You invested this one in February on the 15th, 2023. Let's add it. But you just remembered, wait, I actually invested $1,600. Let's edit this, $1,600. Then you invested $300 just one day later, 2023. Then you invested $500 just a couple of days later. So let's say on the 20th of February, 2023. And then you actually needed that money again, so you removed it from your account. So you can then also delete it. Now there's a sum down here that will be the sum of all of your investments. Now this is the investments, but what did you invest them in? Now let's say you bought from the A company a couple of stocks. So the A company has the AAA symbol and company A, and you bought 123 shares at $1.23, and now there are $1.52. So let's add them. Now down here in your portfolio, you will see your companies with shares, with symbol, company name, shares hold, buy-in price, current value, which will be the current price times the shares. Then the return will be 23.58% and the gain will be $35.67. So currently you invested only $186. Now you still got a couple of bucks to invest. So let's say you bought from the B company, company and B, and you bought here 50 shares, but these are extremely pricey stocks. So these were actually $35 a share, and now they're at 48. Okay, let's add them. Now your current portfolio, investment portfolio, is $2,586.96. And now you still have a free cash flow of roughly $1,200. Okay, so let's do an analysis here. And your total portfolio value will be then represented by a pie chart. Now, if you remove the free cash flow, reanalyze this, you will have a return of 28.14%, which is $1,013. Now, let's say that the shares of the B company grew even more. So let's change them, click on edit, and let's say they are now at $59 a share. You can see that here your gain increase, your return increases, your current value increases. And also if you do now an analysis again, you will have a total investment. Well, the total investment didn't change, but the total portfolio value just changed. Okay, so a very last thing that I want to show you is that you can download your investments in a CSV file, meaning this is going to result in a sort of Excel sheet. And if you open this up, you will see here the same results. You can also do a sum then quickly from here, some of those numbers resulting in the same amount as you have here. Okay, so this is the project. Hope you're excited and let's get started. Okay, so let's get ourselves set up here. Let's copy the boilerplate, right click, copy, and paste it in here. Rename the folder of 09 and investment portfolio and tracker. Okay, let's open up our folder. Got our source, we got our scripts here. Now we're only going to have one script. Maybe I'm going to do a module based application later on this, but this is extremely complex and I don't want to split it up into modules, mainly because of its complexity. Now I am feeling obligated to tell you that roughly here is where JavaScript is, well, coming to its final potentials. From this point on, it's time for a framework. You should use React, Angular, Vue, whatever you want. But this is extremely complex for JavaScript. But still, it is possible. And it's also not at its highest complexity, the application I mean. So let's start with this venture. Let's see, do we have anything hooked up here? Let's change this up. Oh, I could have let the H1 with investment portfolio. There we go. Let's right click, open with live server. And there we go. There's our investment portfolio. I'm also going to delete this. Now let's go to our CSS. Here we have everything set up. And just a couple of words before we get started. Let's quickly walk you through the finished application. So this part right here is what we're going to tackle up in the next couple of videos. First, of course, we're going to design our app. Then so you know, this is a form. This is a list. It includes this sum. Then this down here is a form. This is a table. This is just a little input with a submit button. And down here, we're going to recreate this, not using chart.js, but we're going to create it on our own. So fun stuff ahead. I also think I already created this in a YouTube video, if I'm not mistaken. But nevertheless, this is what we're going to work on. So let's just get started working on our application. Okay, so let's start working on our investment container here. We're going to go underneath our H1, create a div with an ID of investment, and then a class of investment-container. Now this is going to contain this form. So let's create a form with an ID of investment-form. Then this is going to include a H2 with the text of invested amount. Plus, this is also going to include two input tags. One of them is going to be a number, so the type of number, and plus another input tag. This is going to have the type of date. And at the end, so plus once again, a button with a type of submit. Okay, and for the button, we can just already add the ID. So ID of add, investment, and the class of btn, and the text of add. Okay, cool stuff. You just learned a lot of stuff here. So let me see if I did this correctly. Input, then another input, then the button. Oh, I could have added also input the ID and so on and so on. Nevertheless, I'm going to add it right now. So the type is number. The ID, the name we don't need. Let's replace it with placeholder, and let's say amount. And you can swap them around if you want the date to be first and then the amount after that, as you wish. Now, let me just check this. The ID will be invested or investment dash amount. And then also this is going to be required, of course. We should be in the input. So please take care to required. Now, the next one will be the date. This is also going to be required. So I'm just going to copy this. We're not going to have a name, but we are going to have an ID for this investment and date. Perfect. We got this out of the way. Now, after the form, we're going to have a little section here, which will be the investment results. So let's create after the form a section tag with the class of investment-results. Okay, let's go ahead, create here a header. The header is going to have the class of investment-result-header. And within the header, we're just going to have our investment list title here, and this little button of save to CVS. So let's go ahead, add here H2 with the text of investment list. And after that, we're going to have a button with the ID of save investment-btn, and then the class of btn. Now for the text, we're just going to have here a CSV, and I'm also going to add before the text, also with a space, icon with the class of fa-regular and .fa-floppy-disk. Floppy and disk. Okay. Oops. You should be in here, sir. What are you doing outside? Okay, let's check this out. There we go. There's a button. There's an icon. There's a form. There's everything. Perfect. So next we're going to need somewhere to store the items of the list. So we're going to go outside the header. We're going to create a UL on that list with the ID of investment list. It is going to contain our li. So I'm just going to create a li for now. And just scroll up a bit. That is going to have a paragraph tag for the date. So paragraph tag, date. Then it's going to be followed by a bold tag for $0.00. And after that, I'm going to have a div. This is going to have the class of investment and actions. Okay, and this is going to contain two icons because, as you saw here in our finished project, we're going to have a edit button and a delete button. So let's go ahead in here. Let's grab onto the I with the class of edit, then .fa-solid, .fa-pan-2-square. This is going to be the first icon tag, and then I'm going to copy this, paste it down here, replace edit with delete. We're going to retain the fa-solid, but instead of fa-pan-2-square, we're going to have trash. And that should be it. Let's check this out. Okay, there's a edit button and there's a trash button for deleting stuff. So these are the list items. See in here, date, $, and user. Now, one last thing that we need is after our list, we need to step outside of here and create a div with a class with the ID of total dash invested and a class of result. Okay, and within here, I'm just going to type in total invested amount, column, and $, 0.00. Okay, so this will be our initial total invested amount. Oh, that's a hash. Sorry about that. The $. Okay, now we're done with our invested amount markup. So let's go ahead and start styling here a couple of stuff. Okay, so let's put out a couple of CSS variables and work on our main style sheet here. So let's create a variables.css file. And within here, we're going to target the root. And let's add a primary color, hash 2C3E50. Then we're going to create our secondary color. What kind of dairy? Secondary color, hash E67E22 in orange color. Then we're going to have our accept color, accept-color, with a blue color, a hash 3498 dB. Next, we're going to have a background color, going to be a hash ECF0F1. Okay, then a text color, hash, hash 34495 and E. And the last one will be a box shadow. Box shadow of 0010 pixels and RGBA of 000 and 0.2. There we go. Okay, let's close up the variables. Let's open up our style. Let's import the variable CSS. And then let's open and actually create a app-container.css. Let's import it. I'm going to copy you, paste it down here. App-container. There we go. And let's start working on this little fellow. Okay, let's grab onto the app-container. I'm going to add to this a max width of 800 pixels and show you in our finished project. So this is the container. It's centered, but also is going to change its width in a foam format. Also is going to maintain that 800 pixel width. Okay, let's go back to our fellow. Let's say we're going to change the flex direction to column. Here we're going to add a padding of 1 rem, all around padding. We're going to set our margins as auto, centering it. And let's change now the background color to the var of course, background color. Why did I name it BG color? Because I want to type more. There we go. Okay, so color, we're going to have the var of text color, dash color. We're going to get that nice seal color. And now let's add a box shadow of var and box shadow. Box and shadow. Okie dokie. Now, right within here, I'm really going to do a general style for all of the inputs. So let's say parent selector input and width of all of the inputs should be 100% of their container. Now let's add a general padding of 10 pixels. So all of the inputs will look basically the same. And then a box, not a box, a border radius of 5 pixels. So a really small border radius. Okay, let's now take that border and change it to 1 pixel solid and hash CCC with a gray border. And to each of them, I'm just going to add a margin button of 0.5 rem. And as you can see, we don't have any form groups. So, oops, let's also pack this one together. We don't have any kind of form groups, so it will add the border, the margin to the border in the input itself. And also I'm going to leave this focus on it. Now, for the buttons, so we have a general btn class. Let's target this, and this will be targeted in the entire app, as you can see. So the general BTS, as always, cursor pointer. Go ahead, cursor pointer. Just general settings. Padding, a 10 pixels. No, this is not my favorite button design, but it does match with this particular design. Although, I must say, the design is pretty ugly. Yes, a bit of self-deprecation, and that is because, well, I wanted to keep it simple because the app is already complex enough. I didn't want to have it looking like a gamified app. Okay, so it's strictly a portfolio. Okay, nothing else. Doesn't make you invest or not invest or buy something or sell something. It's just a freaking portfolio. Okay, so let's continue on. This is why it looks so boring. This is not an excuse. It's intentional, okay? Okay, so let's go back here, padding. Then after padding, we're going to add a border, same border as we have actually up here. Just going to copy this, add it down here. The border radius will be the same, and then just going to increase the font weight to 600. Okay, let's add a margin to the, I think that's enough. Let's add now a bit of background color, although some of them will change later on, of var and primary color. And of course, we now need to change the color. And let me just take a look in our variables. Don't like the issues. So although I have this as background, and I'm going to change it to BG. And ooh, this also looks nice. Let me just see something. Oh man, I really like this. Oh, damn it. I really like it. Just change the buttons. You know what? I'm going to go with this. Don't be angry at me. It's so beautiful. Let's look at it. Maybe just a tinge of a text shadow to everything. Damn it. I love it. Add here a DDD. Ooh, so beautiful. It is so beautiful. We go up here. Add a text shadow of 1 pixel, 1 pixel, 1 pixel. And of course, a really light color. So a hex EEE. Nah, not good. Let's do it RGB. A and the 0.5 and 0 for you. Okay, let's hover over it and let's just increase it a tinge. No, let's go further up here. Okay, let's increase this to 3. It's too much. 2 and 1, 2. Ah, that's just too much. Yeah, somewhere there. So it makes it stand out more, but it's not that. Let's end here with 220. Next one, 220, 222, and 222. It's also too much. Leave it at 1. Perfect. Okay, now I'm going to go completely white. Completely white and just 1.5. Yeah, there we go. I love it. Good. Now let's continue on. By the way, you can obviously change it to this. Just change the background color here. Where do I have it? App container background color to BG. And I'm either going to leave it this way or leave it as, wait, which one was the color? Oh, nothing. So delete this, BG, or just leave it this way and I'm going to have that dark color. Let's just see how this turns out, because everything in here should be then be perfect. All right, now let's continue on with our button. First, I'm going to set here a transition. You know what? Let's add a hover effect to it. I'm going to add the transition here. So background color, let's change it to the variable color of secondary color. Okay, so when I hover over it, I'm going to change. Let's add here a transition all and 0.3, 2 seconds is in out. Okay, so let's hover. Oh, no, need to add it up here. What am I doing? So on its initial state and on the hover state. Also, this should be now darker. So color and hash, not hash, but the variable color of this little color. So of the primary color. I'm just going to copy this and replace it here. Now it should look something like this. Okay. Oh, and by the way, you could do also something like change the text color here to the secondary color. Let's try this one out. Secondary. And you should get something like this. Okay. I think this also looks pretty good. I'm going to comment this one out and leave it this way. What a difference. What a difference this makes. Okay, so let's move on. We still have a couple of things to style here in our main container. We're going to go after the button and start styling our icons. So each icon, so I with the class of FA and solid, will have a cursor pointer. Then we're going to add the same transition to them. So I'm going to copy, let me copy this, paste it in here. And the color will be the secondary color and the background color won't change at all. So each time I'm hovering over an icon, no, they should change to white. So I'm going to add here this color, so the BG color, background. Okay, so let's try this out. I'm hovering over an icon, I'm going to change its color. Okay, perfect. Now we're going to have multiple results classes here. So this little fellow right here is a result. So I'm going to go here and target the result class. I'm going to display it as flex because, as you will see here in the finished project, example, this is a result, then this will be a result. Now we're going to have 2 elements in our result. What will be the text and then the amount itself. This is a result container. So I want to display this as flex. Then I'm going to justify the content with space between the elements. And you should already be pushed to the right side. Oh yeah, this will only change when I'm going to have actual results here. Or was it results? Wait. just a second. No, as result. Okay, let me try something. We still need to change here the background color to var and primary color. Okay, so there we go. But because in our result, we only have the div with just some text. You know what, I'm going to change it right here because I don't like this. Let's see, in our JavaScript, we had it here as a span text. I'm going to cut it out, paste it in here, and the result itself was also a span. So let me add here another span tag. Okay, now they're displayed as accordingly. So let's move back to our results now. Let's add a padding of 0.3 rem and 1 rem, then a border radius of 5 pixels. Also going to add a border, just make it stand out a bit more, border radius, but a border of the same border as we have all over the place. So it's going to be border 1 pixel solid and a white color. Okay, so this makes it stand out a bit. And of course, let's also add a box shadow of the variable of box shadow. Perfect. So we got this set up, and I still want to increase the font weight. I don't like it that way. So font weight is 600 or even 700 if you want, but I think 600 would be enough. One last thing, because this is a pretty much, see right here, that this needs to stand out from everything else. So let's also increase its font size by 1.2 rem. Okay, so stands out more. Perfect. Now we're done with this part. Next up, we're going to move on and style our entire investment container. And one last thing, I still think it would look better if I would change the border, or let's just try this out. You can change it or not if you wish with the secondary color. So I'm going to take this var secondary color, and everywhere we have a border, I'm going to do this. No, how should I do it? Okay, let's select this, select through everywhere, and let's replace it. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Pretty decent, I would add. Okay, I'm happy with it. So let's move on now. Okay, let's start working on our investment container. Let's go to our CSS folder, create a new file. Call this investment-container.css. Also import it, add import and investment container. Okay, let's start working on our .investment-container class. Now the investment container, let's take a look at the finished project here. The investment container consists of two fields. One is the input field, is the input section, and the other one is the results section. So this section is the first that we're going to take care of, and then the next one. And as you can see, they take up specific widths within the container. This is because I use CSS grid, and after a specific breakpoint, they're going to be in one column. So let's start working on this. Go back to our container here, and you know what? I'm going to decrease or increase actually the width of this roughly here. Okay, perfect. So let's get started by displaying them as grid. Then I'm going to add a grid template column, and I'm going to set them as 2 fractions and 3 fractions, FR. There we go. Now let's add a bit of gap between them. So gap and 20 pixels. And I must say that I love the gap property in CSS, because this will maintain the 20 pixels even if they will change then the direction, which I'm quickly going to do now, because down here I'm going to create at media, and let's say that a max width of 550 pixels is where the investment container, so I'm going to take everything from here, will change its grid template column, so delete this and this, to 1FR. Just going to change this to 1. As soon as I move back here, I'm going to change its width. Okay, now let's move back up here, and let's also add a margin of 2 rem top and bottom, and auto left and right. Now for the investment results header, which is here, let's grab onto the investment, not container, but results dash header, and I'm going to display this as flex, and then I want to have equal space between them, so I'm going to use here flex justify content with space between the elements. What am I doing? This header. There we go. Okay, so the header. Now let's add a bit of a padding of 0.5 rem and 1 rem left and right. Okay, now I'm going to move up here because I want to continue on working on our investment form here. So let's grab onto the ID of investment-form, and let's just grab onto the button class here, btn, and I'm going to change the width of this button to 100%. So it's going to take effect only on this button. You see the other button will remain as it is. Now back to the investment results. So let's move down here. So investment results, I'm just going to copy this, and we're going to display everything as flex in order to have our list in flex direction of column. Now let's move to the investment list itself, hash investment and dash list. And let me scroll down a bit, scroll up. And I'm going to add to the investment list itself a margin button. First of all, margin to the bottom of 1 rem. And to have this difference between these two. Now I'm going to limit the height, as you see in the finished project. Let's add another investment. Let's say $3,200 in April 20th, 2023. Let's add it. And let's add another one at a $572. Add some commas here, 35 cents. On April the 21, 2023, add also this one. And we still add a fifth one, $875.21 on still April. And now on the 25th of April, 2023. And there we go. Now we have a scroll here, as you can see. That is why I'm limiting the max height of the investment list. Okay, so let's add a max height, width but height of 200 pixels. Okay, now we can't see anything, but as soon as we start adding in the list items, we will have the difference. So next up, I'm going to add a overflow on the y-axis of scroll in order to have the scroll effect. Okay, we can already see the bar here. Now for our investment list items, so these items right here. Let me just go back and let's check if I added investment list, investment. No, I didn't add the class to them. So the class will be on investment actions. It will be on the list item itself. So class of investment dash list dash item. Okay. Now we are going to move everything that is here to JavaScript later on, but I do want you to have it so you can see it when we're styling it. So let's go on to the list item from here, the class, drag it in here, dot class investment. Okay, just had a typo there, place it here. So the investment list item will have the following CSS properties, which will be to display everything that is in the item as flex. So display flex. Now we don't need to change the direction because we have them now displayed as row. But we're going to justify the content as space between. Giving us equal spaces between the elements. Now I'm going to align the items to the center, change the background color to the variable color, and we had here a little BG color. So let's change it to this, and var and BG color. Again, we're going to trend down the borders, so border radius 5 pixels. I'm going to add a border, a margin to the bottom, margin bottom of 10 pixels, and let's add some padding of 0.2 rem top and bottom, and 1.5 rem left and right. And that's pretty much it. Now, in order for us to know when we're on a specific item, let's add a background, change the background color a bit. So background color. Now, you know what? Let's first of all change the color of var and the primary color. Okay, and now let's add that hover effect. So when I'm hovering over my parent element, I want to change the background color to a hash and let's say EEE. Okay, and yeah, this should already take effect, or FFF. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now for the form, for our investment form, we want to retract now the margin from the bottom. So let's grab onto the investment form, and I'm going to reduce the margin to the bottom, or add the margin to the bottom, where we margin and bottom to 1 rem. Okay, so when we're in a form format, it's going to look something like, hey, we should change. Wait just a second, I have something open. Closing there, this closing there, this closing there. Investment container, grid cap. Oh yeah, I'm missing here a. Okay, so this should now work. Perfect. So we're done with this little fellow. You know what? I'm going to remove the padding from here, the left and right from the header. Where's the header? Padding left and right. 1 rem. We don't need it. We can set it to 0. That's much better. Okay, let's differentiate it by a margin bottom of 1 rem. Okay. Okay, so we're done with this part. You know what? Also, this little fellow here should have a bit of a margin. So because this is the investment form, I'm going to grab onto its H2. So investment form. Let's just grab onto its H2. So parent selector H2, and let's add a margin to the bottom of the same margin. So let's say 1 rem. Check out how this looks. Let's push even 1.5 rem. Okay, much better. So we're done with this. We can now move on to our next step. Okay, so this is going to be a shorter one. We're going to work on this add stock form here. Now let's go ahead and create a markup. Well, where are we? We're on investments, investment, and after our investment, we are going to create, there's an investment down here, a section, and we're going to give this the class of add and stocks, or add stocks. Yeah, add stock. Let's leave it as singular because adding one stock. You're going to create an H2 with the text of add/edit stock, and then we're going to create our form. Now our form have no action, but it is going to have an ID of add and stock and form. Okay, let's step into the form, and we're going to have a couple of subcategories. First, we're going to have a class of stock and IDs. Now, what are stock IDs? Everything that is helping us to identify the stock, basically a symbol or a name. So stock IDs will have two input tags. Both of them will be text, and the first one will have the ID of symbol, then the placeholder of stock symbol, and the second one also required, making it mandatory so we cannot skip this step. And then the second input with, again, just text and the ID of name. Then placeholder will be stock and name, and this will also be required. Okay, now for the next identifiers here, these will be the stock quantities. So whether it is, look here, a share or a buying price or a current price, these are quantities. So let's create here a second class of stock dash quantities, and let's start by adding here a couple of input tags. Now all of them will be numbers, so I'm going to create here input, then number, and then required. Wait, I actually cannot add this, so I'm just going to leave it as it is, and there we go. Now wait, so number times 3, and there we go. Okay, so the very first one is not going to have a name, but it's going to have a placeholder, so I'm going to replace this with placeholder. The name that is going to be shares. The ID will be also shares, and it's going to be required as all of them. I'm just going to take this required and paste it once in here and once after this ID. Okay, let's also make just a bit of adjustment here. Close up the left part. So we have our input, the type number, placeholder shares, and ID shares, then required, then the second one also a number. Name, we don't need this. So again, I'm going to replace it with placeholder, and the placeholder here will be the buy-in and price. And then we're going to have here an ID of buy-in price, in and price. And now I'm going to copy this buy-in price, paste it in the last input, and this will be the current price. Also the placeholder will replace here with current and price. And that's pretty much it. Have everything that we need. The last thing that we need in our form here is the submit button. So button with the type of submit. And let's add here the class of btn and the text of add/edit. Okay, you know what? I'm going to add some spaces between them, add/edit, depending on what it is. Now, let's go ahead and style this. This shouldn't take up that much time, so we're going to create now a new file here. We're going to call it add-stocks or stock, add stock.css. That's imported, add import URL, and we're going to import the add stock CSS. Now, this is going to be a very quick one. So add-stock, the class, will be, first of all, let's start styling on H2 here. So H2 will have a margin bottom of 1 rem. Then we're going to target our add stock form. So the ID of add-stock-form. And within here, we're going to target, first of all, the add stock IDs. So add or stock-IDs. Now we're going to display them as grid. I'm going to use the same technique as I used up here. So display grid. Then the grid template columns will be 1FR and 5FR. And then the gap, again, a 10 pixel. Now for the stock quantities, I'm going to copy this, paste it down here, replace this with stock and quantities. Again, display as grid, but now I'm going to just repeat here 3 times 1FR. And if I would type in anything correctly, then it should be also displayed as one of our. So let me check this very quickly. What did I miss? Quantities. Okay, quantities. Perfect. I missed here an N. There we go. So these three are now displayed accordingly. The last thing that I want is the button again to be 100%. So I'm going to go down here, the class of btn, and with 100% of its container. And there we go. Okay, so we're pretty much done styling this. Now we can move on. All right, next up we're going to work on our portfolio and the table here. So let's go ahead and create a new file. I'm going to close up add stock. No, first of all, let's create a markup. So right after our section, we're going to move in here and create another section. We're going to call this portfolio. So portfolio. All right. Now let's create an H2 with the title of portfolio. Remember, this is where the stocks will live. So each time you're going to add a stock or try to edit something, it's going to be added in this little table right here. So let's create first of all a container for the table. I'm going to create here a div with the class of portfolio-table-container. I know I messed up portfolio. Okay, so container. And within here, we're going to create a table tag. And then within the table tag, we're going to create a t-head, the table head. And within the table head, first of all, let's give it an ID. So ID of portfolio-table. Now let's create here a tr. And then let me just count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The tr. And within here, we're going to create th times 9. And let's start adding here in the first one symbol, the stock symbol, then the name of the stock. Next will be the shares. And then we're going to have our buy-in, buy-in. Next, we're going to have the current price. So cur.price. Then the current value, cur and value. Scroll up a bit. Then we're going to have a return. And then gain loss. Gain-loss. Because we can have only one of them. And at the end, we're going to have our actions. Action to edit or delete the stock. Now, right after our header, still remaining within our table, we're going to have our t-body. And this is going to have a ID of table or portfolio with portfolio-body. Perfect. Now, we're still remaining within the section, but we're going to jump outside of the table now. And also outside of the table or portfolio table container. But we're still within the portfolio section, okay? So right after the section, right before this ending section tag, we're going to create here H3. So basically we're going to work on this little fellow, our total amount of elements that we have in our portfolio and also the sum. So a H3 with the ID of portfolio total, and then a class of result. We're going to have, as I said, the same class there. And this is going to include a span tag, span times 2. Wait, I don't want this to multiply. Okay, 2 span tags. There we go. So the very first span tag will have a total, wait a second, total portfolio and value. And then a second span will contain then a $sign and 000. Okay, so there we go. It's already styled, as you can see. Perfect. Now we're done with this part. We're going to move now on to styling. And after that, we're going to work on our analysis. So let's close. No, actually, we don't need to close up anything. We just need to create here a portfolio. So portfolio.css. Okay, let's also import it at import URL. And then we're going to import here the portfolio CSS. So let's work on our style. So the class of portfolio is first of all going to have the width of the entire container. So width and 100%. Then we're going to take our title, so our H2. So we're going to select the parent, then the H2, and we're going to add margin top and bottom now of 2 rem, and left and right, we're going to leave it at 0. I'll make a bit of a separation there. Now for the portfolio table container, so let's grab onto that class. So portfolio-table-container, we're going to add here the, well, you saw in the finished project that when we're in a phone format, so if we're in, just see here, then everything is okay. But when we're in a phone format like this, then we can see all of the values. And this is why I added a scroll on the overflow on both axes. So if we have multiple elements, We add a stock with CCC symbol, company, and C or X, C, company, whatever. We have 1,200 stocks, $2 the stock, $2.5 the price. And yeah, I still need to add more, but you get the idea. The idea here, I would need to scroll them up. Let's say the D company, DDD, company D, and $502 the stock, 2. And now we're going to have 1.5. Let's have some minus, some negative stuff. Okay, so get the idea. This will be scrollable as soon as I set here the max height. And this is also be scrollable on the horizontal axis. So X and Y axis, both of them. Actually, I'm going to leave it this way. And I'm going to drag you here. So the portfolio table container, we're going to set its overflow to scroll. And if I don't set X or Y, then it's going to set it on both axes. Then I'm going to add to this a max height. Let's say 400 pixels. And now let's grab onto the TRs. Now each and every TR should have the width of 100%. Go back to our project. See what we're styling here. So there are the TRs. Then we're going to display them as grid. So display and grid. Then change the grid template columns to 1FR. So 1FR being one fraction. Now we have 12 fractions that we can work with. Why? Well, each and every somehow was so decided that a grid should have maximum of 12 columns. So if I have one that leaves me with 11, then a 3FR will leave me with, math, damn it, 8. Oh, wait. So 12, 11, then 11 minus 3 will be 8. And then I can use the rest of them with repeat and 7 times, 7 times repeat, 7 times 1FR. I'm still having one empty FR, but not going to use it. Because you see here, the name will take up most of the space and everything else will be just 1FR. So I could increase this to 4FR. Yep. Okay, much better. So we have everything that we need. Just want to add a bit of gap here. A gap of 10 pixels. Okay, so each of them has now a gap. Perfect. Now let's align items, center, and justify the content, center. And there we go. Now let's work on our TDs. So parent selector, TD, and also do here a parent selector. So comma, parent selector, and TH. Both of them. I style them with border, let's say the border right of 1 pixel solid and hashed DDD, I believe it was. Yeah, there we go. And now let's add a padding to the right. Padding right of 0.2 rem. And there we go. Now what I'm going to increase to 0.5 rem. That's much better. Or 5 pixels, and then it's exactly the half, so 5 pixels. Now the very last child, which would be, let's scroll here, this one, make this larger. The very last fellow here, the actions should have no border because it's already ending there. So aesthetically, it looks a bit dumb. I'm going to select the very last child and say that its border to the right should be none. Which will then take out the border from actions. Wait, a border radius, border right. Come on, you know what I want to say. Just do it. Okay, so it's gone. Now for the portfolio body. We don't have any kind of elements, but when we are going to have a couple of elements, then let me just go outside. Let's see, outside of the TR, and let's select the ID of portfolio-body. And we're going to select here the TRs and add to them a background color of, let's say, FFF or DDD. Now FFF. Let's go with white color. I'm going to change this maybe later on. Margin bottom 1 rem. And maybe I could add just one so you can see it. No, we're pretty close to adding them. So let's just leave it this way. But don't take up too much time of this specific video. I'll all around padding of 0.3 rem and a border radius of 5 pixels. Okay. And then, you know what? I'm also going to add a border. Border 1 pixel solid, and we're going to add the secondary color. So var and dash dash secondary and color. Perfect. So we're done with this part. Now we can move on to our portfolio. Down here, our analysis. Okay, so let's tackle on this next up. Now, for the very last part of our portfolio, and that will be our analysis. So let's go here under the section of portfolio. I'm actually going to close up a couple of stuff here. So investment, close it up. Okay, then you and add stock. So we got our investments. You also change this to a section if you want. Doesn't really matter. So we got our investments. Then we got our add stock. Then we got our portfolio. Well, our portfolio. And now we want to have some analysis possibilities to our portfolio. This is this section right here. Now this also contains this free cash. Let's say this has nothing to do with this part right here. But this doesn't mean that you have uninvested amounts. This just means that you have money that you could still invest, so you have cash on your hands. This will then consider this as an addition to your entire wealth. Okay, so let's go down here, create another section. We're going to add to this the ID of portfolio and dash analysis. Okay, within here, a title once more. So portfolio and analysis. Now underneath our title, we're going to start up with just a regular div. This is going to have a input with the type of number. Then it's going to have a ID of free and dash cash, and then a placeholder of free cash. Okay, let's just type in here. After the input, we're going to also add a button which will then add our free cash to the analysis if it is truly a value that is in there. If not, then it's just going to disregard that cash. So button is going to have the class of btn and then a ID of portfolio analysis button. So portfolio dash analysis and dash btn. Okay, let's just type in the text of analysis or analyze. Let's type in analyze. Analyze. There we go. Okay, so we're done with this part. You should see it here. Next up will come the results, which will be our results from the analysis. So let's go down here. We're going to create a div with the class of result. It's going to automatically have some style to it. Wait, why did you? Okay, there we go. A little bar. Then let's create a analysis dash results container here. Results. And then within here, whoa, what just happened? You should be a class. Okay, there we go. And within here, we're going to have, let me just show you very quickly what we're doing here. So we're going to have our gain loss report, our returns report. Then we're going to have this pie chart with a couple of explanations to which color what actually does. Okay, so let's start with the H2 with the class of analysis dash gain dash loss. We're going to just type in here gain / loss and a column, and then within the span we're going to type in the value, which will be just $ and 00 for the start. What am I doing? $ and 0.00. Okay, I'm going to copy this to the second one, which will be the analysis return. So analysis and return. Okay, let's type in the text of return, and then we're done. Return. We're done with this part. Now, next we need a container for our pie chart. So I'm going to go ahead and underneath the analysis results div right here, but still remaining within our results div, I'm going to type in here a class of pie dash chart dash container, because this is where the pie chart would live, and also those explanations. So for the pie chart, we're going to create a canvas. This canvas is going to have a, let me just jump into the canvas back in, the ID of pie dash chart. And then I'm going to automatically set here a couple of widths. So width 200 and height 200. So it's going to be square. Okay, we're just going to leave it as it is. Now after this, and actually, let me just think about it. I had it here like this, and I would like it to have it like this. So totally spread out here. Now what I'm going to create the results of the pie chart. So a UL with the ID of, ID of pie dash chart dash legend. I'm going to create it outside of the pie chart container. Or I could do it another way. No, because I want this to flex down here. Yeah, I'm going to leave it this way for now. Perfect. So let's see what we have here. Basically nothing, because we're missing our pie chart, and down here should be then the next element. So let's go ahead and style this little fella. So not in portfolio. I'm going to close this up, but we're going to create another one, which is going to call analysis. So portfolio analysis, actually. Let's create here a new one, new file, CSS. And you know what? I'm going to call it analysis. Analysis.css. Let's also import it. at import, open close exclamation marks, and analysis.css. Okay, and we can now start working on it. So let's grab onto the ID of portfolio analysis. And again, just set the width to 100%. Let's grab onto our H2 there, and select H2, and this should have a margin, top and bottom 2 rem, and 0 left and right. Okay, I need to scroll down a bit to see here everything. Next up, let's work on our pie chart containers. So dot pie dash chart dash container, set here width of 100% again. Let's display as flex and flex direction column. Okay, next I'm going to add a gap of 20 pixels and a alignment of the items. We have multiple items in there, so we're just going to align them center. That's basically it. Now the legend items, we still need to create them, but I will want them to be styled already. Legend dash items or item, multiple, display them as flex and align items center and then margin bottom of 10 pixels. Now we're going to have a couple of colors here, as you can see in the finished state. We're going to style them right here by selecting the legend. But these are classes that we didn't create yet, but we're going to create them using JavaScript. So color, and going to add here width of 20 pixels. So basically I'm creating these 2 dots, and height 20 pixels for the radius, and set them at 50%, make them round, and display as inline block because I'm going to use span text. So, okay, last thing, I want to add a bit of margin. So margin right of 10 pixels, meaning we're going to add margins to the right of each element. So you most probably can't see anything right now. Oh, by the way, I want to add to this a margin to the top. Apache container, gap and margin top of 1 rem. Okay, this should push it down. Wait just a second, why didn't this push it down? Let's select the PTN here. Let's add the margin bottom 1 rem. Okay, there we go. So we can forget about you. These two. Now, just thinking about, shouldn't I add this to the entire width? Well, why not? So let's add width of not 9 pixels, but 100% of the container. Okay, so analysis or analyze, and we're good to go. Okay, now that's it for markup and styling. We're going to jump into JavaScript from now on. I'm going to start to make this puppy work. Okay, so fun time ahead to start working on it. Okay, now we're going to start and work ourselves from kind of the bottom up. So from here, we're going to work ourselves upwards. Now, one last thing, one important thing before we get started, maybe your application kind of looks a little bit without a head here. And this is mainly because we set our app to have a 100% viewport height. Now, we need to reset it by resetting the height to fit to content and set it as important. I forgot to tell you this. Sorry, but in the finished, well, not in the finished version, but in the version that I'm using, because I do have from this a really high-tech version, it is actually a 100% viewport height, or 100 viewport height application. It doesn't scroll in any kind of direction, but that needs a lot of more functionalities, and this is a bit of a chopped down version. So this is why it was, we need to reset it. Let's just say we need to reset it. Okay, now we're going to close up. You're done with this. So add height, fit the content, and important in order to overwrite everything that you had before, your CSS. Now we're going to close everything up here and jump into JavaScript. So let me open up. We are only going to have one script file, and this is going to be an enormous script file. And please have enough coffee or tea or whatever you drink and take breaks. I'm going to break everything down nice and easy for you, but this is going to be a bit more complicated. The entire code will have roughly 550 lines of code, or 500, yeah, roughly 500 lines of code with comments, with everything. So let's get started. Let's get started by creating a couple of utility functions. And one of them will be show alerts. So I'm going to create here comment show alerts. Let's create a function, call it show alert. And this is going to take you a couple of arguments. So first of all, the message of what this alert should alert, then the type of the alert, then the parent element. And I'm going to set this, so parent element, and I'm going to set this to the document.body. Now you can obviously change this. So this is going to be preset. and add it to something else. But for now, we're going to have it here. And you're going to see why later on. So let's go ahead and create a const called alert. And we're going to add it to the document .create element. And we're going to create a div. Now let's add a class to it, alert.classList. We're going to add the alert class. And then we're also going to pass in here the type as a second class. Then let's add some text. So alert.text content. We're going to set this to whatever the message will be from here. Okay. Then we need to add it somewhere. So we're going to take our parent element .append child, and we're going to append our alert to it. One last thing, we need to destroy it. So set timeout. I think you already know this. We did it a lot of times already. Set timeout, and we're going to open and close curly brackets. You can set it to whatever time you want. I like 3000 milliseconds, which is 3 seconds. And from here, we're going to alert.remove it from the DOM. And that's it for our alert element. Now, a very quick style to the alert. Let's go to CSS, new file, alert.css. And let's also include it, style, add import and alert CSS. Let's go to alert. Let's create a general style. So alert, padding 20 pixels, then a background color of whatever color, because this is going to be changed just in a couple of minutes. So let's go just with the dark color, 333. Then the text color will be white. Let's add some margin, bottom of 15 pixels, a border radius of 5 pixels, and text align center. Okay, now for the different alerts. So let's say that the alert also, the parent also has the class of danger. Then we're going to have a different background color, which is going to be background color and hash F4433 and 6. Okay, I'm just going to copy and paste this. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 times for now. So this is going to be success. Change the color here. 4CA F50. Then the next one will be info. Going to be 2196 and F3. Come on, there we go. And then warning. And you're going to have here an FF98 and 0, 0. Okay, now we're going to have show, which is then going to just display as block, and animation, delete the color here, with the animation name of fade out 1 second. Okay, now let's create the animation here. Let's say at keyframes, fade out. We're going to go from 0 opacity of 1 to a opacity of 0. And I'm going to create a second one, which is fade in. It's going to be 0 and 1 down here. I'm going to copy this and add it to the alert down here with fade in. Okay. One last thing, the close button. We don't have it right now. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's it for now. Okay, so that's it for alert. And now we're going to move on to the next function, which will be to format numbers with periods. Type in here, number format with commas. You already know the function, so I'm going to create here a function called format number with period. And let's pass in the whatever number will be passed in here. And it's going to return that number, but it's going to return to string. And we're going to replace here using a regular expression. So we're going to have /, capital B, question mark. Oh wait, no, open and close parenthesis. Then in here, open and close parenthesis, question mark. Then is equal to open and close parenthesis again. In the parenthesis, / lowercase d, open and close curly brackets, 3, so the third number. Then we're going to move outside the yellow parenthesis, plus, open and close parenthesis again, question mark, exclamation mark, / d, jump out of 2 parentheses after the blue one, / g, comma, open and close double quotations, and dot. And there we go. That is our replacement for commas when we jump above 3 numbers. So we're done with this. We're going to use them in our functions later on. We're going to move on to the next one. Okay, now let's start with our stocks here. Let's start adding some stocks. We go to our script file, open it up. It's more, I'm going to close up everything that we have here, CSS, so far and so on. The very first thing that I want to do is load data if it exists. And I'm going to go now to let portfolio, and I'm going to set this equal to JSON.parse. And I'm going to go now into local storage and search if there is a portfolio item. Then I'm going to get data. I'm going to get that portfolio. And if it's not there, then I'm going to set or your logical operator, or if it's not there, then I'm going to set it to an empty string. Okay, so this is the very first thing. Then let's create a function that's going to add or edit the stock exactly as we have it here. Okay, so now let's grab on first of all to the event here. So I'm going to go E, then E dot, because this is a form and I start to submit it. Well, it's going to ask me for all of the validations, but if I submit the form, then it's just going to refresh. So let's E dot prevent default and let's stop it. Okay, next up, let's grab onto all of the elements. We need the symbol, we need the name, we need the shares, the buy-in price, so on and so on. So let's create a const, first of all, for symbol, then document, we're going to get element by ID, and we're going to get the symbol ID. Now from this, I'm going to immediately get the value. I want to get the input itself, and I'm going to use here the to uppercase property on it because I want this. Let me show you here. So when I'm adding here a symbol, it's going to be automatically uppercase. So if let's see, E 4 times E and company E and amount and amount and amount, and it's going to be added as uppercase, as you can see. Okay, next value that we need is the name. So const, you have to close out the left part now. Control or Command B, the name, and let's select here from the document, get element by ID again. We're going to select the ID of name, and from this, the value. Next one will be shares. We're going to change this to shares. I'm going to copy it, then buy in price, and here also buy dash in dash price. Copy, paste it, and the last one will be current price. And the same thing here, just replace this with current price, current and price. Okay, so we got everything that we need. So I'm going to type in here comment add or edit docs. Now, when should this occur? Well, this should occur when we're going to document dot get element by ID, and we're going to grab onto the ID of the add dash stock dash form, and we're going to add a on submit event listener to it. So on submit, which is then going to add the stock. Okay, so just like that. And let's just try it out by console logging down here, a stock added. Open up the console, inspect console. Let's click on add edit stock. Let's add something in here, DDD, a name, so value, and value. And I forgot I have to add the event here. Okay, and stock edit. Okay, so this works perfectly. And now let's set a couple of conditions. So let's say that if there is no symbol, or there is no name, or the shares are not a number, is NaN, let's pass in the shares, or the shares are less or equal to 0, then we're going to add the alert of show alert, and we're going to alert here, please enter valid data. Then we're going to pass in the type of danger, and then we're going to document.get element by ID. Because remember, we set this as default to the parent, to the body. And now we're going to add it to the add-stock-form. And we're going to return here. So in the if statement, we're going to return. We won't let this pass through. Okay, so let's click here on add stock. And let's say to pass this to, oh, now we need to take out our auto validation. So we're going to go back to HTML, go to add stock, because this would just, and take them out. And now we should see our alert. Okay, perfect. Now remember to take out the is required in order to see this work. Now, if this passes, then we should see some stock added. So let's try this. Add and stock added. Perfect. Okay, this means we need another alert here of stock added successfully and success. Okay, let's try this out again. Bam, 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 bam. Numbers, and stock added successful. Okay, we got this out of the way. Now don't need the console log. now we need to proceed to create an to check if the stock already exists, its symbol already exists. So let's create a const of existing stock index with existing stock index. Let's go to the portfolio, and then we're going to search for, so we're going to use find index, the find index method on it, go down here, and basically the find index method works the following way. So if in there is a stock, and we're going to look for the stock dot symbol. So if the symbol already exists, we do not want to add it. So if this is equal to the symbol, then we do not want to add it. So let's create here if statement, and let's say if existing stock index is not equal to -1, then we're going to const existing stock is equal to the portfolio, and then we're going to select from the portfolio the existing stock. And now we can take that existing stock and we can then formit the property of shares, and we can now add to them. And this makes it possible, shares, to add, for example, the shares of an existing stock. Now, remaining within this if statement, now we're going to check if, and we're going to negate the is not a number function, and we're going to take in the buy-in price. Scroll up a bit. Also, we're going to check and, so both of these conditions need to be valid. Buy-in price is greater than 0, then the existing stock, the buy-in price, will be equal to the buy-in price, will be reassigned. Now, another condition, we also need to check its current price. So again, is not a number. We're going to check now the current price, and it needs to be above 0. So current price is to be greater than 0. Then we're going to take that existing stock dot current price, and we're going to assign it to the current price. Now, else, we're going to move now from this if statement to its else. Let's create a const. Const stock will be now a newly added stock. Okay, so this will not be the update, but this will be a newly added stock. So let's say that the symbol, then the name, then the shares, then the buying price. And for the buying price, we're actually going to check that is not a number. So if it's not a number, the buying price that is, and the buying price is above 0, then the buying price will be equal to the buying price, or it will be equal to null. Okay, we're going to do the same thing for the current price. I'm just going to copy this, paste it in, and change current price everywhere. Current price is the same thing. Okay, now let's step outside of the stock, and either this is true or this is true. In any case, we're going to take the portfolio and then we're going to push the newly added stock. Simple as that. Okay, and I think this is the right place actually now to add the alert of stock successfully added. So I'm going to cut this out and paste it into the else statement. And you should be successfully. Successful, missing an L here. Okay, successfully. Okay, now we need to, after we add the stock, we need to clear out the fields. So from here, we're going to clear input fields or inputs. Okay, so we're going to take the document dot, and just going to go up here and copy everything. Much easier. So all of these fellows, I'm going to copy now, paste them down here, but I don't need, so I think there's the const. Let's start deleting this. Okay, and I'm going to delete you and you document. Okay, now I just need the values. So I'm going to take this out and reset each and every value. So let's select all of the values, go one right, and is equal and double quotes, and that's it. Now we added the stock, we also need to save it to our local storage. So let's save to local storage. We're going to go ahead, local storage dot set item, and we're going to set to the portfolio now the item that we just created. So JSON dot stringify, I'm going to set to the portfolio. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead now. On this, open application. Oops, application, and there's an empty string. There's an empty array for now. Now I'm going to add a stock. Let's say a company A and 100 shares. 12 per share. Current price still 12.5. Let's say. Add it. And what am I missing here? Valid value. Oh yeah. Let's say 13. Add it and successfully add it. Now let's check our local storage. Oh wait, I have two two local storage on the same browser that are the same. And there we go. There it is. So the company A with buying price 12, current price 13, name A, shares 100, and symbol AAA, because it was uppercase or automatically added to uppercase. Okay, next up we're going to display the portfolio, because we only have it here in our local storage. We can't see it in our portfolio here. Okay, next up we're going to display the stock portfolio here with the values that we just added. And also we can add multiple stocks then later on. So let's go ahead. You know what, I'm going to change this title to stock portfolio. So let's try HTML, gains, portfolio. Where are you, son? Portfolio. There we go. So stock portfolio. So you know what we're talking about here. Okay, so the stock portfolio, I'm going to close out the edit stock. Actually, no, let's go to the end of edit stock. And let's just talk a bit about what is happening here. So when the stock is added, then we're going to reset the values here, and we're going to save everything to local storage. And as soon as I add the stock, it should be added right here, right? It should display it also. So let's type in here the display stock portfolio and open close parentheses. So display stock portfolio will be triggered as soon as we click here on add. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that function. Function display stock portfolio. And where should the stock portfolio be displayed? Let's think about it. Well, it should be displayed here, meaning we need to, why do I have here an error? Meaning we need to, first of all, grab onto the element, which would be, let's create a const with a portfolio body. And we're going to go to document with portfolio body, document dot get element by ID. And we're going to grab onto the ID of portfolio and dash body. Now, first things first, we are going to delete everything that is in the portfolio body. So portfolio body, and we're going to grab onto its inner HTML, and we're just going to set it to nothing. Okay? So why are we doing this? Well, because each time we are updating our portfolio body, we want to reset it. Now, let's also create or initiate a let value for the total value. And we're going to just set this to 0, meaning this fellow right here. Next, we need to populate the portfolio table body with our data. So for this, we're going to create a for off loop. So for every const stock of the portfolio, we're going to first of all create a row, const row. Let's go ahead and create it. We're going to create a row element. So document dot create element. We're going to create a tr table row. And now let's set a couple of variables by using ternary operators. So we're not going to use else if functions here, or if else. We're just going to say here const current price is equal to, and we're going to choose now to what is equal to. It's equal to the stock. So we're going to go into our portfolio. We're going to select the stock and stock done current price, and it will be null if the stock current price dot current price. I'm going to close up the left side so we have more real estate. So if it's not null, sorry, I didn't iterate this, didn't explain it as it should. Once again, if the stock price is not null, then it's going to be the stock price. If it is null, then it's going to be 0. Okay? Now I'm going to do the same thing for multiple values. But first, let's get the current value. So const current value. And this will be equal to the stock dot shares times the stock current price. So we already set the current price up here. We don't need to get it once again because we are going to set it first. And then we're going to use it here. Then our buying price, so const buy in price, will be the stock dot buying price. And again, we're going to set it, ask it exactly the same thing. So if it's not null, then set it to the stock buying price, and else is 0. And now we're going to get the buying value. So const the buy in and value will be the stock shares dot shares multiplied by the buy-in price. Okay, so we got the current price, we got the current value, we got the buy-in value. Now let's see if we gained or lost something. We're going to create here another const, and we're going to ask if, so this is going to be gain loss, and we're going to just subtract from the current value the buy-in price. Okay, now we got all of the values that we need. We can now go ahead and populate our row. So row dot inner HTML, let's populate it using backticks. I'm going to scroll up now completely. So what do we need here? We need a couple of TDs. I'm going to create one TD. Let me see, going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 TDs. So I'm going to copy you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so add here a bit of space between them. I'm going to grab all of them, then tab, 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 tab. Okay, now the first TD will be the variable of stock symbol. Now remember, we're still in our for of loop. So we're still in here. The next one, just going to copy this, paste it in here, will be the stock name. Okay, so we got our stock symbol, stock name, then the shares. And because our shares are in, they can be over 1000, we're going to use here, so open and close. We're going to use here the format numbers with periods form function. Then we're going to pass in here the stock.shares. Meaning if they're over 1000, we're going to get a period there. Okay, next up will be the buying price. Now the buying price, just create it here, is as following. So it is the buying price if it is not 0. Else it is going to be a $sign. So open close quotations, $sign plus the format number period function. And then we're going to pass in here the buying price dot to fixed, because we don't want to have more than, not to string, to fixed, more than 2 values after the comma. Now else, step, where do I have to step outside? Here. Else is going to be just not a number. N and /A. Now we're going to do this for the current price. The same thing, so I'm going to copy this, go down here, paste it in here. Going to be the current price. And I'm going to also change the next one. Current price, exactly the same thing. Then we have our current value, and I'm going to add here a $sign, then another $sign, and then just pass in here the format with period function, and in here then the current price, the current value, again to fixed and 2. Then I'm going to calculate here the returns. Now I need to create this function. First of all, let me pass it in here, $sign calculate return, and within here, well, what are we calculating it on? We're calculating on the stock. We need to pass in the stock here, and our results need to be to fixed, and just going to pass in here 2 values, and at the end, because this is going to be in percentages, I'm going to pass in a percentage sign. So let's create a function, calculate returns. Let's go down here, pass in a comment, calculate returns in percentages. So function, calculate returns, pass in the stock as we said. And first of all, we're going to ask the question if the stock buying price, so stock.buying price is null, or the stock.current price is null, then we're going to return here not a number. Next, we're going to create here a const and return the actual percentage. So if it's not okay, then we're just going to return not a number. Now we're going to return here a percentage variable, and also going to return it here, return at the end the return percentage value. And we're going to wrap this into 2 parentheses. First things first, we're going to deduct from the stock.current price the stock.buying price. And then we're going to divide it by the stock buying price, and then multiply it by 100 in order to get it in percentages. So this will calculate now here and return with a to-fixed of 2 values after the comma and in percentages. Okay, now let's continue on. Now we need to ask ourselves, did we gain or lose something? So I'm going to pass in here a gain loss, and if this is not equal to 0, then it should return, use the same formula here. So it's going to return our gain loss dot to fix, and if not, then it's going to return not a number. Now for the last 2 things that we need here are these 2, wait a second, not here, but here, our actions. I'm going to scroll to the left. So edit and delete the stock. This is where our last TD comes into play, because we're going to create here a couple of icon tags. So open and close icon tag, and the first is going to be a class with fa-solid and fa pen to square. And we're going to pass in here the function that is then going to calculate the stock, or calculate, not calculate the stock, but the function that is going to edit the stock. So on click, and we're going to pass in here edit stock. Now in our edit stock, we need to refer to something, and we're going to refer here, open and close single quotation marks, and we're going to pass in here the variable of stock. And what can we edit the stock by? Well, the only reference that we have to the stock is the symbol, because that is unique to each and every stock. So stock and symbol. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing and copy this, paste it down here, and change this to trash, and change the onClick event to delete stock. Delete stock. Okay, now all we need to do after this is to add the row that we just created here. So this entire row, oops, just a second, our row, we created our row here. We grabbed onto the values, we also calculated a couple of values as a couple of conditions. Then we added those values to the in-name HTML of the row. Now we need to add the row to our, where is it? To our portfolio body. So let's grab onto the portfolio body. And after it was completely reset, we can now, and please take care to be still within our your for loop, okay? Do not step outside the for loop. So go up here, click on your for loop opening curly brackets, then go down, and you can see here is where it closes. So the portfolio body will now have the appended child of the row. Okay, so we just need to append it here. Perfect. Now, what if the current price is defined before we calculate the value? Then we're going to check here. If stock.currentPrice is not null, then we're going to get the total value and just add to it the stock share, stock.shares, times the stock.currentPrice. Okay, simple as that. Now, let's step outside the for loop. Right after this pink. Hopefully it's pink, because it could be another color in your code. Now we're going to create we're going to grab onto the portfolio total. So const portfolio and total will be equal to document. I'm just going to grab onto it from the DOM, get element by ID, and we're going to grab on to the portfolio dash total. Okay. Now within here, we can now assign to its inner HTML. And we're going to just reproduce what we had here. So portfolio, let's scroll down, portfolio total, the ID, and just going to copy this and recreate it here between backticks, of course. And I'm going to pass in, instead of this 00, going to have now, leave the $sign as it is. So another $sign, and then pass in format format numbers with periods. And we're going to pass in here the total value .toFixed and 2. Okay, so this is what should be displayed here as soon as we add ourselves a new value. Okay, now at the end of this function, we still need to return the total value. And that's basically it. Okay, so now let's add a stock. Let's say BBB and company B. Did I already add BBB? Let's do a FFF, company F. Say we have 200, oh, let's say we have 1,835 shares. One share is $2 when we bought it, and now it's 1.8. Let's add. Oh wait, I can't add here 1.8. And let's say it's just free for now. Okay, stock successfully added. Okay, and now I'm going to initiate this function as soon as everything loads, and also when we add something. So we should already see here our stocks, but if let's just click inspect, you're gonna hear an error. I just want to explain to you really quickly what this means. So buy-in price to fixed is not a function. And that is pretty simple. Because if I would to close this up, if I would to check the type of the buy-in price, so let's do here console log buy-in price. And actually I want to check before the value saved itself the type of. Let's hit save. If you open your console up now, you will see here a string appearing. It's not a number, it is a string. The values that we added here are strings. So what we need to do now is go back up here in your edit stock, add or edit stock. When we're adding these values to the local storage, we need to add them as numbers. Also, then we can add here periods when we try to add something. So for this, we're just going to wrap this little fellow, our shares, everything that is a number, you should wrap it into a parse float. Parse and float. Okay, copy this, paste it in here, close up this one and close up the last one here after the value. Remember to close it up after the value. So I'm going to go now into my application and do here just a little delete of everything. So boom, this little button right here. I'm going to clear up because the previous values were stored as strings. So let's add here a new stock and let's just see what will happen. Also it's trying to load now, but it has nothing to load. Let's hit a save. That error will, so here in the code, let's hit a save. Let's now add a stock AAA with a company of A. And let's see, we have 1,895 shares of the stock that has $20 on a buy-in, and the current price is $21. Let's add it, and voila, there we go. There's a stock now. Also, you can see it added a dot here, and it also has added here and here a dot. Okay, so we just managed to add stocks to our list here, and also they will be grabbed on from the, close this up, from the application as soon as we load, because we're initiating here the function, as soon as we load the application. So if I do a refresh here, it's still going to load our values. Okay, so we're going to stop now, and then we're going to come back and work on edit and delete our portfolio values. Okay, so next up, we had our edit and delete functions here. Now let's also create them and start working on them. So let's first of all create our edit function. Right before calculate, I'm going to say here edit and what I'm doing here, edit and delete stocks from portfolio. Okay, let's work on edit. So function edit stock, and this is going to take in, just since we had up there, the symbol as an argument. And also going to create another one which will be delete stock. So these two functions, we're going to do them both at the same time. So first of all, let's create here const, call it stock, and we're going to work here on portfolio.find, and we're going to find now from the stock that we're passing in here as an argument, we're going to find the stock with the same symbol. So stock.symbol needs to be the same as the symbol that we're passing in. So from this, we're going to loop through the stocks and find the same stock that we are passing in here, or the stock with the same symbol. Okay, we're going to use this stock and now start comparing it. And let's say that if the stock exists, then we're going to document dot get element by ID, the symbol, and dot value. And we're going to assign it to the stock dot symbol. Okay, now I can do the same thing for name. So get element by ID and name. Then the share, copy it one more time, select both of them, share. Then the buying price, so get element by ID, buy dash in dash price. And also here, I'm going to replace this with buying price, but remember we need to do again. So buy in price, and if this is null, then it's going to be the stock buying price dot buying price. And if not, then it's going to be an empty string. The same from the, we're going to do the same thing for the current price. Oh, they should be current price. And again, here, these two should be current price. Okay, so we got our elements. Now we're going to remove the edited stock, or the stock that is being edited. So remove the stock that is being edited from the stock list. So if you look later back on this, or stock, not the stock list, the stock portfolio. So later on, when you look back on this, you should know what you just did. So from the portfolio, we're going to assign the portfolio now to the portfolio, but this time we're going to display the portfolio without the stock that is being edited. So for this, we're going to use the filter method, and we're going to filter through here. And again, we're going to take the stock, and if the stock dot symbol is not equal to the symbol that we're working on, then it's not going to be displayed. Simple as that. So let's go to local storage now, .set item, and we're going to take the portfolio, and within here we're going to json.stringify, and we're going to pass in here the portfolio again. Okay, now we're going to update. Basically, this was to, let me just type in your comment, save the updated stock in the portfolio in local storage, and then we're going to move down here, and update the portfolio table. So we're going to display again the stock. So update the portfolio or the stock portfolio. And for this, we're going to again initiate here the display stock portfolio. Okay, so simple as that. Now almost the same thing for our delete. Let's jump into our delete. First of all, let's create here a confirmation. So we don't just want to by mistake press on the delete icon here and delete the stock, but first we're going to confirm that, hey, are you sure? So const confirmation, and we're going to assign this to confirm, and we're going to ask in here with a template string of are you sure you want to delete, and I'm going to pass in here the symbol for the stock that is going to be deleted from the stock portfolio, question mark. I should do it if you are. So if this is going to come back positive, so if, not fee, but if confirm exists, confirmation, then we're going to take the portfolio. So first we're going to remove it, the portfolio, portfolio.filter the stock, and it's going to return here the stock dot symbol that is not equal to the symbol in question. And then again, we're going to just update local storage and so on and so on. So basically the same thing that we did up there. Update set item to the portfolio. We're going to set this now as, so this portfolio, we're going to set it as a new portfolio, and then we're going to update the display again. Simple as that. Okay, let's hit save. Now let's try this out. I'm going to make it a bit larger. We're going to try to edit this little fellow. Click on edit. Wait just a second. Let me refresh here. Let's edit stock. Just a second. 162 share. So, dude, shares. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, edit, and there we go. So there are the shares. It was deleted from here, and let's change this to 22. So it's negative. Let's add it back again. Why didn't this update the stock here? It should have displayed the list again. So 1 second. Oh yeah, because so we also need to display here, passing update stock. Now it's an empty string. That's not okay. Let me try this one more time. So AAA, company A, and 18 something, 21, 22. Add, so it's there. Let's edit it, and let's say it's 23 now. And add was deleted. Why is that? Name. Something wrong with the name, it seems. Name. So edit, and the name doesn't appear. Wait a second. So share. Ooh, I forgot to add here name and name. So let's try this one more time. So A company A and 189 whatever 21 22 add edit. Yeah, everything is there. 23 and add, and it is back there. Okay, so sorry about that. 23 this and this made the recalculation. I forgot to add copy and paste problems again. To add here the stock name. Okay, so this was editing. Now let's do another one. Company BBB, company B, and 1 something, and 31 and 32. Edit. There we go. And now let's delete company. Let's add company C also. CCC company C and let's say 1.85, and this is 1.4 now. This is a loss. You know what? I'm going to change them back to text. So let's go into our HTML and change them to text. Change those inputs. Add stock input. This is text. This text and text. Okay, let's try this out. CCC honey C. Test this. 36 shares. 31. No, let's do a 1.6 share. 1.4 share. Add. Okay, it's in there. And now I'm going to delete company, let's say B. So delete, cancel, nothing happens, delete, confirm, and it's gone. It's also gone from here, as you can see. Okay, perfect. So let's also try to edit this. Edit company C. Let's say we had a typo, and this should be, or now it just increased its price. Now it should be at a profit, 12% profit. Edit it again. Let's edit company A. this had a decrease in price. So we have company A at the loss now. Okay, so we're done with this. Now let's move on and work on our list here, our investment list. Okay, so let's start working on our investment list here. Now this is hard coded, and we're going to make it now possible to display the investment list from the DOM. We're going to save everything, not from the DOM, from the local storage. We're going to save everything to local storage, and when we're going to add something here, it's going to be added here and in the local storage. So let's go underneath our calculate returns, show alerts right here. And let's work on investment list. Okay, now first things first, when the application loads, we want to listen to its load, and then we're going to load the list also. So document.add event listener, and we're going to listen here for the DOM content load. And when this loads, we're going to trigger a callback function, arrow function, and within here, let's first of all grab onto the items that we need, so to the elements that we're going to store now in variables. First things first, we're going to click on the investment list, investment, not capital A, investment list, which is going to be document.getElementById. I'm going to grab on here to the investment and dash list. Okay. Next, we're going to grab on here to the investment amount. So let's close up as stock. Let's open up investment. So here's our investment form. We're going to grab onto the investment amount. Let's copy this, go back here, and let's say const investment amount and input. Let's go ahead and document.getElementById. I'm going to grab, wait a second, amount. I'm going to grab on here to the investment dash amount. Okay, then we need our investment data input, our investment button, and our total investment elements. So const investment date input document.getElementById, and we're going to grab onto the ID of where do we have it? Form and investment date. Boom, there we go. I'm just going to copy this and change this to add investment button, and it's going to be the add investment, add dash investment. So this button right here, and then going to copy and paste this again and say total invested element, and going to grab on here to the total investment, total dash invested, total invested. So where do you have it? There we go, total invested. So this one right here. Okay, next up we're going to create a let invested or investments. Sorry about that. Now this is what we need to save to local storage. So we're going to go ahead, JSON.parse, and we're going to set now to local storage by first trying to get the items, and we're going to try to get the item of investment. And if not, then we're going to get a empty array. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and display here our investment elements. So let's go ahead and create a function. Let's call this display investments. Again, exactly as we did here in our stock, we're going to delete everything that is in the list. So investment list, first we're going to take its inner HTML and assign it to an empty string. Now when the DOM loads, we said that we want to display our investment. So I'm just going to take this and pass it down here, and voila, everything is gone. Okay, but we want to display something here, so let's start working on that. First, let's create again for our total a 0 assignment. So let's initiate a total invested. There we go. We're going to assign it to 0. And now we're going to loop over investments.map, and we're going to loop over, and we're going to take each investment and its index. So investment, comma, its index. We're going to assign it an arrow function, and we're going to work on each investment. You know what? First of all, let's create a list item. Then we're going to pass each on one of these investments in our list item. Now, as I said here, where we created our list item, this is what we're going to recreate. So I'm going to take this, copy it, comment it out, go down here, say that const list item will be now the document.create element. We're going to create a list item, the li. This li will then have, so list item, will have that class that we just said, so class list, and we're going to add to it the, exactly as we had here, our investment list item class. So investment dash list dash item. Let's save. Let's scroll up a bit. And then we can assign to the list item dot inner HTML using backticks. We're going to assign everything that we had in our list item. So I'm just going to paste in here the list item, but delete the list item itself. So we're going to have the data here. So this is going to be the investment. Let me pack this into curly brackets. Oops, not you. Data, curly brackets, $, investment dot date, data, date. Then in our bold tag, we had our investment amount. So let's go down here instead of 000. We're going to leave the $, and then add another $. We're going to pass in here the investment. From the investment, we're going to take the amount, and we're going to display it using toFixed to true. Then we have our actions, and our actions will need a data dash index, and we're going to pass in here the index as a variable. So index, we're going to have now the edit class here, and later, also let's pass this to the next icon. And later we're going to take these two classes and work on them because we're going to use them as edit and delete in using a couple of functions. Okay, now we need to add the list item to the investment list. So let's move after the backticks. We're going to take our investment list dot append child, and we're going to append the list item. Now to the total, we're just going to total investment and dot iterating to them the investment dot amount. It's going to grow or decrease depending on if the investment is negative or positive, or maybe it's deleted, then you're going to refresh that list. Okay, now we're not done. We're going to move outside, and now we're going to take the total invested element dot inner HTML, and we're going to add to this our little total that we created back here. This span tag, I'm going to copy this again and paste it in here. And now for the amount, we're just going to add here again, $, open close curly brackets, total invested and dot to fixed and 2. Okay, simple as that. So we got nothing here to invest in. So also if I would do here 2000 and select the date, edit, it's not going to show. Also, as you can see, this is refreshing, so we still need to work on it. Okay, so next up, we're going to work on adding a investment. Oh, you know what, let's do it quickly here. Let's do it right after our span here. We're going to function add investment, at the button, add investment. And it's going to take in the amount that we're investing and the date we're investing in. Now we're going to take our investments and we're going to push to it the data. So open and close parentheses, open and close curly brackets, going to push in an object with two elements. There's been the amount and the date. Now we need to set it to local storage because here we're loading it from local storage. Where do you have it? Here. So I'm going to take this, go down here and just say that local storage set item. And I'm going to set that item of investments now. And then I'm going to load it or JSON.stringify and set it as the investment. Okay. Now each time we add an investment, it should also be displayed, meaning that we need to use the display investments function. And then we're going to reset these two values. So investment amount input dot value will be nothing, and investment, up a bit, investment date input dot value will also be equal to nothing. Now we need to grab onto the button, go here, add investment button dot on click, and let's pass in here an arrow function and the event. And first we're going to stop that reset that we just saw, so prevent default behavior of resetting everything. Now it's stopped. Oops, I scrolled away a bit. Where were we? Here. Next, we're going to grab on to the investment amount. So const amount. This is going to be again a parse float because we want to have here numbers, parse float. And we're going to pass in here the investment amount input dot value. Okay, next we need our date. Const date is equal to investment amount, investment date input dot value. And now we need to condition this. So if the amount and the date, and first of all, the amount we're going to pass into it is not a number function. The amount and the date exist. Then let's create here const. We're going to call it edit index. And we're going to add to the add investment button the data set, because we need to add that index now that we talked about. So this index right here, data index, we need to add it as soon as we click on that button. So add investment button, data set dot edit index. Now another condition, if the edit index is not equal to undefined, then the edit investment will have its edit index. It's going to be a function. We're going to create it in a couple of seconds. Edit index, the amount, and the date. Okay, and now else add investment. I'm going to set here the amount and date. Okay, now we're not done yet. We're going to, here will also happen a couple of alert, and here also we're going to have a alert. You know what, let's pass in the alert. So if this is true, then for now nothing will happen because we're going to pass in here update. But if not, then we're going to add it to the list. So alert or show alert, and we're going to pass in here, let's say investment added successfully. Holy. And we're going to pass in here a success, comma, success string, and then document.get element by ID, because we don't want to pass it to the body. We want to pass it to the investment dash form. Okay. Now, if this is unsuccessful, then we're going to else. Wait, this should be here. Else, we're just going to alert, show alert, please enter valid data. And then we're going to have a danger, and again, the same form where this will be displayed. Okay, so we can already try this out. And it's going to stop at this function. I already know it. Yeah, it's going to look for, so it's going to look for this function, add investment, button on click and value undefined, because it cannot read this edit investment function. And oh wait, cannot read property of null reading value at edit investment button. What am I doing here? Investment button. Yeah, there's the button. Add here value, a date, cannot property of null. Oh, okay. I just messed up the ID here. So press again. Okay, please add values. And let's see, 2012, 12, and there we go. There's an investment value. Okay, so we just added an item. Let's add another one. One thing that I still want to do here is wrap this into a number with commas. So value parse int, and then here on the return, where do we have it? Where are we displaying it? Date value. There we go. So investment value. I'm going to wrap this into a format numbers with period function. Okay, there we go. So if I add something, couple of millions, something like this to the date. Okay, perfect. So now let's work on editing and deleting them. So now let's work on editing and deleting investments from our list. And first let's go, okay, so we just added them here. Add investment, let's go down here. Function, edit investment. Now this is going to take in as an argument. It's just going to open and close this function up. So edit investment will take in the amount and the date. And one more thing, at the start, we're also going to look for that index that we just created. So index. Okay. Now when we're going to delete, copy this, when we're going to delete a investment, then we're just going to need the index. So let's first do the delete action. Again, we're going to need a confirmation. So const confirm or confirmation condition. Again, we're going to assign to a confirm, and let's enter here with backticks. Are you sure you want to delete this investment? Oh, by the way, you could also add in the date and the amount as confirmation. So say this unless you want to delete the $ amount from and then $ date. Okay. And if confirmation, so if the confirmation is true, so if actually we're going to do it the other way around. So if it's not true, if confirm is not true, then return. But if it is true, then we're going to go ahead and search for what should we delete. So if the index is greater or equal to 0 and the index is less than the investment dot length, then we're going to go into our investments and we're going to splice. Because it is an array, we can use a splice method on it. that index and 1. Okay, simple as that. Now we need to update our local storage. So local storage set item, we're going to update our investments list by json.stringify. I'm going to add that new investment. And at the end, again, we need to display our investments. We could name this display investment list. Whatever. Okay, now for our edit button, it's a bit much easier. So if, and first of all, look for the investment. So if index is greater than 0 and our index is less than the investment list, or the investments dot length, then we're going to take our investments and search for that index in there. Index, and we're going to assign it the amount and the new date that we are adding in here as arguments. And then the process is simple. We're going to update, add it to the list, display the list, and then we're going to reset those two fields again. So let's try this out. Let's edit this sum. Let's click on edit. Oops, this isn't working. Edit investment. Wait, because I need to now grab on. So edit investment was first of all down here, actually up here, investment. So I'm going to click on edit. Now we need to grab onto these two buttons. So I'm going to add an event listener to the investment list and search for the data indexes. So let's go ahead here before we start our functions or add investment function. I'm going to go over the investments list. I'm going to use a onClick event on it, assign it to an arrow function, pass in the event. And first of all, search for the event.target. So e.target.classLists. And now I'm going to search for what am I clicking on? What does it contain? So if it contains the edit class, then I'm going to create here a variable const index. Oh wait, I should be outside. Wait just a second. So this should be here and this should not be here. So pass it in here, const index. I'm going to search for we're going to assign to this index the e.target. And now I'm going to move in here and search for the attribute that was assigned. So target.get attribute. And from here, we're going to get the data index attribute. Now, having that index attribute, we can now create different conditions. For example, if, or situations, if the index, first of all, is not null, then we're going to go ahead, create a variable called investment. We're going to assign it to the investment. So from all of the investments to that index, then we're going to take the investment amount input.value, and we're going to assign to this the new investment amount. Then we also need the date because we're also updating the date, maybe. So investment date input.value. I'm going to assign it to the investment date. Scroll up a bit. Now, if we're updating here a investment, then we want this button to say update and not add. So I'm going to go ahead and add investment button dot text content. I'm going to change this text content now to update. After that, I'm going to add investment button dot date set data set dot edit index. I'm going to set it to the index. Now let's say the button is, or the e.target class contains delete. We're going to do here else if the e.target.classList.contains from the class of delete. Then the index will be assigned to the events.target.attribute. And then we're going to just verify if the index is not null, then we're going to delete that investment. So delete investment. I'm going to pass into the investment the index, and we also wanted to pass in the amount. And wait, do I have access here to the amount date? I think I don't have access to the amount and date. We're going to grab onto them from there and stem down here. Oh, wait. Okay, so let's try this. So delete, confirm, and well, not a number because we don't have anything in here. So they should be these fellows. Amount is e.target. Let's first of all console log this. So let's console log here the e.target, and I'm going to comment this out. So inspect console delete, and there we go. There's our target, and we have the index data of 1 and class, and we need to go up to its parent element or element siblings. So let's go up. Let's try this again. Parent element investment action, and then one more. I'm going to copy parent element. Okay, and now we have the item, and from here we can grab onto the to get or query selector, and from here we can use query selector. I'm going to select the B tag, and from the B tag the text content, and this will be this will be the amount. Yep. So I'm going to add this. Let me just show you. Boom, amount. But click on this, going to give me this amount. So I'm going to add this to here, and the date will be the, what is the other one? I need to console log it to see it. So let's click on it. Oh, where do I have it? Parent element, click on it, click on edit, on delete, and it was a paragraph tag. Okay, so this should be the paragraph tag, the date. Okay, so let's comment these two back in. I'm going to comment out the console log. So now I should get here in the confirmation. Are you sure you want to delete the amount from this date? Okay. And if we click on OK, then it should have deleted it. Now edit, we'll add it up here. We're going to change the button to update. And if I change this to 3000, then update, and it should have updated it. Okay. Also, if I change it once again to this update, I'm going to update it. Okay, but the button didn't change back. So let's go back here. I said update, comment, and we're missing here a couple of things, but we're going to add them now right back in here. So let's say that if the add investment button dot text content is update, and the show alert, meaning I'm just going to use here instead of an if statement, just going to use a shorthand. So if this is true, then change this to something else. I'm going to show alert, first of all, investment update successfully, updated successfully. Then I'm going to add here a warning alert, and I'm going to add here, well, we're going to add here the form again. And now let's change back the add investment button, text content, and we're going to reset it to add. Okay, and now let's also reset the data set. So add investment button, we're going to have the data set reset dot edit index, and it will be equal to nothing. Okay, let's try this out again. Edit, I'm going to edit here, and let's change the date now to here, and let's change this to 4000 and update, and investment updated successfully. I'm going to add something new now, and some kind of date, edit, and I'm going to edit now here. Okay, let's add another one, because we're going to work next up on something that we'll need here to export our data to something, and also we're going to analyze the data. So you know what, let's first of all analyze the data, because we have everything that we need in order to analyze the data, and at the end we're going to export this. So let's start working. I'm going to close this up. Let's start working here on our analysis, and actually I'm going to go down, show alert, yeah, down here. So let's display analysis, actually display pie chart, because there's where the analysis will live. So show display pie chart. Okay, now let's create a function of show pie chart, and we're going to create here a analysis, a const with analysis button, analysis btn document dot get element by id. We're going to grab onto the portfolio dash analysis dash btn. Okay, and also let's display the total. Let's do a couple of calculations here. So we're going to create a function for get free cash. Then we're going to function calculate the total or get total invested. We're going to create another function, because we also need the portfolio total value. Get portfolio total value. Then we need to calculate the gains or losses. So function calculate gain loss. And last but not least, we need to calculate the return. So function and calculate total return. Okay, and then when we want to total, and then we want to add everything to a simple function on click to the button. Just take the button, and we're going to click on this button. So on click, then we're going to calculate everything. So we're going to show our analysis at the end. So we're going to click on this, then we're going to grab onto the analysis. So let's create a const. We're going to create a const with analysis. gain loss. We're going to assign this to document, query selector, and we're going to grab onto the class of analysis gain dash loss. And from this, we're going to grab on also the value class. So to this, we're going to assign to the analysis gain loss. We're going to assign then to its inner HTML the results that we're going to get from the calculate gain loss, first of all. So let's assign here $, not a $, because it's going to be in a dollar value, calculate gain loss, and we want to have this result to 2 fixed and 2. Now let's also display our returns, and for this we're going to create a const analysis return, which is this one now. So document, query selector, and again we're going to grab on from here to the analysis return and value. And to this we're going to then assign .inner HTML, and we're going to assign the calculate total return function. Okay, so I'm going to take this, paste it down here, and replace our gain loss with calculate total return. Okay, now at the end we're also going to update the pie chart, so show pie chart, and initiate the function. So let's start working first of all on our little calculations here. Let's get the free cache if there exists a free cache. So let's go into this function and say let free cache is equal to document dot get element by ID, and we're going to grab onto the ID of free dash cache and then the value and dot the value. So if there's anything in here, we're going to grab onto it, and you know what, I'm going to pack this into a parse float. So if is not a number and the free cache, then we're going to, well, assign it the value of 0. And then we're going to return the free cache. So that's all what the function does. If there's nothing in here, then we're going to assign it the value of 0. And if not, then we're going to take that value and return it. Now let's go to our total invested. We're going to initiate here a variable total invested. We're going to reassign it to 0. And then we're going to create here a variable const investments, because we need now the data from the database. So cost investments is equal to json.parse, and we're going to go to local storage and then get item, and we're going to get our investments. And if not, then or we're going to get an empty array. Now let's loop over our investments. Let's use a for each, and for each investment we're going to take the total invested dot we're going to take the total invested, that value that we created, and we're going to add to this investment dot amount, and then this function will just return the total invested, and that's basically it. Now for the portfolio value, it's pretty much the same game. So I'm going to take this, copy it, change this to total value. We're going to go now to the portfolio. So I'm going to change this to portfolio, and we're going to grab onto each stock here, stock, and not the amount, but the share. And we're going to multiply it with the stock.current price plus the get free cache and initiate the function here. And if this is 0, then it's going to be 0. Because if we invested everything that we had here into stocks and we still have free cache, then our total amount of, well, our worth, our net worth will be the stocks plus the free cache. Okay, and we're going to return here the total value. Now, in order to calculate the gain loss, well, this is pretty simple. We're just going to go down here and return the get portfolio total value function minus the get total invested value. We get the total invested. Okay, now for the last one, to calculate the total return, we're going to return here, and close parentheses, and we're going to get the portfolio total value function minus the get total invested function. Then we're going to divide this after the yellow parentheses. We're going to divide it to the total or get total invested function. So open and close parentheses again. Wait, where are we? Here. So this, and I'm missing one more parenthesis. And then I'm going to multiply it with 100. Okay, so if I click here on analysis, so missing something here. Console log of setting inner HTML. So click, and missing something, 393. Let me just check here in our results, analysis gain loss. Oh, and this should have the class of value, and also this one down here should have a class of value. Let's try this again. Analysis and not a number. So what am I missing? Because we have this here. Okay, so get portfolio. Oh, this should be shares. What am I doing? Let's try this again. Okay, there we go. So there are our gains and returns. Basically, we are losing money. Okay, so let's move on now, and let's also display the pie chart. Okay, moving on, we're going to integrate now our pie chart in our analysis down here. So let's go to our JavaScript. And because the pie chart is actually a utility function, we're going to create it down here. So function, let's call it show pie chart, open and close curly brackets. And let's just initiate here a let slice A, going to assign it to 30, and then a let slice B and assign it to 70. Now, what are these? So in a finished project, these are going to be these slices. For example, if I assign it to 30, then it's going to be 30% of the entire circle, and the other one will be 70%. Okay, but later on, we're actually going to use values here, and we're going to use the values from the total investment and the total portfolio value. So both of these values will then be integrated in a pie chart and represent each one of them. How much do they take up of the pie? So first things first, you know what, I'm going to actually also use this. So slice, let me add them once again. Slice A will be size, is the property that we're going to use for the size. And then we're also going to have a property for the color. And for the color, I'm just going to use a hexadecimal number here. You could use something else if you want. I'm going to use a E67E22, be the first color. And for the size, we're going to add here the get total investment function. Now for the B slice, change this to B. We're going to use the get portfolio total value, and the color, we're going to change this color to a 3498 and BD. So these two colors right here. Of course, I do need to see how they integrate now with this setup. If I don't like the colors, then I'm going to change them. Okay, now let's create a const for values. Now, what do I mean with values? From these slices, slice A and B, we need these two as values for the size of the slice. Okay, so for the slice of the size. For what I assigned here as 30 and 70, we could also use this later on. But the actual size will be determined depending, for example, if I would remove or increase here my free cash flow, you can see that our total return is larger than our investment. Okay, now if, to delete this, if the other way around, then our investment is less, and you get the idea. So let's go to our const with values, and we're going to assign to these values an array of two values. So from slice A, I'm going to take the size, and then from slice B, again, I'm going to take, I said B, the size. So I got my two values. Now let's calculate the total amount of these values. So these two together should result in 100%. Now we're going to use here the reducer method. So we're going to create another const. We're going to call this total. We're going to assign it to values.reduce, and we're going to pass in here the accumulator and the values. Then we're going to pass into an arrow function and just add the values to the accumulator, then comma and 0. Now I'm going to initiate here a variable called let start angle. I'm going to assign it to the value of 0. And later on, this angle will be automatically calculated, determining how large it was from where the slice actually starts and ends. You see it's going to be, let me increase this a bit, let's say 3000. It's going to be this angle right here. Okay, now let's grab onto the canvas, and we're going to grab onto our pie chart here, the ID. So let's create a const, the name of canvas, and we're going to go to the document and get element by ID, and we're going to get the ID of pie-chart. Now to this pie chart, we're going to assign the CTX, which is going to be the canvas, and now we can use the get context method on it of 2D. Okay, now it's time to calculate the angle. Let's type in here calc angle, or angles, because we have two. Now for this, we're going to loop over each and every value. We only have two, so values dot for each, and we're going to pass in through each value, and we're also going to take their index. Next up, we're going to create a const, call it angle, and each value will be now divided by the total value will be divided by the total that we just calculated up here. And then we're going to multiply it with P. Now, P is the circumference of a circle, and it's 3.14 something, something, something. I don't know. It was a long time ago that I learned math. So we're going to use here the math function, then Py, and we're going to multiply this by 2. So see here. Next, we need to draw the slices. So let's type in here, draw a slice. Now, this is a bit complex, but just stick with me. It's going to be really simple. We have here for the CXT, we have different properties. So CTX first is going to be the beginning path. We have to tell it from where should it begin. Begin and path method. We're going to initiate this, scroll up here. Then we're going to take our CTX and tell it to move when it has new values. So move to the canvas dot and this dot width divided by 2, and obviously the other side also. So it's going to be once you have the width and once you have the height. So it's going to determine how big the circle will get. And canvas dot height, and this will also be divided by 2. Now we're going to draw a arc. So CTX dot arc will be the canvas. I'm just going to copy this. Canvas width divided by 2, then the canvas height divided by 2, and then once again the canvas width divided by 2. Then we're going to have our starting angle, the start angle, and then to the start angle, so start angle again, we're going to add the angle that will be determined by this variable. Now we set the start angle initially to 0, and it's going to start at 0, and to this value then we're going to add whatever angle results from here. Now remember that this is going to be done to each and every value from our values, and our values will change here depending on how large the total investment is, or how large the total portfolio value is. Okay, now let's jump out of CTX arc and let's say CTX dot close path in order to close then the path. Okay, now for the colors, because we had here a couple of colors, we're going to assign the colors to the CTX using the fill function. So CTX dot fill style, and first we're going to assign it to the index. Now, if the index is 0, then the slice A dot color will be applied, and if not, then the slice B dot color will be applied. And now we can initiate here CTX dot fill, and there we go. We're still not done yet. Now we're going to start iterating to the angle. So start angle, each angle that we're going to receive. So each time the angle grows or changes, we're going to add it to the starting angle. Now let's add some text. For example, here in our finished project, we'll see this total. Now this is going to be added using a different, I'm just going to show you all of the functionalities that I know from the CTX. So CTX dot fill style, and I'm going to assign this to the color white. Then CTX dot font will be 20 pixels, and Arial. Basically, you can set here the font style and the size. You can also set the alignment of the text. So CTX dot text alignment, text align, will be center. You can also do start or end. And the baseline, CTX dot baseline or text baseline, will be middle. Now, what should be the text? Well, the text will be assigned by using CTX fill text. And first we're going to set here, using backticks, the text of total. I'm going to use capital letters. Now, where should it be? Well, at the canvas dot width divided by 2, and the canvas dot height also divided by 2. This will set it to the center. Okay, now we can start testing out our pie chart by initiating the function or commenting back in the function. Also, I should have deleted this. Commenting the function back in here. And wait just a second, I think I messed here up. Yep, arc. Sorry about that. Okay, so if we click on analyze, then we should get we just got a little bit of pie here. Also add some free cash, free 30,000. Let's reanalyze this. You can see this just grow. Let's do here 900,000. Boom. Okay, so we know that this is working. Now let's add the legend next up. So you saw here that I had a unordered list with the pie chart legend right after the pie. I'm going to take this and let's go down here. Wait, is it inside the results? Yes. So for the legend, we're going to go back to our pie chart. We're going to still remain within our pie chart function. Right here, we're going to type in show legend. And we basically had here, if I click on analysis again, we have two values. I want these values to be displayed down here and with their colors. What I'm going to do is first of all grab onto the legend. So const legend. I'm going to go to the document, get element by ID, and then select the pie chart dash legend. Okay. Now let's start assigning its inner HTML values to them by using legend.innerHTML, and we're going to create here a main div for a li if you want. So li is going to have the class of legend item, and is going to have within it two divs. Let's create here one and another one div. I'm going to copy it, and the first div is going to have the class of legend color, legend-color. And now in order to have some color for the circle here, we're going to add here the background color of the slice color. So we're going to use style as a property is equal to the background dash color. And we can now use here the variable of slice a dot color. Now for our second div down here, I'm going to copy this, paste it in here. So I just close the navigator on the left side. So this is going to be legend label, and this will state here, and to delete the color. This will state here as a text the total invested amount. So this is going to be using $sign, going to be the dollars, then slice a dot size, then step out of it, and another variable which is going to be open and close parentheses, because now we need to calculate how much of this slice is it from the total. So we can, and we need to express it in percentages. So we can take slice a dot size, divide it by the total, and then step outside of the parentheses and multiply it by 100 in order to get a result in percentages. Now let's save, and this entire thing, again, I'm going to set it to toFixed. Use the toFixed method, and there we go. Now end this with a percentage sign. Now let's copy this entire li and create another one. The second one, the second item, will still have the color, but is going to have the color for B. Size B is going to have the size for size B. Also here, the slice for size B. That's it. Now we should get our results down there when we click on analysis. Okay, now I need to move it down here. So let's open up our style, our CSS analysis, and let's go to pie chart container. And when it says flex, we're going to now go down here and say flex wrap. I'm going to set it to wrap. This should, which one was the container? No, it was results. This, and this is extra. So this should be cut it out from here. Let's say here that the class of results or result will be displayed as flex, then flex wrap. I'm going to set it to wrap. Perfect. Now, if this would be larger, let's see. Okay, so that's it for the pie chart. Now, next up, we're going to move on and save our information here as a CVS, which will result in either a numbers file or a Excel file, depending on if you're on a Mac or a PC. Woo, we're almost at the end, sadly. Although I already have ideas for upgrading this application. So stay tuned because there are going to come new upgrades to all of the applications actually. Now, our task is to, wait, not here. What am I doing? Come out of here. Our task is to click on this button and save the information that is here in some sort of a useful format. And one of the useful formats is a Excel format. So let's go down here and let's say save investment list to CSV. Now, first things first, we're going to grab onto the save button. So const save investments and btn will be, investments will be document dot get element by ID, and we're going to get the ID of save dash investment dash btn. Perfect. Now, when we're going to click on this button, so save investment btn dot on click, we are going to assign this an error function, and within here, first we need to get the information that is in our investment. And the best way to getting this information is to getting it from our local storage. So we're going to create here a variable called investment data, and we're going to go to JSON. So the same thing that we did in the previous section. Parse. We're going to parse from local storage dot get item. Remember, we're getting the investments, or we're going to get a empty array. Next, we need to save it as a CSV file. So we're going to create here, first of all, a variable for CSV. Why do I say CVS? This is not a pharmacy. And we're going to go over investment data. We're going to loop over it using map. And for each investment, we're going to return, and I'm going to use here now a template string. We need two things. We need our investment dot date, and then comma our investment dot amount. Now let's assign it to a data style. So we're going to take our CSV, and we're going to say on shift. This will insert then data into the array. We're going to say insert your data and the amount. Next, we're going to create a CSV data variable, and we're going to set this as CSV.join and then backslash and n. Now this will create a line break. Then we're going to create another const for the CSV blob. Now let's create a new blob. As you can see here, new blob is just a object of immutable row data. Blobs represent data that isn't necessarily in a JavaScript native format. So basically that's why we're creating blob. And now we need to pass in here what this blob will contain. It's going to contain the array of CSV data and then the object type of, and I'm going to pass in the type of what we're going to create, and we're going to create a text /CSV file. Okay. Next, we need to tell it how to create the object. So const CSV and URL, to tell it from where to get it. So URL, and then create object URL. I'm going to CSV blob, pass it in here. Next, we're going to create a CSV A, which is just going to be an anchor tag. So document.create element, and we're going to create here, as I said, a anchor tag. Now we're going to take the CSV anchor tag and we're going to assign to it the href property, and we're going to assign as the href property's value the CSV URL. Next, we're going to tell it what to download. We're going to download a CSV.download. We're going to download a string of investment. And this is basically the title of the file when you're going to save it. You can name it something else. You can name it your investment data or what I want to pass in here as a name. But this is going to be the default name when we're going to save it. Investments.csv. Now, last but not least, we need to initiate the click event on it. So CSV a.click. Okay, and open and close parentheses. So let's try this. If I click on this button, it should open up a download window. And let me just check what I messed up here. So click and nothing happens. Save investment btn. Go to investment ID, save investment btn. Why aren't you working? Save investment btn. Oh wait, this should be date. What am I doing? Date and amount. Okay, so here in our onShift function, it still messed up something. And let's see, see first of all if the click works, console log, click, lock, click, boy, inspect, console, and we're not getting our click. So why is that? Oh, get animation, get element by ID. Okay, so now click and this, okay, and it just opened up a investment file for me. And if I save it and now open up the file, you should see, come on, there we go. It just opened it up for me, but I don't want to open it up in numbers. Let me open it up once again. And I'm going to open it this time up in Excel. I believe that most of you folks are on a PC. I'm going to open this one up in Excel. I'm going to show you really quickly that you could then extend this. There we go. There's everything in Excel. Let me zoom in here a bit. Maybe that's too much. You could just do a quick sum here, and this is going to do a sum for you. Boom. You can choose whatever you want, dollars, or if you want it in pounds or in euros, so far and so on. You can again format it if you want. Okay, so we're done with this, and we're pretty much, no, I don't want to save it. We are done with our project. So hope you enjoyed this project. If you want to make any kind of changes to it, then please feel free to do so. Also, the entire code is on GitHub, as the entire course is on GitHub. And now we can move on to our next project. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, so let's start working our entry form here. Let's jump into the entry form section. And first we're going to create this select. So the user needs to be able to select from whether the entry will be an expense or an income. So let's create here a select tag. I don't need a name for it, but I do need a ID, and this is going to be the entry and type ID. Now let's create here two options. So option, we're going to have the class of income, the first one, and the text of income. And then we're going to just add here also the value of income and copy this and replace everything that is in here with expense. Expense. Okay, now let's add these two as capital letters, income and expense. Okay, so we should already see this. Now, what I don't like is that our default app settings, so let's go back to our app, is to flex in a row direction. So we're going to change flex direction column. You see it now like this. Now, let's create these two input tags, which will be after the select tag. We're going to create one input with the type of text, the class of entry, and the ID of entry dash description. Okay, and we're also going to create a placeholder for description. So placeholder and description. Now we're going to copy this, paste it down here. We're going to change this to number. Oh, by the way, you could also leave it as text because we are going to, oh, and one last thing, you can also delete both of them. Each time you create an input, so I don't know if you know this or not, but each time you create an input, its default, delete the names, its default type will be text. So this one is not going to have the class of entry description, but it's going to have the amount. Also the placeholder will be amount, and the class will be still a entry. Now we need our submit, this add button, and our save button here. So these two will be packed. Let me see. We're in select inputs right after our last input. We're going to pack them into a div with the class of entry and actions. Okay, so we're going to create here two buttons. Button with the class of btn, the ID of add entry btn, and this is going to contain then a icon tag with a fa-solid class, then a fa-plus class. And we're going to take care of the other one just in a couple of seconds. And then after the icon, I'm going to also add, so let me wrap this into a parenthesis, then a plus sign, and add a span tag with the text of add, and the span tag will also have the class of text. Okay, so I'm going to delete this parenthesis and wait, why aren't you? There we go. Now it's no longer recognizing what I did here. So let me just think about it. So text, if I do this, oh, yep, there we go. Now the text here should be actually here. The parenthesis didn't work as I wanted, so I'm going to delete it. And I'm going to go back here at the btn. This is going to recreate the button. I'm going to take this, cut it out, and place it within the button. Now, once again, delete these. And yeah, this is exactly what we wanted. Now, between the closing icon tag and the span tag, I'm just going to add a space. Meaning I'm going to have a little space here. Okay, I'm going to copy now this button because next up we're going to need the save button. The save button, we have a different ID. It's going to have the save entries btn ID. So just change add into save entries, and this should also be entries. Sorry about that. Then down here on our icon, we're going to have a FA regular, and this will be FA floppy and dash disk. Okay, and instead of add, we're going to have here a save. Now the class of text will be extremely helpful for us when we're going to go in this format. This will help us hide the text. You see the text will be hidden after a specific width. Okay, and we're pretty much done with this section. Now let's go ahead and style it. So I'm going to close out the app container. So this is what we have here. Now let's go ahead and style it. Let's create for ourselves a new file in CSS. We're going to call it form.css. We're going to grab onto the entry-form class, save it, and also go into our main CSS file and import it at import our form. Now we should be able to style it. So we're going to display here everything as flex. The flex direction, we're going to change this to column. And we're going to add a margin to the bottom of 20 pixels. Now let's go to the entry type. So I'm going to select the ID of entry-type. And I'm going to add to this a padding of 10 pixels. We're working on our select. We're going to add a margin to the bottom of 10 pixels. And then a border radius of our variable of border radius. Now let's work on our inputs. So I'm going to go back to our entry form, select the parent, select the inputs within the parent. And all of them will be styled with a margin to the bottom of 10 pixels. And actually, they're pretty much the same settings as we have for our entries. So I'm just going to copy here everything and paste it in here. Also close it up. Okay, so these are looking now nice. Now let's go to our entry actions. So within our entry form, we have our entry-actions. As you saw in our finished project, we have our left button taking up a specific width of its container and our right button taking up another width. So we're going to use here display grid in order to make this happen. But first, I'm going to go to the entry form, which is basically the entire section, and make it the entire width of its container. So I'm going to add here width of 100%, taking out now the entire width of the application. Now for the entry actions, as I said, in order to have them take up specific widths of their own containers, we're going to use here display grid. Now the first element or the first item within here, we're going to display it. So we're going to use grid template columns. We're going to use 3FR and 1FR for the first element and then 1FR for the second element. Now I'm going to add a gap of 10 pixels, meaning I'm going to have the same gap here as the margin to the bottom here. Now let's target the parent and select our buttons, button elements. And now that we have selected both of the elements, I can now select the first child and the last child. So I'm going to reselect a button and say that the first child, which will be the add button, will have a background color of var and info color. And then the color for the text will be a var and, let me check this, secondary color. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this and secondary color. Now for the save button, I'm going to copy this, paste it down here, change this to last child, change the background color to warning color, and the text color now to the primary color. Okay, and that's pretty much it for our entry. So we're going to leave it here, and then we're going to take care of the general button settings. So let's create a new file, call it btn, button as wish, buttons and .css. So let's grab onto the class of btn. We're going to do a general style for all buttons. So padding, 10 pixels, obviously cursor pointer, be always the first thing that you add. Then the border radius will be the var of border radius. We're going to take out the borders. Let's display none. We're going to increase the font weight to 600 to on all of our buttons. And it's also include this so we can see some kind of difference here. So add import and btn. And if you would be in CSS, I would suggest you do something like this. Always have it at the top. So button font weight 600 on button.css. What am I doing here? 10. Okay, there we go. So there are our general styles for our button. Now let's continue on with our button. I also want to increase the font size to 1 rem. So whatever the base font size is of the browser, it should be increased to 1 rem. Now let's add a box shadow to each and every button. So box shadow, we're going to use a variable of box shadow. And we are going to have a couple of effects on them. So I want all of them to have a different transition. For example, when we're going to have a action on them, then I'm going to transform, scale, and reduce its scale with 2%. So I'm going to reduce it to 98%. Basically, if I click on the button, you can see it's reducing its scale. Now, I also want to take out the box shadow in that moment. So box shadow and say none only when we click on it. Okay, so if you click on it, I'm going to reduce the box shadow, giving it that nice effect. Now, the default color, background color, and text color of the buttons should be actually a background color of var and primary color. And then the color of the text should be a hash. Oh, wait a second. I think it was the secondary. Yeah, secondary color. Var and secondary color. But only when, let's now go back to our form. When we hover over these two buttons, so I'm going to add here the hover effect. Only then those colors should come into effect. And again, we need to add now our transition here. Transition. Or didn't I add it already here? Now buttons. No, that's why it's not working. So I'm going to have here a transition all 0.2 seconds this time and easing out. Very quick transition. Okay, so that's it for our form for now. We can now move on to our summaries. So next up, let's start working here on our summaries, which is also containing this chart diagram. And we're basically going to style it, but we're not going to see much of it until we're going to have values for it. So let's close our buttons, variables, form, and go into our HTML first of all. We can now close up our entry section, and in our summaries, right after our little H2 here, we're going to create a paragraph tag for total income, column and $sign. And from here, we're going to create a span tag with the ID of total dash income. I'm going to grab on to this later on using JavaScript. I'm going to pass now in here 00 for the start. Then I'm just going to copy this because the second one will be exactly the same, a paragraph tag with the total expenses, and just the ID in the span change then to total expenses. And at the end, we're going to have a last one. So I'm going to copy the paragraph tag once again. I'm going to have here a net total, delete expenses, one backspace, then this should be net total ID. So net dash total, and there we go. We're done with this part. Now, after this, after the section of summaries, I'm going to create another section. We're going to call this section, we're going to call this with the class of diagrams. Basically, creating this fellow right here. So this is one section, and this is another one. In our diagrams, we're going to have a div with the class of chart. And we're actually going to have two of them. Now, each chart will contain another div with the class of bar, and then a ID of income bar, and the other one will be expense bar, of course. The income bar div will then contain a paragraph tag with the ID of income value display, and it's just going to have the text of 0.00. Okay, so let's add this and then just copy, paste it here, change the income now to expense on both of them. Expenses, because they're multiple expenses, or expense. And we could also leave it as expense, because this is actually the sum of all expenses. Okay, and we are basically done with our summaries here. Now let's go ahead and style it. So let's create here a CSS file with the name of results.css. Let's also include it in our style at import results.css. And we're going to work now on this little fellow. So first things first, let's grab onto the class of results, and let's add to it, again, as we did in our previous one, the width of 100% of its container. I'm also going to add a slide border. It's barely visible, but I'm going to add a slide border of 1 pixel solid and a slightly dark color of 333. Now the background color will be the variable color of primary color. Now let's add some padding to it of all around 10 pixels. And now we can go ahead and display it as grid. But first, let's also add the border radius of the variable of border radius. Okay, so we're going to have the same border radius for all of them. Now let's display it as grid. So display grid. And now we're going to use our grid template columns, but we're going to change it up now. The very first column will be just 1FR, and the second one will be 2FR. Okay, now let's grab onto the class of summary, and within it, to the paragraph tags. Each and every paragraph tag have a margin to the bottom of 10 pixels, a font size, and I think I just exaggerated a bit with the 0.3 rem, so I'm going to use a 0.2 rem this time. The font weight will be 600. And now for those span tags. So let's select the first span tag within the parent. And the one that has the class of positive will have the color of var and positive color. Now, if the span tag will be negative, or will have the class of negative, I'm just going to copy this. The color will be then the negative color. Now, these two classes will be added later on using JavaScript. Okay, now to our diagram. So I'm going to remain within our results, but grab onto the class of diagram. I think it was diagrams. Check this. Bar diagrams. Okay, so first thing first, we're going to position this relative. Scroll up a bit. Then we're going to position it from the top, roughly 90 pixels. So this will be pushed down a bit. And because these two are displayed as grid, I'm going to add now also a gap. So let's go up here, add a gap of 10 pixels. Maintaining the same gap that we have here. Now, the height of the diagram should be 100 pixels. We're going to display it as flex. We're going to change the flex direction now into a column, meaning that these two fellows will be displayed in a column. Let's also add a gap now between them, gap of 30 pixels. As you can see, there was a space created between them. Now for the chart. So each and every in the diagram, we have two divs with a class of chart. Let's grab onto them. Remain within the diagram, class of chart. Let's assign it the width of 100%, and they're going to span from here to here. Now for the income, so select the ID of income bar, and then comma, the ID of expense bar. And we're going to use here a transition width property. So transition their width with 0.3 seconds. So as you can see in our finished project, if I add here another income of, let's say 300, let's add more. Let's add 1,500 as the amount. And let's say income 2, you will see this transition effect. And this is actually this little effect right here. It doesn't just magically appear larger, but it has a little effect to it. And both of them have. Even if it's going to go in the other direction, the effect will still remain. Now let's take care of them by adding a bit of style to them. So background color will be the var dash positive color. For now, both of them will have the positive color. Let's also add a height of 40 pixels. Now let's trim down these two borders. So let's say border radius of 0 for the top left, 5 pixels for the top right, 5 pixels for the bottom right, and 0 for the top for the bottom left. Now the font weight within these bars should be, font weight should be a 500. Let's add a little bit of space here. So I'm going to add a padding to the left side of 0.5 rem. And now we can also add, for aesthetic purposes, a box shadow of var and dash dash box shadow. Okay, now for the inside, let's use here display flex, and now we can align the items as center and justify the content also as center. Now once again, I'm going to take the ID of expense bar. Let's go down here, and I'm going to change its background color to var and the negative color. Okay, and now we have these two bars. Okay, so we're pretty much done styling this. Let's now move on to our entry list here. So let's move on to our entry list. We have created here a little title. So after this, we're going to create a section tag with a class of actions. And we're going to have here two buttons. So one button, ID of save doc, and the class of btn. This button will include the icon tag with the fa-regular-fa, .fa-floppy. So we're going to recreate a floppy disk. Floppy-disk. Within here, or not within here, but after the icon tag, we're going to have a span tag. So also leave a space here, okay? Space, span tag with the class of text and the text within it with the document. Save it as a document. Okay, now let's copy this, paste it in here. We're going to have here the the clear entries btn with the class of btn, then fan solid and fa trash. And of course, down in the span tag, we're going to have the text of clear. Now for the entries themselves, so I'm going to make this smaller, the actions section, and also the entries list header. And after this section, we're just going to create a UL with the ID of entries. Okay, so multiple. And this will be populated using JavaScript, but I'm still going to add here an entry in order for us to be able to style it. So this is going to contain a li, which is then going to contain here a symbol, so a plus or a minus, then a entry description, then the value of that, or the amount, so amount, let's say 000 or 100, let's just add here some kind of an amount, and then we're going to have a delete or trash icon. Actually, we're going to have a trash icon, so I'm just going to do here icon tag with the fa-solid, then .fa-trash, and this is also going to have an on-click event later on. So let's also add it here, on-click, and this is going to then delete, of course, the entry. Now, in order to delete the entry, we're going to use its index, but we're going to work on this later on then, when we're going to come to our JavaScript portion. Okay, so this is how the entry is going to look. So let's style it. Let's close up results. Let's create here a new file, entry list.css, and let's import it. Add import and entry list. Okay, I'm going to close up our style tag here because we're pretty much done with importing. We imported everything. We imported our app container, our buttons, our entry list, form, results, variables, everything that we need is already in here. So let's just work on our entries for now. So .entry dash list, and within here we're going to grab onto the entry list dash header first of all. So this little portion right here. And we want to make it in order for these two to be on the left side and these to be on the right side. So the actions button. Okay, now first things first, let's display everything as flex. Then we're going to justify the content as space between. I said between. And we're going to align the items to the center. Okay. Once again, the entry list, very important. The width of the entry list must be 100% of a container. Now back to our entry list header, we have here 2 buttons. So let's select those 2 buttons and add to them hover effects. So our parent selector button, let's go in here and let's select the very first button. So first child, we're going to change its, first child. And when we're hovering over the first child, then we're going to have a different background color. Let's change this background color to variable color of positive -color. Okay, so let's try this out. Perfect. Now, in order for the button to have a bit of space to its fellow button right there, I'm going to add a margin right of 10 pixels. Oh wait, but I'm in a hover state, so I don't want to have it here, but I'm going to do actually this. First child, margin right 10 pixels, and then I'm going to take out first child and move this in here. So it should still have the same effect. So button, parent selector, first child, I'm adding 10 pixels to the margin, and then we're still referring to the first child, but when it has a hover effect, then it should change its background color. Okay, now let's go to the second child. I'm going to remain here. So underneath of this, parent selector, last child, and we're going to change its background color to the variable color of negative color. When we're hovering over it, of course, hover. So there we go. Now, I would suggest that you add to this maybe a dark color. Let's see how it looks. So color, var, and primary color. I don't know, maybe you like it more this way. Okay, now let's go to our list here. So I'm going to jump outside of the UL, outside of the entry header, and select the unordered list. And we are, you know what, I'm going to select actually its ID. So ID and unordered list, entries, and let's set its height to 280 pixels. Now you can vary with this. Now see that I'm already outside of maximum container. This really depends now on how much you're zoomed in, because I'm zoomed in pretty 150%. Again, my resolution of the screen is much larger. In order for you to see everything that I'm doing here in recordings, everything is zoomed in, as you can see. Now, in order to have a little effect here so that we can scroll, I'm going to add to this a overflow on the y-axis this time, because this axis of scroll. Okay, so we have it now here. Now I'm going to add a bit of padding to this of 1 rem top and bottom and 0.3 rem left and right. Now for our LIs. So let's see, parent selector and the LIs, list items within them. I'm going to add a padding to the list items of 10 pixels, so all around padding. Then a margin to the bottom of also 10 pixels. Let me create here 2. Take this LI, create another one, change this up. It should be negative, let's say. Okay, so we're going to have 2 of them. Now let's add a border to them of 1 pixel solid and hash CCC. And now if you take a look in your entries, I'm going to increase the font color and add some colors to whether it's positive or negative, and also to, don't want to beat you, to hover effects to this little trash can icon down here. So let's increase the font weight 500. Let's give them a border radius of var and our variable of border radius. Now let's change the background color. I'm going to go with primary color now. Okay, now for the items within the list items, we're going to display as flags, leaving them in a row direction. We're going to justify the content with space between. Okay, now this wasn't pushed to the right side, but as soon as we're going to do it using JavaScript, it's going to have different properties. So you're going to see these in the center, this to the left, and these to the right. And let's also do a text align center, align item center, because I want them always to be perfectly centered here on the x-axis. Now let's move to our trash icon here. So within our LIs, we're going to have a .fa-trash icon. Now let's change its color to var and negative color. Cursor, let's set a cursor pointer. We're going to add a transition of all 0.2 seconds and easing out, because we want to have that little transition effect when we hover over them. Oops, I just clicked on it. Okay, so let's add it. Also our parent selector, hover effect, and let's add here the color change to var and the secondary color. Okay, now within our LIs, we're going to have here a positive and a negative icon, or actually a income and a expense. So let's move outside and let's still remain within our ally. So let's stay here. And if this ally is going to have a class of income, then the color will be var and positive. And if it's going to have a class of expense, then of course the color will be negative. So var and negative color. Okay, so we got everything styled. Also could add now classes to them, but we're going to add this using JavaScript just in a couple of seconds. Also kind of deviated from this background color to these. I find them much better. Nevertheless, if you want to change them back, then you can do it using here the secondary color as the background color for our allies. Not the primary, but the secondary color. And then you should also change the secondary color here on the hover effect for this little fellows. Okay, now let's move on. And what I'm going to do now is jump to JavaScript and start working on the functionalities. And the very first task will be to grab onto the DOM elements and initiate a couple of arrays and also a couple of click events. So let's start doing this. So let's start writing our code. I'm going to just close here up everything, close up the CSS, make this maybe smaller so we can refer to each and every step nicely. We have our script hooked up correctly, and we're going to go ahead and let's just initiate here entries, open and close array. So this is the very first thing. We're going to initiate an array. Then we're going to grab onto the elements. So get DOM elements. We're going to start by selecting our select tag here. Then our entry inputs, our buttons, and our lists is basically it. So let's create here const. Let's select document. Query selector. I'm going to use here query selector. ID entry dash type. That was the ID of our selector here. Then we're going to select all of our inputs. There are two. But we are going to use here a query selector. So const entry inputs, and we're going to document dot query selector all, and we're going to select all of the classes with entry. Next, we're going to select our entry button, the save button, and the clear entry button, which is down here. Also, of course, our save button here. So const, what I'm going to go here and say DOM buttons. So const add entry btn will be document query selector, select the ID of add entry btn, copy you. Next one will be the save entry button. So save, capital save entries btn, and then we're going to have our clear. Oh wait, we also need to the doc here of const. Oops. First of all, let's do this. Save doc button. This will be the save dash doc. Then we have a clear button and clear entries btn. Okay, document doc query selector. I'm going to select the ID of save clear entries btn. Okay. Now let's just check if we selected everything correctly. I'm going to do here console log of select, then entries, then add, okay, paste, save entries, save doc btn, and clear entries btn. So let's see, input console, and we have our entries, our node list, because these are two inputs, our save button up there, save button, we have our save document, and we have our clear document. I think I'm missing one button, that is the entry. No, add entry. Save. I cannot detect the add entry. Save button with the add entry. Add entry, add entry, add entry. I name it differently. Form, save entry. Then we should also add entry. Missing something. Add entries. Okay. Now we had also add entries button. Okay. So let's just map out what we're going to do next. I'm going to console log this. We're going to add event listeners, add event listeners of click to the buttons. So first things first, we're going to add an entry. So add entry on click. This will trigger, of course, the add entry function. Next, we're going to have our save button entry. So save entries btn on click, and this is going to trigger a function that is going to save the entries. So save entries, and there we go. Not button, just entries. I know that we don't have these functions, but we're going to create them just in a couple of seconds. Last but not least, we're going to select our clear entries button dot on click, and we're going to trigger here the function that is going to clear entries. What is wrong with you? Okay, of course, we're also going to have our save doc ptn that when it's going to be triggered, but it's going to be at the very, very end, is going to, well, this is going to do two things, verify, or, well, I could also include the verification into the functionality. So we are going to leave it as this, export to HTML. Okay, so coming up next, we're going to take care of adding entries to, close up this console, adding entries to our entry list. But first, we need to be able to check what kind of entry it is, and also going to manipulate these two input fields. So next up, we're actually going to change the input color when the user selects a specific entry, input or a income or a expense. So let's get started by changing the input. So change input color. Now, first things first, we're going to select our select variable, and let's see it on change. We're going to trigger here, by passing in the event, we're going to trigger here the function that's going to change our two inputs depending on what this is selected. So what the select option, which select option is selected, we're going to change our input colors. So let's create here const. We're going to call it selected and type. Now I'm going to assign this to the e.target.value. Now we're going to check for this value. So if the selected value or the selected type is the string of income, then we're going to trigger here the change entry color function, which you still need to create. And oops, this should be outside. What am I doing? This should be here. And if it's something else, for example, the expense, because these are the two possibilities, so I'm not going to create an else if statement, but just else, then change entry color to, and now I'm going to pass in here the red color. So let's create this function. I'm going to go here and say function. This will be change entry color, and as you can see, it's going to accept some sort of an argument. I'm going to set here the argument also to a default color of green. Okay, now when this function is triggered, then it's going to loop over our entries. Remember, we took all of our entries, passed them into this variable, and we're going to loop over them using a for each func method. We're going to check for the input, and for each input, we're going to take that input dot style, because we have access to its style now, style property, and we're going to change the outline. What am I doing? Style dot outline. We're going to set it now to backticks, 1 pixel, solid, and the color will be whatever color will be passed into this function. Okay, so this should already work. If I would select, for example, expense, then it's going to change the color to, well, as you can see here, to a red color. And now if I change back income, then it's going to change it to a green color. But if I would do now a refresh, you can see that there is no color, though it does see it as an income. So what I'm going to do here is take this function and it just initiated here with nothing in it. So now when the application starts, it's going to run and then trigger the function and change the color to the input color, because this is the default value of the function. If I were to change the input to an expense, it's going to change to red, back to green, and if I refresh, it's going to remain green. Okay, so pretty simple. So we're going to stop here, and next up we're going to work on adding a entry. Okay, so let's start working on adding and displaying entries. So let's type in here, add and display entries. First, let's create a function that adds the entry, and this is pretty simple. We're just going to first of all create a variable that is going to look for the type of entry. So we're going to call this type, and we're going to go to the select variable, and from this we're going to take the value. So whatever value is selected, we're going to grab, so yeah, whatever option is selected, we're going to grab onto its value. Now we're going to create here another const with the title of description. And we're going to go to the document dot query selector. We're going to select the ID of entry dash description. And from this, we're going to select its value. Remember, the function needs to be triggered in order for this to happen. Next up, we're going to go to const and now get the amount. The amount will be first of all passed in as a parse float. Remember, we set it as a string, so we can also add commas, but I want to transform it into a number. So document query query selector, and we're going to select the ID of entry. Oops, didn't add here the hash, entry dash amount. Okay, so we have everything that we need. Now we need to do a bit of verification. So first of all, let's check if the description is not an empty string, if this is a number, and also if it's not a negative number. So we have 3 checkpoints that this function needs to pass in order to proceed. So the description cannot be an empty string. So we're going to use here trim, or the description, not the description, but the amount cannot be a string. And also the amount, so again, or the amount cannot be a negative value. So it cannot be less than 0. Now, if these conditions are not met, then I'm going to alert here, please enter valid data. And we're going to return. We're going to stop the function here. Now, if the function does not stop here, then it's going to continue. And we're going to start off by creating a object that is going to have 3 keys in it. So let's create here a const entry. And each entry is going to have the following property. So we're going to assign it to an object, and this object is going to have a type. What kind of entry is it? Is it an income or is it an expense? Then we need its description for the income or expense, and we need its amount, of course. Now, having our object, we can now take our entries array that we initiated here at the very beginning and push now whatever entry, so push whatever entry was created. And remember, in order for an entry to be pushed here, it first needs to pass these validations. Now that we have an entry, we can clear out these fields so we can pass in another entry if we want so. So we're going to take these 2 fellows, and to copy them, paste them in here. Do not assign them to anything and do not use parse. Take from this the value. Oh, I forgot that I also should have here the value. Sorry about that. So amount value. Don't need the input, but you need the value. And we're going to reassign them to an empty string, and also user should be an empty string. Okay, so we just reset here everything. Now, of course, at the end, we need to display entry or entries. There will be multiple entries. Now, wait, I still have a, you should be closed up. You should be closed up. What else? What else do you need? You should be closed up. You should be closed up. Or here not closed up. What else am I missing? Value, entry value, turn, close. I'm still missing something. Let's see. Description, turn. What? Oh, I want to assign you, but I want to check you. Okay, so 3 equal. Okay, now let's work on our display entries function. So I'm going to copy this function, display entry. Now our display entry function first needs access to our entry list. So let's grab on const entries list, and we're going to go to the document query selector, and we're going to, hey, document dot query selector. I'm going to select the ID of entries list or entries. As always, we first of all need to clear everything out of here. So in HTML will be nothing. And now we're going to initiate 3 variables. One will be the total income, then the total expense, and the net total. And all 3 of them will be assigned a 0 value. So total income will be 0. Then let total, I'm using let here, we're going to change the value of the variable. Total expenses will be 0. And then let net total be also 0. Now we're going to loop over our entries using a for loop or off loop. So const entry of entries. And for each of them, we're going to create a const li by creating it as an element. So document create element. We're going to create an li. Now remember that I added here a positive and a negative sign. Well, we're going to actually add icons to them. So first we're going to check. I'm going to initiate here let with symbol. And I'm just going to assign a value to the symbol. Now, if a certain verification will happen, the value of the symbol will change. For starters, we're going to have here a icon class. So icon with a class of fa-solid, then fa-circle-plus. Now, I'm going to check first of all. So if the entry type, dot type, is a expense, then I'm going to change this symbol. So I'm going to reassign this value. So I'm going to take this, copy it, change it here. Remember, as soon as the function runs, it's going to see this value. But as soon as this is triggered, it's going to change its value to fa solid circle and minus. Okay, so this is the trick here. Change its value only if this criteria is true. If not, then proceed with this value. Now let's work on our li. So our li.innerHTML will be equal to open and close backticks, and within here we're going to, well, we could go now back here and copy, let's copy one of these li's. You can either comment them out or leave them in here, because as soon as the function will run, it's going to delete everything that is in there. So I'm going to copy in this li, delete the li's because we don't need them. What we do need is actually, instead of this plus sign, so just copy the first one. If you copy the second one, then you have a negative sign. You're going to replace this with $, open and close, curly brackets, and the symbol. Now the symbol will be passed down here as soon as one of them is true. Within here, then we're going to have $, and entry in there, entry.description. Then, yes, a minus sign, and then we're going to pack this into another $sign out here. And it's going to be the entry.amount and .toFixed, because I don't want to have too many values after the comma. Okay, next up comes our trash icon, so fsolid, blah, 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 and then the delete entry. And within our delete entry function, we're going to pass in here, though this could result in an error, the entry, from all of the entries, the index of, and here we're going to pass in the index of the entry that we are referring to. Now let's add a couple of class lists. I'm going to go back here a bit. Let me just restructure this to be here. Okay, now let's jump outside of, for loop, yes. And we still remain in here. Next, we're going to add the class. So add class. We're going to first of all check what kind of class should we add. And that is, of course, dependent on the entry.type. So if the entry.type is equal to a income, well, then you guessed it. We're going to li.classList, add the class of income to it. Income. Now else, if, also you could just use a else here. We're going to now check if it is entry.type is a expense. Then we're going to li.classList and add the class of expense to it. Expense. Okay. Now we need to append the child to something. So we're going to take our entries list, thus append child, and we're going to append the, the li that we just created. Now we're still not done, because if we would add a second entry, that still needs to be added to the same type. So we're going to do here exactly the same check again, because we also need to calculate here the total. So calc total. If the entry type is income, then I'm going to total income. So the variable that we just initiated here with 0, we're going to start and add to it the entry.amount. Now from the net total, this will be the total income minus the total expense, of course. Now I'm going to copy these two, because if it is a expense, then I'm doing this, I'm not using here an else statement, because I just want to explicitly determine this here. So we're going to add now to the total expense, expenses, sorry about that, the entry amount, and then the net total will be, again, the income minus the total expenses. Okay, so pretty simple. So let's add an income here in 1,500. Click on add, and there we go. There's our income. Let's add an expense. Rent 1,200. Add it. There we go. You should be red, buddy. So what exactly did I do wrong here? That's expense. Ooh, sorry, this one. Again, let's just add an expense. That expense. So rent and 1,500. Okay, now it's red. Perfect. So now it's working. Okay, what else do we have here? No, we're done with this part. One last thing that we could do is just quickly add the expense or add the delete function here. So let's go here and delete, there should be a comment, entry function, and we already have our delete function, our delete entry function defined there, but we also need to tell it now that we're going to do a confirmation. So if windows.confirm that are you sure you want to delete this entry, and if we do, then we're going to take the entries.splice, and we're going to take the index, which will be passed in here, an argument, and then 1. Okay, and then we also display entries and update the list. So basically, if I would do here a not working. So income, and edit. And now I could delete it. Okay, and it's gone. Perfect. Okay, so now we should update the total income and total expense next up. Okay, now next up we're going to work on our chart here. We have it here. And also these values. So total income, total expenses, the net total should be updated here. And the chart should be also updated. So first of all, let's go back into our the display entries. And in our display entries, down at the bottom, after we calculated the total and adding and subtracting from them, we're going to move outside here, and now we're going to update the total income and expenses here. So update totals. Now let's grab onto from the document, I create selector, and the first ID will be total-income. And from here, we're going to grab onto the text content, and we're going to assign it to the total income and dot to fixed. I'm going to copy this, and instead of total income, I'm going to replace it with total expenses, and this will be the total expenses dot to fixed. Okay, so they are going to be displayed now here. Let's say we're going to add income and blah, 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 blah. Edit is going to display here. If I change this to expense, then car and some kind of number, and edit here. Okay, this should have updated. Total expenses. Let me just check the ID. Total expenses. Work text. Total expenses. Add expense and something. Check the console. Why through displaying here the total expense? This text content should be the total expense. Also, it should display at least 0, if not. Expense, expenses. Add an entry, amount, net total, total expense. This must have something to do with the type. I think I mixed something up here. Option expenses. Okay, this is working. Oh, expenses. Add class of expenses. There's the problem. So add class, there's where I also this should be expenses or expense. Oh wait, expense, and here also if the type is expense, I messed up here. This should work now. Expense, blah 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 blah, blah. And what is it? Expense, and yeah, there we go. Okay, now it's working. So sorry about that. I just messed something up. Typos make the difference. Okay, so let's move on. We said that these two should be displayed. They are displayed. Perfect. Now let's update the total. So the net total. Let's say const net total element. And it's going to be document dot with select. And we're going to select here the ID of net dash total. So let's go to this ID. First of all, we want to check if the net total is less than 0. Then the net total element, the class list. So what am I going to do here? If our total is positive, then it's going to be green. If it's negative, for example, if I add here a extremely large expense once again, some kind of expense, then you can see it's going to be red and it's going to have a minus sign there. It's going to be negative. This is what we're going to do here. So first of all, we're going to, if it's already negative, we're going to remove that class from it. So remove the class of positive, and then we're going to copy and paste, add the class of negative. So it's less than 0. Now else, we're going to do the switcheroo. So copy this. We're going to remove the class of negative and add the class of positive. Okay. Now the net total income dot text content now will have the net total variable value to fixed. And remember, this is calculated above. So all we need to do now is also create our chart entry. So first of all, let's test this. So income 1,200. Oh, sorry about that. The name something, and this is our income. Okay, so it's positive. It's here the income. We have no expense, but if I add here a expense that is going to be larger than our income, I'm going to transform this into a negative value. Also the color and the minus sign there. Now let's work on our two charts here, because at the end, this function will update charts. And it's going to trigger here a function of chart entries, which is going to take in the total income and the total expense, of course. So let's create the chart entries. And I'm going to go down here, function, chart entries. It's going to accept the two variables here, the total income and the total expenses. And first, let's work on our income. So we're going to have here income, and then we're going to have expense. So first of all, the income. We're going to create two variables. First, we're going to be const income bar. We need the bar first of all, and then the value, because these two are separate things. The bar will grow and the value will change. So the bar first of all will be document.query selector and dash the incomes hexadecimal, the income bar, and another variable will be to income value display, and this will be, oops, I just scrolled around here, and this will be the income value display. Okay, so these two fellows, first of all, let's create here let with income fraction. We need to determine how large the bar will be from a total. Now the total, we already used this formula multiple times. We're going to take the total income divided by the total, open and close parentheses, the total income plus the total expenses. So we're doing kind of a switcheroo now. And again, 100. And at the end, we're going to fix and only two values. Now for our income bar, we're going to take its style property, then its width, and we're going to assign to it now, using our variables here, the income fraction that we just created. Now this needs to be in percentages. So this little fellow, when it will return, needs to be in percentages. That is why I divided it by 100, to fix just 2, and then the percentage sign in order to give the width. Remember, as we give this 100% of its container, but this is going to have a specific percentage of its container depending on these two values, total income and total expenses. Now for the value, we're going to go down here and let's say the income value display will have its text content now equal to is not a number, so I don't want to see the NaN, and it's going to be the income fraction. But now with a couple of conditions. So if the income fraction is not a number, then we're going to display here the income fraction itself. So we're going to say open and close parentheses, income fraction, and we're going to assign this to 0. And then I'm going to add to this a plus and a string of %. Now else, let's step outside of this parenthesis, else we're going to have here open and close backticks and the income fraction and percentage here. Okay, we can do it either this way to add the plus sign, to add the fraction, or you can do it this way. It's basically the same thing. Okay, now for the expenses, well, we kind of need to do exactly the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this, go down here, paste it in, and we're just going to start and replace here everywhere the income with, select everything nicely, expense, boom. So total, and you should be capital E, and I think this should work now. So let's add here an income, income and 1500, add it. Why didn't it update? We have an error, total not defined. Total income, total expense, total income, total expense. Why aren't you defined? At line 169, and then chart entry is not defined at line. Are you kidding me? Chart entry color. What? That's the wrong function. Okay, let's try this one more time. So income, 1500, add it. Okay, it's 100%. Now if I add an expense of 800, something, and 800, add it. Well, this was reduced, but I seem to have a problem here. So expense bar, expense value, expense bar, expense value. What isn't there defined? So total expense is not defined at chart entry display 169. Let's see, 169. Total expense, sus. Oh man. So let's add that S to it, and now it should work. And you should be total income then. This should remain total income, and now it should work. Definitely. So just type in here something, add, and then expense something, and oops, pause. No, still didn't work. So we still have an error somewhere. Expenses, 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 income, income, expenses. Maybe the bar isn't defined. Let's check. Every property of null reading style. I think that's the case. So right here, expense bar. Let's see, down here, entry, description amount, that's the input, diagram chart, income, expense, ID, expense, bar and okay, the damn A expense. And one more time, select expense. And now this is okay. So I know that it's working. It just means that I messed up somewhere in the CSS. Back to the CSS. Back to the CSS, entries, results, and bar. There we go. So let's increase this. Let's add another expense. Perfect. Okay, so as you can see, it's working. Whew, I'm so glad it is working. Man, I messed up a couple of... Hey, sorry. Sorry for my typos. Okay, we got this out of the way. Now we need to save here everything and load it and save it and load it from local storage. So let's work with that next up. Okay, so let's start working on saving our entries here. Going to go down here and create our save entries function. So function save entries. So first of all, let's check if everything is okay. So if entries and dot length is not 0, then we're going to Windows alert no entries to save, just as we have it here. So if there's nothing to, okay, there is everything to be saved. But for example, right now, I think it should already alert and it's going to return. Now else, if the array is not empty, the string list is not empty, let me just check again. Save entries. Save entries. Seems that we still have a problem. Define entry. Oh, Windows, not window.alert. Okay, so this will now alert no entries are saved. Perfect. Now, if there is something to be saved, then const JSON entries. We're going to name this, and we're going to just assign this to JSON.stringify, and we're going to stringify our entries, transform them into a string. Then we're going to go to local storage and set the entries, and then the JSON.entries. Okay, and if everything goes successfully, then we're going to window.alert that entries saved successfully. Okay, so at the moment there's nothing in there, but if we add some income, add it, try to save it, then entries were saved successfully. So we should have them now. I click inspect, application, see them now, entries. There we go. There are our entries, income, description, some kind of number. Okay, we're going to close this up, make this smaller again. Now we also need to load our entries. So let's create here a function called function load entries. And if the local storage dot get item entries exists, then it should load it. So entries dot json dot parse, or entries is equal to json dot parse, and we're going to go to local storage get item, and we're going to get those entries. And of course, we are going to update display our entries list. Okay, we just need to initiate this function. So I'm going to grab onto it and initiate it here. And from this point on, I could refresh and it's going to stay the same. Now, if you want to make it autosave when you close or refresh or something the page, then you can do a window.add event listener. And we're going to listen here for before unload. And we're going to trigger the save entries function. Okay, simple as that. So if you would back, or let's say we add something, fans, car, add it and reload, then it's going to be saved automatically if you don't want to click on this button. Okay, now how about clearing the entries? Well, it's pretty simple. Let's clear all entries. Function clear entries, and we're going to first of all confirm that the user really wants to clear all the entries. So window.confirm. Are you sure you want to delete all entries? Question mark. To be unsure. And if he is, then local storage dot clear. Now we're going to reset our entries to an empty array. We're going to display our entries, and we're going to clear the chart entries. We're going to assign them both the value of 0. So the total income and the total blah, blah, blah. So let's click on clear. Here's the clear button, and then the list. So we can, let's add another entry, income to, bunch of money, and expense to, what do we have? It doesn't matter. And some kind of money, add it. And let's say, ooh, that's a lot of money. So I'm going to delete one, I'm going to delete that. And let's add a little bit less money like this, and some kind of title. Well, it seems we still have a lot of income. So I'm going to delete this income. And now we're going to delete everything. So we are done with this month, delete our entries, and there we go. Also, if you reload, they're all gone. Okay, so next up, let's move on and let's make this little fellow interactive by removing the text from the buttons. Okay, so this is going to be a really short one. I'm going to display here only icons, only btn icons. Now, first of all, I'm going to select the const, and I'm going to select all buttons. So all btn text. So document dot reselect all. We're going to select all of the button tags, and from them we're going to select all of the classes with text. Next, I'm going to create here a function, then we're going to call hide text. Now, if the window dot inner width is less than 500, don't have to have pixels, it already knows what it is, then buttons or all button text, I'm going to loop over them, and for each text I'm going to take the text, the style, and then display it as none. Simple as that. Now, if it changes, else, if the actually don't even need to define it. So as long it's not this, then it's something else. So all of the buttons will have its text displayed inline. Okay, so let's check this out. We also need to listen now for this. In order for this to happen, we need to trigger the function. So we're going to do the following: window dot, and we need an event that is going to watch for what is happening with the window. So there's an event called resize. We're going to add it here, add event listener of resize. And here we're going to initiate the function of hide the text. Okay, so if I were going to do something like this, then I'm going to hide the text. If I would become larger, then to show the text. Okay, but only if I start resizing the window. Okay, so that's it for this function. Now let's save. Let's save everything. This is going to be a complicated one. So grab some coffee. So let's start exporting here, saving here to the document, a HTML document. So for this, I'm going to clear up everything. I'm going to create in a source file a new folder called reports. In our reports, I'm going to create a new report.html file. Initiate here boilerplate. And just disregard the text and everything here. But what I'm going to do is going to copy into the head a bit of style tag. And also here we're going to have export report. So we're just going to set the body, sans serif, the font family, margin 1, margin left 3. I'm going to create here a style here table tag with the border collapse as collapse, a width of 100%, the TH and the TDs, a bit of border, so far and so on. And every nth child of the table rows will have a different background color, a darker background color. Now let's go ahead, go into the body, and I'm just going to tell you that everything that we're going to do here will be then moved in here into JavaScript. So let's get started with the H1 with the text of export report, and within the title I'm going to go a space dash and $sign get today, a function, and also open and close parentheses. So let's move quickly into JavaScript and let's create that function. So get, I'm going to call it function get today. This is an extremely simple function that's going to get today's date. So let's create here const of date. I'm going to assign to a new date object. So new date, then const day. This is going to be a date. We also do it this way. Let's do it a much quicker way. Comma day will be date.get date. Then comma month will be date.get month. When close, and we need to add +1. And then the last but not least, the year will be date.get all year. Close. And now we're going to return here a template literal of $day, then /$ the next variable of month. This is just a formatting, so you can also add dashes here. So it's going to be day dash month and dash year, or day / month / year, as you wish. This is just how I'm formatting it. Okay, so this function will be then initiated within this when we're going to move it into JavaScript. Now let's continue on. We also need to add here. So let me just show you how the finished project looks. So I'm going to not save. Save this, export it, open it up. So this is what it should look like then at the end. We're currently working on, zoom in here a bit. We're working on export report. That was the title. And then we're going to get this formatted date. So this is from 16/12. so forth and so on. And then we need our total income, total expense, net total, which was negative in this case. And then we need our table, which is going to have the type, income, expense, income, expense, the description, and then the amount. Okay, so this is what we're going to work on now. I'm going to close this up, back to our project. After our H1s, go down here, create H2 with total income. Then let's add $, open close curly brackets, document, lowercase document. And I'm typing this into HTML because it's much easier. So because we're not using React, our JavaScript does not recognize this as quickly as HTML does. So get element by ID, and we're going to pass in here the ID of total dash income. And from this, we're going to get the dot text and content. Okay, I'm going to copy this. Exactly the same thing once more. This time we're going to get the total expenses, text content, and after that, copy it one more and get the total. Wait, this should be also expenses. Expenses and net total. So net total, this should be net total, net dash total, and text content, so forth and so on. Okay, now we're done with this. Now we need to create our table. So table. The table will include a TR that is going to have a couple of THs. First will be the type. Roll up a bit. Then I'm going to copy this 2 times. Then we're going to have the description. And then we're going to have our amount. Okay, so this is our table head. Now I'm going to stop here and copy everything that is in here. Whoop, select everything, copy it into our JavaScript file. And where will we copy it? Well, we're going to copy it into a function that is going to be called export to HTML. So let's open and close this function, and we're going to create here a let doc is equal to, and we're going to populate this with our document. Okay, so everything that we had up there. Now, very quickly, before you initiate the document, we're going to first of all check, or make a verification. If the entries dot length is 0, then window.alert no entries to export, and then we're going to return. Now, why is this important? So if this function runs and it will export a empty list, well, then you will be pissed off, because what are you going to do with an empty list? What you need is a list with values, and for those values to exist, well, you need to have something in your list. So this is practically going to prevent you from exporting a empty document. And check out, this should already work. If I click on document, it should alert me entry list, no entries to export, and it should stop. Okay, but if something were to be in there, let's add something. Add it, export, and well, we don't have the export functionality, but we're going to create it now. So we created our let docs, our variable with document, and we added a couple of steps in here. And one of those is to get the date, then get the elements, and then add to them things. So right here, before we're done with our body tag, and right after the table, right after this, I'm going to cut out the document fellow, the body and the HTML document, move outside of our doc, and create here a for loop. So remember, we are outside of this variable of doc, okay? I'm going to leave it, for example, like this. Now let's create here for loop, and we're going to loop over const entry of entries. Now we're going to take a document and start adding to it in backticks. We're going to start adding to it a TR or multiple TRs, table row and close table row, so TR. And also at the very end, so they should look something like this. And at the very end, you need to escape it using \n, okay? Now with going back in here, we're going to have a couple of TDs, and each TD will have here entry, so $entry dot type. I'm going to copy this 2 more times, description, and then a amount. Now this will conclude our for loop. Now go outside of the for loop. Again, take the variable document, and now we're going to add to it. Also, let me just check here. So let document, Okay, the table, you should also take this out. We're going to add to it the closing table tag, then the closing body tag, and the closing HTML tag. Wait, Well, what am I doing here? Not here. Sorry. Boom. Outside. Take this out. And here. The backticks, closing table tag, closing body tag, and closing HTML tag. Now, this means actually that right here is where this will be inserted, and then this will be inserted. Okay, now let's actually tell it to export us a HTML document. So still remaining within our function here, our export HTML. So let's click once here, and this is going to, not clear, what am I doing? Export HTML, click once here, and then it's going to show you that, okay, you're still within here. We're going to create now a const, call it blob. This will create a new blob object. It's going to take in into an array a doc, then comma, and the type of the document will be type of text / HTML. Now let's start working with our doc. Next, we need an anchor tag. So anchor or A, I'm just going to call it A. We're going to create that anchor tag. So document.createElement. We're going to create an anchor tag. Then to that anchor tag, we're going to add a download option, which is then going to backticks and export report. This is going to be the name. Export report dash $, and here we're going to also add the date again. So get today, the function, and dot HTML. Now we're going to add to it an href property, and this is going to go to the window dot URL dot create object URL, and it's going to take that blob that we just created. Now we want to open this in a new file, so I'm going to also add the target property to it. So target, and the target property will be, of course, then _m blank in order to open it up in a new tab here. Now I'm going to hide this anchor tag because you don't want to see it necessarily. So anchor tag dot style and dot display none, but it is there. Oh, not dot, but the string of none. Now we need to add this anchor tag to the document. So document dot body dot append child, we're going to append the anchor tag. So the anchor tag will also have this onClick event, which is going to then be initiated. And now we're going to, after finishing our click event, document dot body and remove child of the anchor tag. That's basically it. So now we're going to click on document. It should open, well, this is should have, fact console. What did I mess up? I'll know the parent one is not type of node button. Let me just check this very quickly. Oh, I'm doing here with the A. Okay, let's try this one more time. And there we go. Okay, open it up, and there we go. So you just got yourself a report, and you just got yourself a nice little application. So hope you enjoyed it. Also, don't forget to review the course. Give me 5 stars. Come on. And with this being said, catch you next time. Check out my other courses, of course, and happy coding. Bye-bye. Welcome to the Income and Expense Tracker app, which is a web-based application designed to help users manage their income and expenses effectively. This application is built using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. This application will create monthly budget and expenses and track your process at a glance via a export to HTML and PDF. So the features of the application are income and expense inputs. You can see down here, depending on what kind of input I'm executing, the input fields will turn, or the borders of the input fields will turn into different colors. Green for income, red for a expense. Users can then input their income and expense, which are then stored into local storage by clicking on this save button. And if there's nothing to store, the application will prompt the user that the income list or the entries list is empty. So let's store a income. Let's say this is going to be income 1, say 3,000 something. Now if we want to save, we're going to have a prompt telling us that the entries was saved. Now let's also store a export, because at the moment our total income is 100% from our budget. Now let's manipulate our budget by storing some expenses. Let's say we're going to store rent with $750, and we're going to store a car expense, car with a $320. Now we can already see that our income percentage-wise just shrunk, and our expenses grow to 23.05% from our total. Now let's also store some phone expenses. Let's say $150, then some dental. This is going to be a bit more expensive. So let's say we're going to have here a 1,800. Okay, we can see our income shrunk significantly. So let's add another income. Let's say we got ourselves some tax return, and we got 500 bucks back. This will grow our income back a bit. Now you can see that the list down here will be scrollable. And for example, if we are now homeless, so we no longer pay rent, then we can delete one specific income, deleting that income, and this will then recalculate our budget here. Now let's save it, and let's go to the document, this button down here, and try to save this income at the end of the month to a list. So I'm going to save it. You can see it's export report. It's going to also have a date to it. So if I'm going to save this and open it up, it's going to open up a HTML page. Let's zoom this in a bit. Now we're going to have here our export expense report from the date. We had our total income, total expenses. Our net was 1,801.35 cents. And we also got here our list detailing with what we had as an income and what we had as a expense. Now you can also save this then, or just print it out as a PDF page, and there you go, your own income and expense report. Hope you're excited for this project, and I would say that let's get started. Okay, now let's set up our working folder, and let's talk a bit about the structure of the application. Also, one thing I didn't show you is that there's a specific breakpoint in a form format, to be more specific. Take a look at the text from this button. So that is going to disappear, and we're only going to have ourselves our icons. It's also a feature of this application. So let's copy our boilerplate down here, paste it in. Let's rename it. It's going to be application number 10, and it's going to be a income-expense tracker. Okay, so a couple of things about the structure here. We're going to have, again, one div for the app container. In here, we're going to have this form with a select, 2 inputs, and 2 buttons. So this is going to be one component or one section. I'm still referring to these as components, but well, we're not in React or Angular or Vue, so we're going to refer them as sections, or sections of the application. Now we're going to have our results section. We're going to also have our candles here. These will depend on the amount of income and expense. And then we're going to have down here our very last section, which is going to be the entry list. And this is also going to be created or manipulated using the DOM and using JavaScript. So I would say that we are going to go through the entire UI first of all, and then we're going to start coding. Okay, so then we're going to get into functionality using JavaScript. Again, the script is going to be just one large script. Also want you to get used to having larger scripts than just 200 or 300 lines. It's going to be, again, let me just check how many lines did I have here. Oh, you're in luck. It's only going to be 300, roughly 350 lines with comments and stuff like that. So not that long. We're not above 1000, and this could be recreated, and we also are going to recreate it later on, maybe in an update using modules. This is much simpler to recreate using modules, but it's more complex than to navigate. And again, the CSS will be a bunch of components for each section. Okay, so I would say that we can now get started. So let's get started with our markup. We're going to go to our HTML. I'm going to delete here everything. I'm not going to use a title this time. I need real estate for everything. So also I'm thinking about moving later on this select field to the left side, creating here a grid and having these two to the right side. I think that's a good idea. Now let's go into our main div app container, and let's create here 3 sections. So I'm going to have one section with the class of entry form. Then let's create another section. Just going to copy these. I'm going to have here results, the second section, result, and entry list. Okay, so we're going to have our 3 sections. We're going to treat each of them differently in separate videos. And now let's do a general style here and also create a couple of variables. So go ahead here, new file, variables.css. Let's create our primary color. So select the root. So first thing first, our primary color, which is this dark color. Then I'm going to have the app. You know what? Let's create a secondary color first of all. So secondary color going to be a really light color. So it's going to be basically this color right here. So hash F4, F4, a bunch of F4s. F4, 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 3 times. Then I'm going to create a app-bg-color. It's going to be app background color, as you guessed it. It's going to be this blue color right here. So hash 103 A58. There we go. Now let's add a box shadow here. Oh no, you know what? Let's finish first of all the color. So we're going to have next up a info color, info hash free for BD, and you should be color. Oh wait, this should be DB. Yeah, that's more blue. Then a positive color, going to be a hash free 8, C04 and F. Now for negative color, negative dash color, a hash DB free 4 free 4. It'll be a red color. Okay, now I could also create a warning color. We're not going to use it. So yeah, but nevertheless, I'm still going to create a warning. We're going to use it maybe later on. Maybe in an update. But I love having all of my alert colors in here. DB, DB, and free 4. Going to be yellow color, and last but not least, the box shadow. Box shadow, and I'm going to go here with a 4 pixel on the other axis, and a spread of 5 pixels, not 45, 5 pixels, and a RGBA. I'm going to go here with a 000, so a dark color, and 0.5 for the alpha. And of course, let's also add a border radius. Border dash radius, going to go with 5 pixels. Okay, now let's create our app container here. App dash container.css. Let's grab onto the app container and let's go back and also open up. I need to think about it. Well, if we open this up, let's open up our HTML. We won't see that much. Basically nothing in here. So I don't want to start working on our forms. Yeah, we're just going to do a couple of blank settings and then we're going to stop right here. What I could do is add an H2. Yeah, add a couple of H2s. So let's go back to our HTML and the result will have, here's the result, going to have another section within it. Going to have the class of summary. And this is going to have an H2 with the text of summary. What just happened here? Dude. So H2 text summary. There we go. And then in our entry list, down here, again, I'm going to create a subsection for this with a class of entry dash list and dash header. And it's going to have the H2, the title, subtitle with the entries. And again, the same thing happened. Amazing. H2 trees. Now, it doesn't matter how you type it because we're going to use now here each and every H2 in this parent container. H2. Now, what I want to do is have them displayed a certain way. We're going to automatically add margins to this and make them uppercase. So let's add a margin of top and bottom 1.5 rem and then left and right 0. Now we're going to use our text transform property here and transform everything to uppercase. So these two fellows should now, if I also go to style, add import variables, and also the containers. Sorry about that. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm so excited for this app. And the app container. And there we go. So the both of them are now in a uppercase format. Now to the container itself, so I'm going to go up here. Let's add to this a height of 100 viewport heights. I think this already is the default, but also let's set here a max width of 600 pixels. Now, because we have our max width, we can now add our background color, which will be the variable color of app bg color, and transform everything. And also if we separate this, then we're going to see that there's our app. Now let's center our application by adding to it a margin, not left, margin, left and right, top and bottom 0 and left and right auto. And this will now center our application into the page. Okay, I'm going to add an interior padding. Is there exterior padding? Why am I saying interior? So a padding, 20 pixels, and then the border radius, and that's basically it. So border radius and var border radius. Okay, so we're pretty much done with this. Yeah, we could also add the box shadow, but it will only be visible here. Oh, why not? It's also going to be such an extremely light box shadow, but I love including those. And shadow. Okay, so we are done. I know it's barely visible. You also change up the color if you want to that bluish color we have here, and then it's going to be, well, a little bit more visible. But believe me, that little box shadow will make a difference. Okay, so we're done with our general app settings. We're done with our variables. Next up, we're going to work on our entry form here. So let's do this next up.